You knew a person's face, but not their heart. Lung Bai continued, "How about we secretly leave the team? Then we work together and live in Rising Cloud Town?" Mo Chi thought hard for a while and then said cautiously, "We can only do this." Lung Bai said, "Go buy winter gear first?" "Okay," Mo Chi said and walked first. Lung Bai fell behind, a faint smile appearing. Stupid, being kidnapped and counting money for them. All the people sent to Rising Cloud Town to investigate did not come back. She Chengming did not believe it and sent 2 more assassins to investigate and search for the missing team members. In the end, they did not send any messages. He sent 3 more warriors and told them before leaving to only investigate and not fight. But they left and disappeared. The enormous Rising Cloud Town was like a bog. It would silently swallow all the hostile players. "Boss, what to do?" Everyone looked at Xue Chengming and waited for his decision. If they retreated now, wouldn't the players they had sent before have gotten sacrificed for nothing? Thinking of this, Xue Chengming said firmly, "The plan does not change. We cannot continue on this path, so let's think of another way." As he finished speaking, sighs sounded. One person stood up and said in a muffled voice, "Sorry, our thinking does not agree. I am leaving the team." After he said this, there were more people who stood up. "What is going on with you? Have you forgotten how Boss usually treated you? The reason he wants to hunt the residents of Rising Cloud Town is for the entire team." There were people who agreed with Xue Chengming's thoughts and spoke for him. Pity that there were only a few of these people. Soon, most of the team left, and only a few were willing to follow Xue Chengming. After the change, Xue Chengming's expression was uncertain. After a long time, he said slowly, "Go. Let's go to Rising Cloud Town and see. What kind of bog is it that it can swallow everyone?" Xue Chengming charged to Rising Cloud Town with a murderous air. But the town was peaceful and had no signs of fighting at all. The members who had followed Xue Chengming were startled and their eyes confused. "Boss, such a coincidence. I did not expect to meet you here." A familiar voice sounded behind him. Xue Chengming turned around and saw Lung Bai, Mo Chi, and other members of the investigation team and the players who left the team standing together. He was shocked and angry. "You?" "I privately asked, and everyone does not agree to your actions, so we started another team to live in Rising Cloud Town," Lung Bai said slowly. "Right now, I am the leader. Mo Chi is the deputy. Please take care of us in the future." Xue Chengming smiled in anger. "You think you can stop me if you do this? I will hunt the residents of Rising Cloud Town. Just wait, you will also not be able to escape." His gaze was poisonous like an evil ghost. The residents who were watching? Coming to Rising Cloud Town and saying that you would hunt the residents, brother. I find you very brave. You are not stupid? What are you looking at? Xue Chengming was so angry he had lost his mind. "If you keep on looking, I will kill you all." He was just speaking a threat, but in the next second he received a system notification. "You have been put in the Rising Cloud Town blacklist. You are forever forbidden from entering this territory." Not just Xue Chengming, but his followers were also kicked out of Rising Cloud Town. In the blink of an eye, Xue Chengming and his fellows were outside the territory defensive shield. What is going on? What is the situation? Why have we been blacklisted by the territory? Everyone was confused and did not understand. In the next moment, archers A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H appeared and shot arrows, hitting them half to death. "This is only a warning." Archer A had a cold voice. "If this happens again, you will not be spared." Xue Chengming. When did the system guards get so smart? They knew to protect the safety of the residents and kill the danger in the cradle. "Boss, let's go." Seeing the residents of Rising Cloud Town have hostile gazes, his subordinate shrank back. "We are outnumbered, and even a hero cannot win against a crowd." If they did not go, he feared he would get a cold and be unable to leave. Shi Chengming saw that he had caused public anger. The surrounding people looked at him with fiery gazes, as though they wanted to come and beat him up. He froze and agreed to a strategic retreat. You dare to run wild in rising Cloud Town? I think you do not want to live. So what if you have orange equipment, like no one else does? In the future, do not let me see you. I will beat you up each time. The residents of rising Cloud Town had no fear of experts wanting to band together, bully the few with their numbers, and teach the other a lesson. Leng Bai sighed at this. Rising Cloud Town is such a wondrous place. Based on his observations, high-level combat players were not as welcome as high-level life skills players. Who would believe it if he said it? At the same time, Mo Chi gave a happy smile. Everyone had moved together to Rising Cloud Town to live together and gotten rid of Shi Chengming. This was very good. Traveling based on the map, Yun Ling soon reached the sea at the end of the forest. There was a briny scent in the air. There were waves slamming on the beach, fish, shrimp, and crabs being washed up on shore. Seeing this, Yun Ling ordered, "Spread apart and collect the fish, shrimp, and crabs that have washed up into the baskets." The NPCs accepted their orders. As they were busy, Yun Ling walked along the shore and observed the sea. There was seawater. This meant it could be used to create salt, and also fresh water could be separated. There was fish, shrimp, and crabs. This meant there was rich sea produce. Even in the winter, they could hunt. It was just a bit remote, far from the territory, and would take some time to come and go back. Wharf. Can build boats and go out to fish. Requires 100 copper coins to build. Yun Ling looked at the buildings waiting to be unlocked and was moved. I wonder if there are people in the territory who know how to make fishing boats. She thought inside. If they know how to make boats, fishing nets, I can save on the building. It was not easy to manage. She had to be thrifty and save building slots if possible. Yun Ling planned to put up an employment post when she returned. She glanced at the fish swimming in the sea, took out her fishing rod, and tried to fish in the sea. Just as she threw out the hook, fish immediately came to bite. It was so quick it was incredible. If I had a fishing net and spread it, how many fish would I catch? Yun Ling could not help but sigh. But it was not important if there were no fishing nets. The NPCs ran around, picking up, and filled a basket. Adding on Yun Ling throwing the hook and fishing, by the afternoon, 2 grass baskets were full. Spicy shrimp, fragrant spicy shrimp, grilled shrimp, braised shrimp, boiled shrimp, salt and pepper shrimp, fried shrimp, steamed crabs, fried crabs, crabs with scallions. Yun Ling set a string of dishes and made herself hungry. She looked at the sky and put away her fishing rod. Go. Let's go back. The NPCs held the grass basket and silently followed. Returning to the town, Yun Ling sent the fresh fish back to the restaurant and the shrimp and crabs back to her stone house. Fragrant and spicy shrimp, boiled shrimp, steamed crabs, fried crabs, all kinds of dishes covered the table. Yun Ling left a small crack in the window so the smell would reach her neighbor. Come, let us hurt each other. A bite of fragrant spicy shrimp, numb and spicy, the meat firm. A bite of boiled shrimp, fresh, tender, and sweet. Then a bite of steamed crab, the meat full, delicious, and leaving a fragrance after it was swallowed. Yun Ling was eating in large bites when she suddenly smelled spicy octopus, grilled lamb, grilled gluten, and grilled pork belly. Yun Ling thought, it seemed that someone had smelled the shrimp. The power of the people was great. After a few days stuck inside the territory, more delicious food was developed. Liquor, just brewed liquor. A mouthful and you will feel comfortable all over, all your worries gone. Special soy sauce, 30 copper coins per bottle. Limited supply. Will stop selling when gone. If you want, come quickly and buy. Lotus leaf rice, fragrant lotus leaf rice, a bag for 20 copper coins. The lotus leaf rice was made from lotus leaves wrapped around sticky rice, ground meat, and beans. The lotus leaves were green, the rice soft and loose with a faint fragrance, and caused the passers-by to look back constantly. Some people set up small pots and placed in meat pieces to create pork lard. The lard was placed into jars and slowly formed a white solid. The lard was very fragrant, and even put plain into rice, people could eat 3 big bowls. After the lard was created, there were cracklings left in the pot. They made fragrant and crisp snacks. The person who was making lard seemed to be living well and put the cracklings into a bowl, sprinkling on white sugar. Then, mixing with a chopstick, they started to eat. The smell of the cracklings grew stronger, and other people drooled in envy. Chow Chow and Grandmother Qian were life skills players and not skilled in fighting. After deciding to kill the pig, the two of them hired someone to help. The helper's blade rose and fell, the pig falling to the ground and dropping pork materials to the ground. Chow Chow went in and out, moving the materials into the home. Chow Chow picked 3 pieces of pork belly with skin and started to make braised pork. Grandmother Qian was an experienced cook, having cooked for more than 4 decades. Chow Chow was an all-purpose third-year high school student. After making the salt, she also created white sugar and soy sauce. With all the materials present, Grandmother Qian could do her best and show off her skills. So fragrant. Zhang Fan and the others had originally come to help Chow Chow, and when they smelled the meat, they were unable to walk. They stretched their necks and looked, seeing the pork belly had a perfect ratio of fat and meat, looking very tempting. Gulp? Gulp? The members all swallowed and pretended to look away, but their gazes were unable to be controlled and looked towards the pot. Can you be better? Zhang Fan's words were filled with disdain. The members, then you should not look. Zhang Fan's brain, I also want to not do so. Zhang Fan's eyes, I do not allow this. You must be very tired. Come, eat. Grandmother Qian beckoned to them. When she spoke, the others fought to charge forward and serve themselves full bowls of rice. When the sauce of the braised pork was poured on, and they served themselves several pieces of the pork, the taste was wondrous. Someone was so happy they were on the verge of tears. There is drink and food. It is like New Year's. Nearby, the sounds of people selling their wares mixed together. Malt sugar. Delicious malt sugar. Delicious and good-looking sugar people. Only 5 copper coins each. Iced hawthorn skewers. Delicious hawthorn skewers. In the corner, the bamboo craftsman and the woodworker had made some little things to give to the children for free as toys. Chow Chow walked out of the room and saw the scene, agreeing, I feel it is like celebrating the new year. Player Yang Shu requests to add Yang Zitao as a friend. The system notification. The distance is too far, please wait and try again. It is still too far? Yang Shu slowly exhaled. Ever since the start of the game, he had been lucky to find Rising Cloud Town and encountered reliable teammates. From the start of the game to now, he had had a smooth time and never worried for food and clothing. Now, he had even bought a house. The only regret was, he did not know where his family was. Each day, when he woke up in the morning, the first thing he did was enter in the names of his family and try to contact them. But the trash system's response was forever. The distance is too far. Please try again later. Right. There had been one time the answer was different. The request to add a friend had succeeded, but he had actually found a stranger with the same name. After chatting a few words, he deleted them. I hope they are fine. Yang Shu was worried and tried to enter the name of his other relatives. Usually the system would notify, the distance is too great. Please try again later. But after he entered, the system answered. The friend request has been sent, waiting for the other's response. The other has confirmed the request. Conversation is now possible. Before Yang Shu could think of what to say, the other asked urgently, It is Yang Yang? Yang Shu was stunned. Yang Yang was his nickname, and only his family knew. Had he found the right people this time? Yang Shu. Yes. Yang Shu. Where are you? I will go find you. Yang Shu. Let's meet up and speak. The other was very excited and the words jumbled. Yang Yang, it is Mama. The territory we were staying in was not very good and we switched about 8 or so. We recently came to Rising Cloud Town. We can probably only be added as friends if we are in the same territory. I am waiting for you by Priest A. Come quickly. He really got into contact. Yang Shu was so excited he was trembling, not even able to button up his clothing. His heart beat rapidly and he could not calm down. He just messily put on a scarf, buttoned up his clothing, and then sprinted out of the wood house. First finding people to drill wells and build fountains, then finding people to make fishing boats. Would this appear very suspicious? Yun Ling was uncertain. When she walked into the mission hall and looked, hiring girlfriend, 20 copper coins day, provides dinner. Please contact Deng Kai-jun if interested. Hiring tailor to make custom clothing. Please contact Shen Yue if interested. Hiring manual labor for foraging in a team. 50-50 split of gains. Contact Kai Yun Tian if interested. Hiring workers to build a house, price negotiable. Contact Jia Jin if interested. Hiring special people to help dig basements, price negotiable. Contact Jia Jin if interested. What was there to suspect? There were many other people more strange than her. She had worried for nothing. Yun Ling was very comforted, and her expression relaxed as she sent an employment notice in the name of her as a player. Hiring people who know how to make boats, 50 copper coins day, will provide 3 meals a day. Contact Yun Ling if interested. In a flash, 5 days passed. No one had contacted her. Yun Ling started to consider the possibility of unlocking the wharf again. But this matter could not be hurried. The buildings temporarily could not be upgraded to level 3, and the territory could not be upgraded to a city. There were also no extra building slots to be used. As she was thinking, a new NPC was spawned. Level 5 attributes, Strength 4, Agility 4, Stamina 8, Intelligence 10, Spirit 12. Combat skills, A rank Disperse, B rank Healing Life skills. None seeing a high level and suitable skills, Yun Ling clicked to hire. Willing to work for you, Lord? Priest E had a respectful tone. What is the use of the Disperse? Yun Ling asked. I can disperse negative statuses, Priest E answered. A rank Disperse can end most negative statuses. For example, burning, poison, dizziness, heat stroke, cold. Cold as well? Yun Ling was very shocked. After the residents had gotten a cold, their first response had been to find the priest to heal. But after healing, the negative status was still there, and the residents still did not feel good. The residents finally gave up the struggle, ate cold-expelling food, and rested based on the conditions to get healthy. Now what did this person say? The priest could heal this, but a healing skill was not needed. But a disperse skill? Yun Ling thought and said, Come with me. She ordered a NPC to take off winter clothing and go out, returning only when they were ill. She turned to Priest E and said, Let me see the treatment. Disperse. Priest E used the skill. In the next second, the ill NPC's face turned for the better, and the negative status completely disappeared. So, treatment is so simple. Yun Ling was speechless. At the same time, she felt taking out all of the game materials she had hoarded for so long to make winter clothing was a bit of a waste. Happy times were always short. After being inside for 20 days, they were going to face the start of working days again. Day 120. The residents were talking. Tomorrow is Peace Day. It is time to go out now. Hey, I have enough food and firewood. The hot water bottle makes me warm. I did not bear to go out. After being inside an entire winter, I have become lazy. It is going to be a peace day now. I have to work a bit more to support my family. In everyone's anticipation, day 121 silently came, but the top right corner still showed, Day 121, Winter, Calamity Day. How come it is still Calamity Day? The residents paled. Has the game made a mistake? After 20 Calamity Days, it should be a peace day. One person quietly asked, Who told you that after 20 Calamity Days it will be a peace day? The person who had spoken first stilled and stammered out, In spring and summer it was 20 Calamity Days. That person snorted coldly. Then that does not stop the winter season from being 30 Calamity Days. The residents were all silent, unable to argue. The game had never said that the winter was 20 calamity days and 10 peace days. They had guessed according to their experience. Now, they had guessed wrong. They had to take on the responsibility. I hoarded food and wood based on 20 calamity days, one player said, their face sickly. How am I going to pass 10 days? Someone complained in a low voice. If I had known that the calamity days in winter were more than 20 days, I would not have stayed in the territory to rest. Now this is good. I have eaten and used up everything and do not have many copper coins left. A friend of mine went out in the cold wind and warned me that the resources outside are no longer refreshing, and the monsters have gone to hibernate. The more they spoke, the more they panicked, feeling cold inside. Their gazes met up and they all ran back home to put on winter gear. After preparing, they all went to explore and forage. Pang Yu, on the other hand, had gritted his teeth and persisted in going out despite the difficulties. Right now, he had paid back all his debts, saved up a lot of food and wood at home, and had a significant sum in hand. When a person has no foresight, there will be worries soon. He was very anxious and could not rest. After telling his wife, he went out with the team. "Why do I feel that you cannot slack off playing this game?" his wife murmured as she worked. "If you slack a bit, all the advantages you gained before are all gone." On one hand, the residents of Rising Cloud Town were very unlucky. They had lived too comfortably during the autumn, and because they had sufficient food, they had stayed in the territory for the first 20 days of winter. When they ate all their food and came out in the cold wind, they were not used to it. On the other hand, the residents of Rising Cloud Town were very lucky. They did not lack winter clothing or cold-expelling food. They could go out any time they wanted. Even more importantly, because most residents had stayed in the territory, the surrounding resources were rich, and they could forage without having to go far from the territory. Once they got cold and ill, they could return home to rest and drink ginger soup to heal. If they were in a hurry, they could find Priest E to go and disperse the negative status. The winter had taken away too many people, and dozens of system territories had been breached. Being able to survive was a lucky thing. I just knew that the trash game would not let the players pass so easily. Yun Ling looked at the large pile of materials in the warehouse and felt a feeling of safety. She believed even more firmly that hoarding was right. After day 121, there were members of the original foraging team coming to ask, "Are you rehiring? Can you hire me again to work with the team?" X. "What kind of clothing will you provide?" Yun Ling answered them, "You can come back any time. Like before, we will meet up together, forage with the team, hand in what you forage. You will be provided with meals each day and also copper coins. The job will provide only a cotton shirt and you take care of the rest." "One cotton shirt is too little. I will get a cold." A person could not help but frown. Yun Ling said, "Then wear more yourself." She was very kind in providing basic working clothing. That person did not speak, a fierce fight occurring in their mind. At this time, a player walked over. "Boss, I came to tell you I will not be foraging with the team anymore." Yun Ling was slightly shocked and asked, "What is it?" This was a girl of 15. She had a bright smile, showing her pointy snaggletooth. "A few days ago, when I went foraging and picking firewood, I got a small bit of wealth. I am going to buy equipment and work on my own." "This is very good." Seeing the other wearing 4 pieces of winter clothing, Yun Ling smiled, comforted. "I wish you are better and better." "Thanks, boss." The girl thanked her and joyfully left. Seeing someone live so well after leaving the team, the person who had been struggling gritted their teeth and stomped their foot. "I will also quit." During the winter season, she had gotten many good NPCs and her team had grown bigger and stronger. Yun Ling did not care about the few players she was losing. She casually said, "Good luck." After those who left, those who stayed, and those who did not appear and had lost contact, there were only 14 people left in the original 30-member foraging team. Yun Ling looked around and waved her hand. "Depart." "It is almost spring, going to rain again," Jochi said solemnly during the team meeting. The combat team should take the time to fight monsters and get materials while the weather is good. Aunt Lin, Uncle Wu, Grandfather Zheng are responsible for making rain gear. Make as many bamboo hats and straw raincoats as possible, Jochi ordered calmly, and made arrangements. His deputy had a different idea. I feel that we should act after the situation is clear. There was a rain season last year, but it does not mean a rain season this year. Also, the rain gear from last year could still be used. There may not be many people who need to buy new equipment. If other people get there first, we will be too late. Jochi was decisive. Listen to me. Do this. The leader was so determined that the deputy could not say anything. He was as still as a statue and did not speak more. The matter was decided like this. For some people, this winter was very long. Luckily for the residents of Rising Cloud Town, while the days were hard, they could survive. Day 131, the winter season finally ended. The temperature quickly warmed up. The characters on the top right corner said, Spring, Calamity Day. In reality, while the rain in the spring season was irritating, it was nothing compared to the winter. In the morning, when Yun Ling just woke up, she received news from the system. X village has been breached. X village has been breached. X town has been breached. Congratulations, player, for successfully passing the first year. You have received a hint to passing. Live, right until you cannot live. The first year? A hint to passing? Ripples spread across Yun Ling's heart. Did this mean if she dragged out her survival long enough, the apocalypse calamity game had a day when it would end? Waited to day 130 and finally heard some good news. Yun Ling pushed away the blankets and prepared to get up to welcome a new challenge. After sending a post to recruit, Yun Ling had waited for over 10 days and did not find the right person. There had only been one person who had asked, Do you mind if the boatmate is slightly unbalanced and there is a low probability that it will overturn? Yun Ling said, I mind. If the boat overturned, what about the people on top? The NPCs were all elite, people she had carefully selected and managed to raise. Also, what if she was on the boat when it overturned? The other was slightly disappointed. Then never mind. Yun Ling thought, thankfully that person was not in front of her. Otherwise, if her temper was up, she might have beat up the other person. This morning, Yun Ling took off the winter clothing and led the team out as usual. After walking about 7 minutes, the ground started to shake, and the sound of running came from the distance. Yun Ling was shocked and shouted loudly, Quick, return to the territory! The NPCs followed the order and did not hesitate in returning. The players of the foraging team were confused and retreated as well. After a while, a large herd of ironback rhinos appeared in sight. Looking at the pack, there were at least 50 or so. The players changed expressions, and without needing anyone's urging, they desperately ran back to the territory. Just as Yun Ling's group returned to Rising Cloud Town, she saw from the other direction the guards of the territory were fighting a group of minotaurs. Restless in spring, the monsters attacking the city? Yun Ling's thoughts moved quickly. If we cannot hold, the territory will be breached. When she thought of this, her heart tensed, and she warned the others, Prepare to fight. After not seeing monsters for a winter, the combat players were very eager. Seeing the monsters come to their door, what was there to hesitate? Arrows, flames, ice, stone pieces, and wind blades surged out against the monsters. When Yun Ling was not paying attention, she saw the residents shout, Everyone is responsible for protecting the territory and do their best to steal monsters. Because the firepower was so strong, the close combat players did not dare to step out of the territory, fearing that they would be accidentally harmed. Yun Ling. Okay, as long as the territory was fine. The monsters fell to the ground and the items dropped everywhere. White and blue light flashed and looked very enchanting. Seeing the monsters killed, the long-range players were very happy, quickly walking out of the territory and picking up their spoils. Someone was saying as they picked up, The system finally is being humane for once. In the winter, the players needed clothing and food and did not have money. The system knew this. And so when spring starts, it sends monsters to deliver meat and money. After picking up the items, The residents just returned to the territory when they saw a group of antelopes in the east, dozens of stone people in the north all coming towards rising Cloud Town. More monsters are attacking the territory? One person was stunned. Someone else was worried. The rate of attack is so fast we cannot leave and forage. Yun Ling ordered her subordinates. Control the rhythm, long range and close range take turns. Do not let the mages use up their MP. Yes. The NPCs responded solemnly. There was contact between the players. Soon Yun Ling took the east. The south was led by Leng Bai and Mo Chi's team, the west by Zhou Qi working with other teams, and the north by the system guards and lone players. Thinking of the rain gear that had been made but would not be used, Zhou Qi felt his heart jerk in pain. Coincidentally, there were tree demons coming to attack. He said with a cold expression, "Kill them!" Because they were teams familiar with each other and had worked together many times before, they split the West into 3 areas to fight. Because each area was the responsibility of one team, and members were immune to damage from their team members, the close combat members finally dared to step out of the territory and fight the monsters. The players and the monsters crashed together and the scene was chaotic. The South. The leaders of the teams did not have friendly expressions. You better remember what you have said. There are so many monsters and one team cannot take them all. Leng Bai was calm and his expression cold. We can work together and take care of the South. Everyone take turns, each team an hour. Use the rest of the time to rest. This is good for everyone. The other team leaders also knew that this way was beneficial for them. Otherwise, they would not have agreed. Giving a warning just now was just to remind Leng Bai not to play tricks. Seeing that he was pretty honest, they did not say more. Everyone took advantage of the time to rest and waited for their shift. In the east, there were 58 in the NPC army, and they worked together, advancing and retreating together. Worth a mention was that Yun Ling had purposefully raised up several super high-level experts. A-rank skills and S-rank skills were mixed together. Blue and purple equipment were mixed together. These people created high damage, and each time they attacked, large patches of monsters would be killed or wounded. Seeing the monsters being cleaned up so quickly, a lone player wanted to come and benefit. But these people had no thoughts of working together. Seeing non-team members being attacked, they did not help. The monsters seemed to realize that this player was easy to bully and came to surround him. The lone player was angry but had to retreat back to the territory. One assassin player with high damage, good equipment, and quick speed wanted to steal monsters. But just as he started, he was surrounded by the NPCs. Those gazes were colder than when they looked at monsters. The assassin shuddered, and his smile was uglier than crying. I'm just helping you create damage. I will not steal kills." The NPCs glanced coldly at this person and did not make a sound. The assassin did not dare to attack and snuck away into another area. After all this, the East was taken over completely by the NPC army, and the other people could not interfere. Pang Yu saw the waves of the monsters and had a blank gaze. If I cannot leave the territory and go to forage, how will I make a living? Yun Ling sincerely suggested, change to become an archer, stand in the territory and just shoot. If you are lucky, you may kill a few monsters. Pan Yu's life was too difficult. In some places there were hundreds of people, others had only 50 or 60 people, but in the north there were 200 to 300. The players all attacked, the kills for whoever could steal, and there were no rules to speak of. Someone saw the situation was in chaos and left. He thought, when the mages had no more MP and the archers had no more arrows, wouldn't it be time for the close combat players to fight? There would be chances. No need to be so urgent. Someone saw Lu Chuan out of the corner of his eye and could not help but cry inside. Who said that the North were all lone players and there were no teams competing? The standing post Demon King stood there. It was like a team was stationed here. Pay attention to the rhythm and withdraw when you should, Lu Chuan warned, and then drew his bow. The arrow flew and hit its target. Then 2 arrows split off and hit the 2 monsters on the side. Damn! Splash shooting! A player recognized this and was speechless. Is he planning to hold the north by himself? He is eating all the meat, but is not giving others the soup? Luckily, Lu Chuan did not do this. After shooting a few rounds, he stood there motionless and gave the chances to the others. This is good. The players were reassured and then started to shoot and cast skills. One archer had a hesitant expression and suddenly said, "After a winter, have the monsters gotten stronger?" At these words, the other players all agreed. "Yes, I feel they are stronger. Before you mentioned it, I thought I remembered it wrong. In the past, with the skill, I could kill one with 3 arrows. Now, I have to attack 4 to 5 times. They are not just stronger, there are more drops. Just now I had a kill, and the drops were 8 copper coins and 2 white equipment. When was there something this good in the past?" The residents talked to each other and immediately recognized that this was not good. How evil was the game? The items in the drops increased, so the difficulty in killing monsters also increased. If more monsters came to attack, could the safety area get breached? Everyone's heart sank, and they had bad feelings. Apocalypse. Calamity never failed the hopes of the players, and their bad feelings were never wrong. After a round of attacks, after resting for less than a quarter of an hour, the monsters came attacking again. The mages had been generous in their attacks before, and most of their MP had been used up, so they moved to the rear. The archers had shot recklessly and used up most of their arrows. Now, they suddenly realized. Do we have enough people? They originally thought there were too many competitors stealing monsters with them. Now, they thought that just these few people were not enough to stop the monster attacks. The reversal came in an instant. There are so many monsters. No need to fight over them. Lu Chuan started to give directions. Archers, stop attacking. Warriors, go forward. Priests, pay attention and heal. In games, high-level and capable players undoubtedly possessed more speaking power. Lu Chuan spoke reasonably. The players unconsciously moved according to his orders. The close combat players stepped out of the territory and soon started to fight with the monsters. Sometimes, when they were tangled up with the monsters and could not attend to the surroundings, they were almost ambushed. Lu Chuan would take arrows out of his quiver and shoot at the necessary time. Exploding, freeze, burning, penetrating. Many special effects took their turn. The monsters were either frozen into ice, seriously wounded, or dead. Their ambushes failed. One priest at the side looked at Lu Chuan with a complicated expression. For some reason, text ran through his mind. Standing post Demon King kills and kills. Standing post Demon King is going to rage. Standing post Demon King is unstoppable. Standing post Demon King controls the field. When they followed Lu Chuan's words, they got rich gains and did not have to worry for their own safety. The players gained great respect for them. Someone did not agree and snorted. Trying to please the public with claptrap. Then, he drew his arrow and attacked randomly. But after working a while, either the monsters were killed by the warriors or Lu Chuan killed them first. In the end, he got nothing. The archer was dumbfounded. Lu Chuan did not even look at this person and controlled the entire field. If you did not listen to him, he would treat you as an opponent. When controlling the field, those in the way would be suppressed. Later, when the archer realized, he felt a wave of cold. This time, he did not dare to speak nonsense and followed the plan. The monsters came from all directions and constantly attacked the territory. Yun Ling wore soft armor and a cloak, holding the fish scale shield and fighting within dozens of wood people. Fire flashed. Each second, the surrounding enemies would receive 3 points of fire damage. The monsters used wood pieces to hit their targets, but Yun Ling did not feel pain and ignored it. With the special effects of the skill and the bonus of the equipment, her defense was strangely high, and the enemy could not easily cause high damage against her. As a result, the effects of the damage reflect were almost nothing. But similarly, her defense was high. She could last for a long time, and the flame cloak would create high spell damage against the enemy. After 20 seconds, a large number of the wood people had fallen and dropped many copper coins, equipment, and skill cards. Yun Ling was energetic and in a good state. She charged towards the next group of monsters. After killing her way several times through the monsters, She was satisfied, and finally started to pick up the items and clean up. Seeing the battle still going, Yun Ling thought for a moment and turned to walk to the tailor shop. "Lord, what are your orders?" Tailors A, B, C, D, E, and the others were waiting for orders. Yun Ling commanded, "Stop all the work you are doing and put all your efforts into making simple bandages, high-quality bandages, white quivers, and blue quivers." "Yes." The tailors responded. Then Yun Ling went to the restaurant. "Take down all the winter specialties. Starting today, make recovery food that is simple to prepare, low-priced, and that has adequate materials in the warehouse. For example, mixed grain steamed buns, rice porridge, rice cakes, rice soup, and black bread. The battle will likely last several days. The more food prepared, the better. No need to worry that they won't be sold." The shelf life of the game materials was very long, and the food that was produced also had a long shelf life. In the past, the food was made and sold on the same day, because Yun Ling thought there was no need to hoard. Now, when the fires of war were burning and no one knew when it would end, she had to prepare. In any case, even if they could not be sold, she had a lot of NPCs with big appetites and they could eat the food before it spoiled. She sent the order, and chefs A, B, C, D, and E started to get busy. Then Yun Ling went to the blacksmith workshop. "Make a few more small animal traps. I have a use." "Yes," the blacksmiths responded. If the small animal traps were dug and placed into the ground, once small animals stepped in, their legs would be injured, and they would be trapped where they were. While they were called small animal traps, they were actually effective against mid- and large-sized monsters. Once a mid-sized monster stepped in, its movement speed would greatly decrease. Once a large-sized monster stepped in, its movement speed would slightly decrease. The small animal traps looked unremarkable, but in melee battle they could be of great use. Also, name, defensive shield. Sheng Ming Ji, 2000, 2000, HP 2000, 2000. Use effect, block incoming enemies base. Recovery speed, 2 HP/minute. Note, recover can be sped up by spending copper coins. The defensive shield was an important defense building. If possible, she wanted to kill the monsters before they reached the territory and avoid the HP of the defensive shield dropping. While she could spend copper coins to recover, upgrading buildings also required copper coins, and she wanted to save as much as possible. Yun Ling was very thrifty. The battle outside the territory did not stop, and there were conflicts everywhere. Chow Chow could not help but show a worried expression. "They are fighting like this. How can I go out to forage?" She did not dare to risk going out. She treasured her life and did not dare to be reckless. But if she did not go out, what could she do in the territory? She had spent the winter basically in the territory and was almost depressed. "Chow Chow, come quickly," Grandmother Qian called. "Oh, coming, what is it?" Chow Chow hurried over. "Xiaofan and the others are fighting monsters, and greatly need recovery items," Grandmother Qian explained. "Did you not learn blueprints? Make some recovery items quickly and deliver it to them." Just recovery items? She also knew how to make bandages and quivers. Xiao Qiao's eyes lit up and she knew what she should be doing. Moments later, name, mixed grain, steamed bun. Quality, normal use effect, base recovery speed, 1 HP per minute, lasts 1 hour. Name, rice porridge. Quality, normal use effect, base recovery speed plus 1 MP per minute, lasts 1 hour. Name, simple bandage. Quality, normal use effect, restore 20 HP every 5 seconds. Name, high quality bandage. Quality, premium use. Effect, restore 50 HP every 5 seconds. Name, quiver. Quality, normal equip. Effect, automatically refill an arrow each minute. At most, this can hold 10 arrows. Name, brown leather. Quiver. Quality, premium equip. Effect, each minute, it automatically refills an arrow. At most, this can hold 20 arrows. Special effect. The arrow storage is very large, storage plus 20. The brown leather quiver could not add attributes, but in total, it could hold 40 arrows. When fighting, this was undoubtedly a powerful weapon. "Okay, give these to them first, and make the rest later," Grandmother Qian said. "Okay, I am going now." Chow Chow grabbed the backpack and excitedly went out. The battle raged on, and Pang Yu had a worried expression. Really cannot go out now. What to do? He could not rest. His neighbors had rested 20 days in the winter and almost starved to death. With a living lesson in front of him, Pang Yu had a feeling of danger and did not dare to rest for a moment. But now, it was not a matter of whether he worked hard, but the conditions did not allow him to. This was very irritating. During the winter, the hunting teams went out in the cold wind, and did they catch prey? His wife comforted him gently. Sometimes it is good to be a life skills player, and sometimes better to be a combat player, and sometimes a foraging player. They come in waves. If you want to be able to deal with everything when they come, you have to be skilled at everything. Be a life skills player, combat player, and foraging player. Pang Yu grimaced. If I had the talent at fighting, I would have gone into a hunting team already and not delayed to today. It will be fine. Let's think of other ways, his wife comforted him. I saw many close combat players have clothes and belts that were cut up, and they are making cloth armor right now. The fighting is so intense, it will use up the equipment. The close combat players will need to get new equipment after this. I will make a few more, and we will earn the money for food. No need to worry that we will starve to death. You are making cloth armor, so what will I do? Pang Yu was thinking hard. His wife urged him, It is fine if you cannot find something to do. You worked hard for so long, you should rest. Pang Yu could not keep idle. He thought for a while and then suddenly stood up. I cannot just sit here doing nothing. I will walk around the town and see if I can find a new job. It is good to go out for a walk. His wife was focused on the work in her hands, her mood calm and her expression sedate. In the west, Wang Guo-an directed calmly, Archers prepare, fire. Mage crowd skills, fire. Warriors advance, block the monsters, and do not let them get close to the territory. The team members were used to fighting together and carried out the orders. In a flash, a large patch of monsters fell. Warrior Team 1 come back, Warrior Team 2 go, Wang Guo-an said. Just as he finished speaking, 5 warriors came back to the territory. 5 warriors passed by their teammates and headed to the front lines. Take the time to rest, and later you will take over for Team 2, Wang Guo-an said. Then he refocused on the battlefield and calmly directed. The warriors who had come back sat down on the ground, not caring for their image. These monsters are pretty strong, one person muttered. There are many of them. They are hard to deal with and attack at a high rate. If our equipment was not good and we didn't have an increase in our HP as official Rising Cloud Town residents, I would not have returned just now. A fellow said, If we were not in Rising Cloud Town and had an increase in base recovery speed, just us few people could not have dealt with them. It was lucky that they chose to live here. As they talked, the chef that the team had trained up came with hot food. You are all tired? Eat. This can increase the base recovery rate of HP and MP. Name, crab meat buns. Quality, premium X. Use effect, base recovery speed, /3 HP per minute, lasts 3 hour. Name, corn cake. Quality, normal use. Effect, base recovery speed, +1 HP per minute, lasts 1 hour. Name, rice soup. Quality, normal use effect, base recovery speed, +1 MP per minute, lasts 1 hour. The wrapper of the crab meat bun was as thin as paper and the soup delicious. The filling was made out of crab meat and roe along with jelly made from chicken soup. After drinking the soup, adding in a bit of vinegar, the taste was so great. I never thought that I could eat crab meat buns in the apocalypse. One warrior was going to cry. The chef said with a smile, There were residents who caught crabs and sold them. If I lack materials, no matter my skills, I cannot make them. Guard Rising Cloud Town, drive away the enemies, let the residents forage more food materials, someone started to shout. In an instant, the members were very motivated, and their tiredness was swept away. They were very spirited and wanted to charge onto the battlefield to kill enemies. After the meal, the chef left with empty bowls and plates, his deeds hidden, in the north. The people on guard were mostly casual players. After fighting a while, they found something was not right. The monsters have very thick skin, and the wood weapons, they seem to be ineffective. How come this monster knows to spray fire? My headscarf! Damn, my straw sandals are almost worn out. I'm going to change into new one. Some people left and some came back. What did not change was Lu Chuan was in charge of the battlefield. After an unknown amount of time, the monsters finally stopped attacking. After 3 minutes, no new ones came charging. Finally stopped. One archer rejoiced inside. My quivers are empty. This wave was a bit strong. Lu Chuan opened his quiver and looked. He slowly sighed. If the battle did not stop, he would have used up his arrows. The monsters have been driven back. The news quickly spread to every corner of Rising Cloud Town. The monsters have retreated? Pang Yu had seen the monsters attacking the territory like they were mad and thought they could not make it through the spring season. Hearing that the monsters had retreated, he was shocked and surprised. Then the residents can go out to forage again? It is hard to say. The friend who told Pang Yu the good news was slightly hesitant. Do not go too far from the territory. Based on the current situation, it seems the calamity of the spring this year is the monsters going mad. Then I will just stay around the territory. Pang Yu said farewell to his friend, went home to pack, and then excitedly went out. The monster siege was dangerous, but after killing the enemies, the benefits were rich. Equipment, skills, copper coins, and materials piled up together into a dazzling mountain. Yun Ling was inventorying her income in the warehouse, her smile bright. She inspected the territory attributes and saw it showed. Territory name Rising Cloud, level town, population capacity 5,000, existing residents 2512, temporary residents 1419, unlockable buildings 10, existing buildings 10, existing building detail, warehouse, level 2, omitted, mission hall, level 2, omitted, woodworking workshop, level 2, omitted, tailor shop, level 2, omitted, residence, level 2, omitted, defensive shield, level 2, omitted, restaurant, level 2, omitted, ice house, level 2, omitted, farmland, level 1, omitted, blacksmith shop, level 2, omitted. Yun Ling calculated. To prevent the enemy's powerful attacks, I have to keep some money to repair the defensive shield. If I save a bit more, I can save enough to upgrade one building to level 3. The sea is full of resources, and it will be a pity if it is not used. If no one knows how to make boats, after the territory is upgraded to a city, I will just unlock the wharf. Planning the future development of the territory, Yun Ling sank into her own thoughts. In the meeting room, the air was terrifyingly still. Everyone was silent, not daring to speak. Zhou Qi was expressionless and said slowly, "Ordering the life skills players to make rain gear overnight was my wrong decision. If he had not insisted and ignored advice, then now there would not be a large pile of bamboo hats and straw raincoats in the warehouse. A mistake was a mistake. He admitted to his mistakes." His deputy thought for a moment and slowly said, "It is good to hoard some more rain gear. While we cannot sell for money, if it starts to rain or snow, we will have stock to deal with the emergency." At these words, the members all agreed. While we guessed wrong, we did not suffer any losses. At most, Aunt Lin, Uncle Wu, and Grandfather Zheng will be more tired for a few days. The trash game is so cunning, who could have guessed it? At least, I never thought. Rain in spring for the first year, but in the second year, it is the siege of the monsters. Wasn't today's income very good? How about we celebrate? The team members changed the topic to the celebration. No one demanded him to be responsible. No one complained. Everyone was optimistic and looked forward. Zhou Qi's heart relaxed, and he gave a smile. "Yes, I will have the kitchen make a few more dishes today. Everyone can eat well and celebrate." The tailor shop. A fat man and a tall and thin youth were buying things. The fat man kept on murmuring, "There is a group of people packed there, but they will have to rest sooner or later. I think that the monsters attacking the safety areas is not a coincidence, but the main theme of the summer season. Let's first buy equipment and then recovery items. When we are prepared, we will have a sleep, get up in the night, and when most people are resting, then it is on us to guard the territory." The tall and thin youth. The new spring had just started and he had arranged everything. He was so confident. What if he was wrong? As he was thinking, the news came. "The monsters have withdrawn." The fat man was alert. Look, what did I say? The monsters attacking the territory is the main theme of the summer. They will not breach in one go, but keep on harassing. If we hold on, the game continues. If we cannot, the safety area will be destroyed. Go, take the bandages and go back for a good sleep. Then, the fat man left in large strides, preparing to go back to the woodhouse. What could the tall and thin youth say? Of course he followed. Mutton leg, delicious mutton leg. Intermediate sewing skill card, trade only, not selling. 3 copper coins for 1 piece of linen cloth, 2 copper coins for 1 piece of wood, 1 copper coin for 1 silk thread. If you want, come and buy. In the mission hall, Yun Ling would send missions in the name of the territory, but the purchase price was very low. Some players found it troublesome and handed materials in at the mission hall when they got some. Other players did not bear to sell their hard work for so little and were willing to set up a stall and slowly sell. In the mission hall, 1 piece of linen cloth was 1 copper coin, 1 piece of wood was 1 copper coin, and 3 silk threads were 1 copper coin. If there was a lot, they could make some money. Some even went to the life skills players and tried to discuss, "These are materials for making belts. You help me make a white belt and I will pay you in the remaining linen cloth. How about it?" Hearing this, the tailor's eyes lit up, but they bargained. "Not enough. You have to give me 5 more silk threads." When materials were rare, it was impossible to buy them even with money. If someone was willing to pay with game materials, the life skills player was very happy to agree. The customer thought for a moment and agreed. Deal. The condition is the belt has to be good, have to have high durability. I will not take it if it is less than 20/20. Do not worry about my work. The tailor was confident. There were also people holding food materials and searching for life skills, players with cooking skills. Do you know how to make mixed grain steamed buns, rice porridge, black bread, rice soup? Jiang He started with 4 questions. Of course. The life skills player was full of confidence. These are the simplest dishes. I can make them well. Jiang He was very cautious and asked, "What is your cooking level?" The life player's smile froze. Elementary, Jiang He. He turned and left without hesitation. "Hey, you come back. We can discuss the price," the life player shouted. Jiang He ignored the other trying to keep him and kept on walking out. Because, elementary cooking, 20% chance of failure, 75% chance of success, and 5% chance of increasing food's quality. If this was a player who was really skilled in cooking, from the start of the game to now, their life skill would be at least intermediate, and they would not be stuck at elementary. Because of this, that person had inflated their skills and was not trustworthy. Jiang He kept on walking with his head down and saw a BBQ stall ahead. He asked, "Could you help me grill meat? What will you charge? What level are you?" The stall owner said, "I can help you grill. Each piece will be 10 copper coins regardless of success or not. Right now, I have the life skill Advanced Barbecue. Elementary barbecue, 20% chance of failure, 75% chance of success, and 5% chance of increasing food quality. Advanced barbecue, 80% chance of success, 20% chance of increasing the food's quality. Advanced BBQ, 10 copper coins to help grill 1 piece." What kind of magical player was this? Jiang He was overjoyed and took out raw meat from the backpack. "Help me grill 8 pieces." In the wilderness, a patch of rice straw had refreshed on the empty ground. Pang Yu saw this and grinned. These were good. If cut and placed on the bed, they could be used to keep warm, and when placed into the braziers, they could act as fuel. He walked towards the straw, wanting to cut and place them in his backpack. When he was busy, he saw 2 female players out of the corner of his eye, walking hand in hand out of the territory at a sedate pace to more faraway places. Seeing this, Pang Yu felt reassured. Look, he was not the only one out. Other people were also coming out. He worked even harder, wanting to cut down all the straw and then explore the distance. But when he was halfway through, the 2 people were running urgently back to Rising Cloud Town. "What is it?" Pang Yu was shocked. Still running, the female player saw Pang Yu standing there dumbly and could not help but warn in a loud voice, "Return quickly! The monsters are coming again! Pang Yu!" Just a moment, and the monster swarm had come close, appearing in the range of his sight. The one at the very front had a name above its head. "It is a boss." Pang Yu's scalp prickled, and he did not have time to think, grabbing his backpack, turning and running. The monsters chased him closely, very stubborn. "Not good! The boss is attacking!" Pang Yu shouted as he ran. The boss was a large spider and ran quickly, using many legs. The distance between the two of them shortened. The boss suddenly spat out a mouthful of venom which hit Pang Yu's shoulder. Hiss! The venom made a soft sound. It clearly had corrosive traits. In the next moment, the system notified, "Your body has been weakened by the venom. 2 agility, 2 strength. Lasts 10 minutes. Pang Yu inhaled sharply. This was the key time to run away. Other attributes being weakened would have been fine, but why agility? Agility determined reaction speed and movement speed. If he ran slowly, maybe he would encounter misfortune while he may have originally been able to hide into the territory. His wife was still waiting for him at home. He could not die here. Pang Yu gritted his teeth and desperately ran back. 1 step, 1 step, 1 step. The distance between him and the territory grew shorter. But at the same time, the boss was getting closer to him. Pang Yu's expression was twisted as he sprinted. He did not dare to look back, fearing that if he saw the enormous spider behind him, he would lose the bravery to run. Hiss! Another ball of venom hit Pang Yu's back. In the next second, the system notified, "Your body has been weakened by the venom. 2 agility, 2 strength. Lasts 10 minutes. Note: the effects of the venom can be added together 5 times maximum. Right now, Fiend 4 is agility, 4 strength. With 2 agility, he may not have been able to run away, much less with 4 agility. Pang Yu felt a cold wave rise, and he felt he was about to die. At this time, a shocked and joyful voice sounded, "There's a boss? Quick, do not let it run away!" The joy came from inside. The voice sounded familiar. Pang Yu's heart shook, and he shouted for help in a loud voice, "Boss, help me!" Before he finished, he saw Yun Ling fearlessly charge to the front and block the boss. Then the mage team all used their skills on the boss's subordinates in the rear. The white balls of light landed, and Pang Yu's HP clearly went back up. At the same time, the sword 4 agility of 4 strength was dissipated. Then the warriors charged forward to tangle with the monsters. Pang Yu was stunned. He thought this was likely the difference between him and high-level combat players. Other people chased the boss, while he was chased by the boss. Name: Gnome Ring. Quality: Rare Durability, 70/70. Equip effect: each time you kill a monster, you will receive 6 to 10 extra copper coins. Note: each player can only hold 1 income-type equipment. When Shi put on the ring, her heart felt hot. The attacks of the monsters were a challenge, and also an opportunity. She had just casually attacked and picked such a good thing. What if she added more equipment and increased her output? If she killed more monsters, and there were more copper coins in the drops, she could buy stronger equipment to arm herself. After the restlessness of the monsters in spring passed, wouldn't she become a super expert? Shi stopped breathing and felt waves of dizziness. She took several breaths, trying to calm her excited feelings, but she failed. She could not stop herself from running to the tailor shop and pressed to buy hunting quiver. Name: hunting quiver. Quality: premium. Durability: 40/40. Equip effect: each minute it automatically refills an arrow. At most, holds 20 arrows. Special effect: after the arrow forms, 5% chance of special effect sharpness. Once successful, plus 5 attack power. Price: 200 copper coins. Shi gripped and decided her glorious game life was about to start. The monsters attacked without any rhythm. Sometimes, it would continue for an hour, the monster coming one after another, charging fearlessly. Sometimes, there was rest for nearly 2 hours, and they could not even catch the shadow of a monster. Sometimes the south and the east would be attacked at the same time, while the north and the west were very idle. Sometimes all 4 directions were surrounded by enemies, and were attacked at the same time. After a long time, the defensive shield finally sent a warning. 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 The HP of the defensive shield has dropped by 25%. Players, please act and kill the enemies as soon as possible. The warning was in red font and flashed 3 times. Some people were asleep, planning to rest and recover energy to fight at night. But the warning of the defensive shield woke them up. What is it? Have the monsters entered the town? The safety area is about to be breached? The fat man had been deep asleep, and when he woke up, he saw the red line of characters floating in front of him. He was so frightened he jumped up and his mind cleared. When he understood what had happened, he was speechless. He could only rejoice. Lucky that this does not frequently occur? Otherwise, his nerves would be worn down. Also, from another point of view, the system warning promptly was better than the players being asleep while their home was taken over. Never mind, I'm getting up. The fat man got out of bed, his hair a bird's nest. He yawned. It is about time. Night came. There was fighting all around, and the players could only take turns eating. Lu Chuan had been guarding the north for an entire day. Seeing that there were many players around, he stopped fighting and went back to his room to eat. The standing post Demon King is finally gone? The residents looked at each other in shock. When they confirmed that he was really gone, they all cheered. He is finally gone. When he stands there, how can other people fight monsters? He greatly affects the game experience. Now, there finally is not someone speaking nonsense. Brothers, charge. Some warriors felt their blood heat up when they heard this and charged. Some archers drew their bows and shot, wanting to kill more monsters when the calamity was not here. The air was very harmonious, but after 5 minutes, people started to swear. Damn! Who? Shooting arrows at players of your camp. Are you wanting to fight monsters or kill people to get equipment? Damn! I just managed to wear the monster down, who was so shameless to steal my kill. Come out, see if I will not kill you. No one is paying attention to full HP monsters, and everyone is fighting to kill the low HP monsters. They are wasting skills and attacks. I am speechless. Can you not work together? As they argued, one warrior was seriously wounded and had just a sliver of HP left. His face turned green. He had just come to Rising Cloud Town and was not yet an official resident. He did not enjoy the buffs. If he kept on staying out of the territory, he would lose his life, much less fight monsters. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and fled back into the territory. After a while, the long-range players found the warriors had run back. No one was stopping the monsters, and they ran to the side of the defensive shield, attacking as much as they wanted. The HP of the defensive shield dropped quickly, faster than jumping. At this time, someone weakly said, "When the standing post Demon King was here, people were not allowed to steal kills or attack players from the same camp. If someone did that, they would be isolated to the point they can do nothing." Everyone was silent. When a certain person was here, many people felt he was troublesome. Because he was so strong, he ordered about the other players. When a certain person was not here, they found they could not be without him. Each person had their own self-interests. It was hard to say whether some people's hands had accidentally shook and they shot the wrong target, or they were deliberately hunting players. Once the seeds of suspicion were planted, it was hard to sincerely work together and unite against the enemy. The players did not even have the time to guard against each other. How could they have the attention to focus on killing the enemies? In the end, the speed of clearing monsters was very low, and the HP of the defense shield was dropping rapidly. I have a special piece of equipment. If someone is going to cause trouble right now, you will be exiled from the territory and never allowed back in. At the crucial time, Yun Ling came out. Who has such an equipment? I have never heard of it. A player thought inside, but she did not dare to be certain. Yun Ling wore purple and orange equipment. At a glance, she looked like a high-level player. What if it was that she was not strong enough and not knowledgeable enough? Rising Cloud Town was so good. It would be such a loss to be exiled out of the town for such a stupid matter. As they were thinking, One person reacted. I knew that there had been someone causing trouble before in the safety area, and then was teleported out of the territory. So a high-level player used equipment? The equipment is rare and can only be obtained through special missions. If not necessary, I do not want to waste it. Yun Ling spoke nonsense solemnly without even blinking. This concerns the safety of Rising Cloud Town. If anyone is a drag, do not blame me. When the vicious words were said, the players grew obedient. Long-range players started to lure monsters to kill them and no longer stole from others. Ex-close combat players saw that the situation was under control and their own safety was assured, so they slowly dared to go with Yun Ling out of the territory. In the shadow, one person looked on scornfully and silently said, "Fool." Before, that archer had been an eyesore, but he had been standing in the territory all the time so he could not do a thing. This newcomer walked out of the territory herself. She deserved to be killed by players who did not like her. What special equipment to exile a player out of the territory forever? He was an official resident. Try to exile him? With a player's sneak attack and the surrounding attacks of the monsters, she would die instantly, without even the chance to take out the equipment. The archer sneered and thought, not everyone could show off. If you did, you would be struck by lightning. X. He found a chance, used all his skills, aimed at Yun Ling and then shot an arrow. The arrow hit. Yun Ling seemed to sense it, frowning and turning around. Not dead? The archer was stunned. How much was her defense? How much was her HP? How could she withstand this? He wanted to shrink back into the crowd and be silent. But guard archer A grabbed his wrist instantly and pulled him out. The archer pressed his lips together and said unwillingly, "This is a misunderstanding. I just slipped." This sounded very insincere. X. Why were there always idiots who did not settle down until they experienced a setback? Would it not be better to live kindly? Yun Ling opened the window and moved. Then she told him, "This is a misunderstanding. I slipped and used the equipment against you." There really was such an equipment? The archer's smile disappeared, and his eyes widened. In the next second, the system notified, "You have been put into the Rising Cloud Town blacklist. You have lost the official resident status of Rising Cloud Town. You are forever forbidden from entering this territory." She had not been joking. The archer's face drained of blood. He wanted to say something, but in a blink of an eye, he was already outside the territory. Before he could speak, the monsters charged at him. X. When monsters got close to an archer, would the archer end up well? That person looked ashen and turned, running. But the monsters blocked the way and attacked together. A few breaths later, that person powerlessly fell down, dropping 3 pieces of equipment, 2 purple and 1 blue, and also 1 S-rank skill card and 1 B-rank skill card. Yun Ling used her shield to batter away the monsters and said coldly, "If I was not the one hit, and it was someone else, his mistake is enough to cause players on our side to die." The warriors stand at the very front and stop the enemies from advancing, but they do not do so to be stabbed through their backs. You do not know if you cannot aim well? Either leave or team up. Do not make more work here. X in the Apocalypse Calamity game, there was an upper limit for a team. A team could only have 50 people at maximum. Others had to form other teams. There were too many lone players in the north. Because they were limited, they had not formed teams. They all fought on their own and used their skills to avoid getting wounded. Yun Ling had not wanted to interfere, but seeing that the players in the north were going to wear down the HP of the defensive shield on their own, she had to manage. Normally, the defensive shield could recover through its own recovery. When the fighting was intense, she had to spend copper coins to speed up recovery. Was it not good to keep her money to upgrade buildings? She had to be thrifty in order to upgrade the territory to city, the archers. Instantly, the long-range players in the north were in danger. They all sent requests to team up, hoping to get together with warriors. Now, even if they made a mistake, their teammates were immune against damage from their teammates, and so they would not appear to have evil intentions. Soon, There were many teams formed from the North players. The divisions were clear, and they fought monsters in harmony. Would it not have been better to do this before? Seeing the situation under control, Yun Ling left. The players in the North had tears in their eyes. Does this count as oppression by force? It is good for high-level players to come out and take command. One person argued back. Have you not seen that after they talk there is much more order in fighting monsters? Previously it had been chaotic as everyone competed with each other. The rate of killing monsters was very slow, and the HP of the defensive shield had dropped quickly. If the defensive shield shattered, all the players in the territory would be worse off. Also, if the safety area was breached, where would they go to find a second rising cloud town? So making an example was good and clever. Any action that could affect the safety of the territory should be made an example of. The others found this made sense and their resistance faded. Lord, are you okay? Priest A hurriedly came to ask in a low voice. I am fine. Yun Ling did not care. Him alone is far from enough to kill me. Hearing this, Priest A was slightly reassured. But Priest A still used a healing skill to increase HP. Save up on your MP later, you have to heal others, Yun Ling urged. Priest A could only stop. Archer A walked over with an angry expression. That person had malicious intent and not a good heart. The archers are all in the territory and will not receive attacks from the enemy. He was the only one harmed by the reflect. If he was not the one who attacked, who else? He wounded Lord and did not apologize and tried to hide in the crowd trying to get by. Archer A seemed to want the ambusher to be revived and then killed again. Yun Ling felt warm being protected by the NPCs. There are more residents and all kinds of people. If they break the rules, I will just drive them out. No need to care too much. After rounds of selection, all the people left in the end would be good people. This was enough. Archer A thought of this and changed expression. The North is like this, the other directions. Yun Ling thought, who knew? You knew a person's face, but not their hearts. It was only possible to see a person at the times of danger. She thought for a moment and said in a low voice, spread the guards and send people to watch over all 4 directions. If someone tries to attack the residents, report to me quickly. Yes. Archer A and Priest A solemnly responded. Seeing that it was late, Yun Ling waved her hand and had the NPCs return to their work. She strode towards the night market. Name, grilled chicken wings. Quality, normal, required materials. 1x chicken wings. Use effect, restore 10 HP in 5 seconds. Plus, +1 strength. Lasts for 1 hour. Name, grilled mutton. Quality, normal, required materials. 1x mutton. Use effect. +1 strength, +1 stamina. Lasts 1 hour. When not wounded, it was a waste to eat chicken wings. But Zhang He could not care so much to kill more monsters and ate the chicken wings. When he finished the grilled meat, his strength was temporarily +2, and his stamina temporarily +1. He was an archer who usually used normal attacks. The increase in strength could increase his efficiency. And stamina. The players stood in the territory and appeared to have no danger. But stamina determined HP and the ability to run or fight for long times. The higher the stamina, the longer they could fight, and the more they would naturally gain. Zhang He was prepared, and went back to the battlefield, full of spirit, deep in the night. Most players had gone back to rest, and only some people were left on shift. The monsters were attacking at a low rate, and occasionally only a dozen would come, in the north. The tall and thin youth looked at his fellow, his gaze full of doubt. Will this work? The fat man puffed out his chest and said proudly, When have I ever harmed you? The tall and thin youth answered mentally, Never, but each time what you do never looks reliable. What are you planning to do? He asked. The fat man said confidently, I have set up magic traps around the territory. If monsters step in them, they will be trapped where they are and cannot move. The tall and thin youth stilled and then quickly reacted. The A-rank skill you picked up in the start of the game? Didn't you say that it was useless except for having a high rank? The fat man blushed at this. He coughed and explained, "When hunting outside, it is useless. The wilderness is so big, who knows where to set up the trap? The territory is different. The monsters will come out of the wilderness to come close to the territory. If we set up the magic trap on the paths they must pass, if they step on the traps and cannot move, won't they be just for our picking? If the magic traps were placed on the ground, would monsters be so stupid to step on them?" The tall and thin youth was very doubtful. Before the plan was successful, he would not give an opinion. "It will work. Just wait and see." The fat man was full of confidence. Wait and wait, wait and wait. The players on duty had heavy eyelids, wanting to fall down and go into sleep. But at this time, the fat man shouted, "They are here." The dozing players suddenly became alert. From a distance, they saw over 30 minotaurs walking towards the territory. They had horns on their heads. They were large and strong, and they held axes or maces. They looked unusually fierce. "Will it work?" The tall and thin youth swallowed and was not very confident. The fat man said, "We will know soon if the plan will work or not." The tall and thin youth. As they chatted, the mages attacked first. In the blink of an eye, flames descended down on the Minotaur troops. Many people had attacked, and many skills fell down. The flames shone, the exposed skin of the Minotaurs grew black and burnt. They were clearly wounded. "They are not dead like this?" One mage was shocked. "They have high defense." "Who cares? Attack together." The archers started to shoot together. 3 Minotaurs. The other 30 kept on advancing to the territory. "Damn, why are they so hard?" One warrior was worried. "How about we wake up the other people? I don't think that we can take care of them ourselves." The priest did not agree. "If we wake them up at night, what do they do during the day? We have to take turns resting and take turns fighting monsters. If we do not call them to help, the territory may not last until tomorrow," the warrior said sincerely. The priest? This made sense. Before the two could make a conclusion, there were some abrupt pop sounds coming from outside. They looked towards the sound and saw the Minotaurs had stopped walking and were motionless, standing not far from the territory. The fat man was overjoyed. "They stepped into my magic traps." Looking at the packed and strong figures, the tall and thin youth was worried. "So many, which one do we fight? If we act, will other people think we are stealing monsters?" The fat man was stuck. As the two stared at each other, the other players were overjoyed. Another wave of arrows and spells came quickly, falling on the Minotaurs. 6 of the enemy. "Brothers! So great!" One warrior was so happy he patted the fat man's shoulder. "If you had not controlled them, we likely would have had to waste a lot of effort to win." The fat man. No matter how great, he was not the one to kill the monster. The magic traps he had put so much effort in to set up. The fat man was very sad, but then he heard the warrior continue to speak. "After the battle, you probably can get a lot of spoils. What skill is this? How come it is so useful?" The warrior had an admiring expression, like he wanted to have this skill for himself. "I did not kill the monster with my own hands. I can still get a share?" "Yes, why not?" the warrior said in a matter-of-fact tone. "Everyone is working together to fight monsters. You get a share of the spoils based on your contribution. No one will be treated unfairly." Then he lowered his tone and said in a whisper, "A high-level player got a special scroll through a special means. If someone hides away drops or attacks people on our side, they will be exiled out of the territory and never allowed to enter. Who dares to risk being exiled out of the territory? Do they want to live?" The fat man thought, "No wonder. What does being exiled out of the territory mean? Could you tell me in more detail?" Since he did not kill a monster by his own hands to get drops, he was not in a hurry to fight, and inquired after information. The warrior looked at the crowd of Minotaurs and was not very confident. He wanted to wait a while before going out. Seeing the fat man ask, he explained simply, Before, the players were fighting for themselves, and the north area was in chaos. The HP of the defensive shield dropped very quickly. A high-level player could not endure it, and came out to set the rules for everyone. The fat man sighed in shock at the appropriate times to show his shock. The tall and thin youth was standing nearby, full of emotion. After the fat man learned the A-rank skill magic trap, he had been regretful for a while, saying that this was high-ranking, but in reality it was not useful, and just took up a skill slot. Who could have thought, more than 100 days into the game, in a special environment, the magic trap did a great thing? One could only say that the world was full of surprises. Day 132. In the morning, Kang Yue slowly woke up. The first thing to do was to check if there were still monsters around the territory. "Warriors, hold on!" From afar, the players and the monsters were locked in combat. The players on the night shift had tired expressions. They likely had not rested the entire night. Seeing this, Kang Yue felt cold. She had thought the monster attack was just a sudden situation, and after a day or two, it would be fine. But the monsters came endlessly. How could she go out to forage? How could she go out to hunt? Kang Yue held her forehead and was full of distress. "It seems that I can only choose an area and join the territory defense." She took a deep breath, her expression serious. "I hope the large teams will not be very territorial and leave a little bit for the single players." She had seen many arrogant team members and she was anxious. But the monsters had surrounded the territory and she could not leave. She could not just wait to die and had to try. After looking around, Kang Yue chose the south. To avoid causing any enmity, she was careful, coming closer step by step. "Hey, where did you come from? Do you have a team?" An archer saw her and asked. "I do not have a team, and usually hunt on my own. Right now, I cannot go out, and my income is gone," Kang Yue said honestly. "You do want to join us?" the archer asked. "If you join the team, the drops will be split based on your contributions, and we will try to be fair." What kind of divine team was this? They were proactively taking her in, and said that they would split drops based on contributions, and try to be fair. Kang Yue was stunned. She thought and said, "If I am unaccustomed, can I leave?" What if they used the excuse of fairness and tried to have her work for free? She had to be on her guard. "Yes," the archer said briskly. "You can go to all 4 directions, it is the same everywhere." Rising Cloud Town has a top expert. Supposedly, if anyone dares to steal drops and attack players, they will be driven out of the territory. A player did not believe it, and tried, and then died as a result. Many people saw it with their own eyes, and now they are following the rules when fighting monsters. People do not dare to break the rules. Do not worry. Kang Yue stilled. A long time later, she sighed. Rising Cloud Town is a good place. Even in the apocalypse, there were laws. This was so good to ordinary players. Getting up in the morning, Yun Ling first found the guards to learn the situation in secret. She kicked all the players who did not follow the rules and tried to benefit because of their strength and their little smarts. Then she idly ate breakfast. Sorghum rice, sweet potato cake, fragrant and crisp sweet potato cake, meat bun, delicious meat bun. Walking along the street, there were many calls. The smell of food spread and caused her stomach to rumble. Yun Ling stopped in front of the sorghum rice. "How are you selling?" The stall owner saw someone asking and immediately introduced. "This is the orthodox sorghum rice. There is sorghum, wild vegetables, sauce, and meat. Smell it. Isn't it so delicious? Such a big bowl for 10 copper coins." Yun Ling had come because she smelled the food. Hearing this, she inspected the attributes of the food. Name: sorghum rice. Quality: normal use effect. Base recovery speed: +1 HP per minute. Lasts 1 hour. Compared to the food from the restaurant, this was inexpensive and delicious. "I want a bow." Yun Ling decisively took out the money. "Good." The stall owner happily took the money and then handed over the rice. "You can eat here. After you eat, return the wood bowl and spoon to me." "Okay." Yun Ling found a place to sit and eat slowly. She looked at the territory window and saw the attributes show: name, defensive shield; HP, 13636 2000 use effect; block incoming enemies, base recovery speed, 2 HP minute. It was like an old person trying to recover health but always on the edge of life and death. If she upgraded the defensive shield to level 3, would the situation be better? Yun Ling thought. At least the base recovery speed would increase. But it would take 100,000 copper coins to upgrade a level 2 building to level 3. After the upgrade, she would not have any spare money left. If the attacks were strong and the defensive shield was on the verge of falling, Yun Ling kept on pondering and decided to wait. After the meal, Yun Ling walked towards the blacksmith's shop and took the small animal trap she had ordered. When she saw the products, she stilled. Why are there only 22? Blacksmith A had a distressed expression. Iron ore is needed to make animal traps. A lot had been used to make metal pots, picks, knives, and shields. There are not enough materials, and this is how many could be made. Yun Ling reacted. The residents were trapped in the territory and unable to forage, hunt, or mine. The materials were limited. It was not very easy to even make 22 animal traps. She did not blame the worker, just saying, "If there are extra materials in the warehouse, remember to make more. I have use for them." "Yes," the blacksmiths responded. The so-called small animal traps were in reality small animal snares. They could be buried in the ground and wait for the enemy to step on them. Once the trap was set off, the enemy's movement speed would decrease, and they would be waiting for the slaughter. Because there were only a few, Yun Ling buried all of the traps near the east, so the NPCs could use them against enemies. "Hello," a timid voice sounded. "Are more people needed here? May I join the team and work together with you to protect the territory?" Yun Ling looked up and smiled warmly. "The members here are used to working together. If someone new joins and they have to get accustomed, their efficiency will decrease. So we are not recruiting. It is best if you go somewhere else." While they were refused, the other was friendly, and the words made sense. The player did not linger and turned to the north to try their luck. Gazing at the endless wilderness, Yun Ling thought, as the Lord, she had to be in charge of an area and make sure that there was a steady source of game materials. This was better for the territory. Around the town, the combat players were fighting hard. At the center of the town, the life skills players did their best to make recovery items. One old master was making rolling donkey. Rolling donkey was made mainly from soybean, the inner layer being red bean paste, the middle sticky rice, and the outer layer was wrapped up in soybean flour. When it was made, it was yellow on the outside. A bite would be fragrant, sweet, and sticky, with a strong soybean fragrance. It was delicious. Nearby, an old grandmother was making crepes. Preheat the oil in the frying pan and then add a spoon of the dough. The dough was spread out over the pan into a round, flat bread, and then eggs were added. When the eggs turned solid, the crepe was turned. Raw vegetables and smoked meat were added. Then sweet sauce was brushed on and the crepe was done. Other people were grilling lamb, beef, pork belly, and gluten skewers. When cumin was added and then secret seasoning, the smell could drift out 3 miles. The combat players were drooling, and even the life skills players could not help themselves. One said, "I have materials, you make a crepe for me." The other said, "You have a good sauce, grill a few skewers for me." After a while, the life skills players stopped selling, and all started to eat. The fighting continued. The players worked together, resting in shifts, and finally could deal with this. But even so, if they were not careful, people would be wounded and killed. "Be alert! Be alert!" one team leader shouted. "If you are not in the right condition, immediately retreat. Do not force yourself. Your life is more important." Members, pay attention to shielding and helping your fellows retreat. Everyone focused and used all their attention. The fatality rate lowered again. Mochi looked around and found that none of the team members had died. She could not help but sigh. +100 HP base recovery speed, +2 HP minute. The buffs that official residents enjoyed are so strong. If this was any other place, the team would have lost members already. But in Rising Cloud Town, No one died, and we are not in a hard situation. No matter how intense the fighting, she had the confidence to deal with it. The difference was so great. Leng Bai said, "In other territories, recovery items would be fought over madly. In Rising Cloud Town, recovery items are so plentiful that they cannot be sold out. This is the difference." So many to the point that they could not be sold out? Mochi instinctively wanted to argue, but when her mouth opened, she was unable to speak a word. This was the truth. Name: small animal trap. Quality: normal durability, 1620. Use effect: after stepping into the trap, depending on their size, the target will be trapped or their movement speed will be significantly or slightly decreased. Yun Ling scattered the traps in the east and found it was much easier to fight the monsters. There were monsters who constantly stepped into the traps and were trapped on the spot. The NPC focused their attacks and quickly killed the target, easily winning. The only shortcoming was likely. The durability dropped so quickly, Yun Ling thought. Based on this speed, in 2 to 3 days, the small animal traps would be scrap. The iron was almost used up, and no new hunting traps could be made. I have to think of a solution. Yun Ling sank into deep thought. In a wood house in Rising Cloud Town, there were over 30 people having a meeting in the room. One assassin was the first to speak up. "We cannot just stay in the territory. We have to think of a way to earn money." Just after he spoke, someone asked, "The monsters are attacking the territory. Other than waiting patiently or joining the fighting, what else can we do?" "You are wrong." The assassin smiled mysteriously and then analyzed. "I have gone to the mission hall and found the prices of ores have changed. Right now the price list was acquisition of copper ore, 5 copper coin per piece. Acquisition of iron ore, 7 copper coin per piece. Acquisition of cold iron ore, 10 copper coin per piece. Acquisition of black iron ore, 18 copper coin per piece. Acquisition of black gold ore, 35 copper coin per piece." No matter what they mined, they would earn a lot. "I do not agree. Going out is too dangerous," another person firmly objected. "It is not so terrifying," the assassin said. "Our team has 35 people. If we go out and then encounter a beast wave, we will be able to fight back. If we take along supplies, we can mine and also hunt." "You mean," Tian Jehan slowly said, "our team is strong and can go out like usual?" "Right." The assassin nodded. "Last year we grabbed fish, and when we sold during the winter, we made a lot. Everybody has good equipment. Right now, the fish pond is empty. We have to catch more fish fry to put in. If we want to raise the fish fat and large, we need to forage for food and prepare feed. The price of the ore is rarely so high, and it is worth it to go out once." Seeing Tianjia Han silent, the assassin changed the topic in the next second. "Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Whether or not we go out depends on boss's opinion." After thinking for a long time, Tianjia Han had a determined gaze. "Go. We will seek riches in danger." In the blacksmith shop, one player hurriedly stepped into the stop and asked, "Are there machetes?" Blacksmith A responded, "The iron ore is all used up. Right now materials are lacking and they cannot be made." The player was stunned. The raw materials were lacking and the shop did not have any stock. The NPCs would only make new equipment once the raw materials were available again. This was basic knowledge of the game, but before this, Rising Cloud Town's system shop had never lacked for materials, and he had forgotten this. During his days, another person ran into the blacksmith shop. He walked next to the shelves wanting to buy but found that the goods he wanted were not there. This person turned and asked, "Where are the short blades? Why are the short blades missing?" Blacksmith A gave the same answer. "The iron ore is all used up. Right now materials are lacking and they cannot be made." So, the two customers looked at each other and could not speak for a long time. The one who came in later was the first to recover. What to do? Facing the monster wave, the wood sticks and wood spears are not good. They are low in offense and they cannot break through their defense, and they are very easily worn out and broken down. After fighting a day or two, there was 15 durability. I will use up about one every 3 days. You can try the copper sword. Blacksmith A promoted other goods at the appropriate time. X the player, I can only do this, just buy one first and deal with it. He sighed, feeling very helpless. In the stone house, Yu Qing-wen was inventorying with Zheng Ming Yue. 143 white, 59 blue, 6 purple, enough to last for a while. After they finished, Yu Qing-wen sighed softly, and her expression relaxed slightly. When fighting monsters, new equipment will drop. This is enough to last until the spring beast waves finish. Zheng Ming Yue rejoiced inside. Lucky that after durability appeared, we did not sell the equipment we had gotten. Otherwise, I do not know where to buy equipment if we need some. Are the system shops not selling? Yu Qing-wen said curiously. While expensive, the quality is good. You did not hear? Zheng Ming Yue looked back in surprise. The blacksmith shop is lacking iron ore, and the iron goods are no longer being sold. Yu Qing-wen? The hoarding fanatic like the Lord of the Rising Cloud Town had a day where she was lacking materials? The world was mad. The intelligence of the people was endless. A shortage of the materials could not stop the clever players of Rising Cloud Town. Selling metal spears. New metal spear, blues quality, only 200 copper coins. Steel spear, blue quality, durability 3340, 150 copper coins, come quickly. Bronze stick, blue quality, durability 4040, you can have it for 220 copper coins. Steel bow, blue quality, durability 4040, just one price, 180 copper coins. In the system shop, one white equipment was 100 copper coins, and blue equipment was 500 copper coins. But the transactions between the players were not this price. The market price was about half of that, and then they could sell and buy. Recently, the monsters had been madly attacking the territory, and many players had gotten rich gains. As they could not use some items, they would set up stalls, trading for practical items, or selling for new equipment. Some close combat players came out of the blacksmith shop with hung heads. Hearing the shouts, they first stilled, and then felt a wave of joy. Iron spear, steel spear, bronze stick, this was pretty good. Day 134. Yun Ling had 140,000 copper coins, and finally decided to upgrade the buildings. She looked around the warehouse, mission hall, woodworking workshop, tailor shop, residence, defensive shield, restaurant, ice house, farmland, blacksmith shop, and then in the end she landed on the defensive shield. The defensive shield is upgraded to level 3. The maximum HP is now 1,000. Base recovery speed, 5 HP minute. Now this can endure more beatings. Yun Ling closed the window contentedly. When there was enough strength, the monsters laying siege to the territory was a good thing. The hunting teams did not have to go out and could fight monsters as much as they wanted. If they were thirsty, people prepared water. If they were hungry, there were chefs who delivered delicious meals. If they were tired, they could tell their teammates and go to the side to rest. At other times, they just had to fight as hard as they could, pick up equipment, and split the goods equally. More than one person sighed. What good days were these? They wanted this to continue. This air lasted for 10 days. On day 145, a drizzle came down from the sky. Mo Chi had a serious expression. 6 straw hats, 4 straw raincoats, the rain gear is not enough. Last year they could only stay in the territory when it was raining, unable to do a thing. They could not do such a thing this year. With the monsters attacking, even if the rain would decrease the durability, even if there was not enough rain gear, they had to go out at the front. Lung Bai murmured, Rising Cloud Town has so many life skills players. Maybe someone knows how to make straw hats or raincoats. We can wait and then go ask, see if we can buy some. Mo Chi was not optimistic. There are nearly 3,000 players in Rising Cloud Town. Even if someone knows how to make them, they cannot keep up with demand. This was pure handiwork, and the demand was so great. Maybe Rising Cloud Town can create miracles? Leng Bai was full of anticipation. The team members were all living in one stone house. After eating, they went out together. In the territory, they saw people with umbrellas, some with bamboo or straw hats, some in straw raincoats and completely enveloped. Mo Chi? She was dazed where she stood and unable to recover. The team members were very shocked. Am I hallucinating? Everyone has rain gear, and there is extra being sold at stalls? At this time, someone started to shout, "Straw raincoats, brand new straw coats, 40 copper coins each." So I am not just seeing wrong, but also hearing wrong. It must be that I did not wake up early today. The team members were all dazed. Faint mirth flashed across Lungbai's eyes. Rising Cloud Town is really the first-ranked territory. They always give people surprises. As he spoke, he was the first to start walking. Let's go buy rain gear. In the blacksmith shop, Yun Ling found the workers were making a batch of small animal traps. There were many, 100. She asked curiously, "Where did the raw materials come from?" Blacksmith A reported, "Some teams went out to mine and got iron ore. Some also attacked the enemies and got iron ore as spoils. Other people came to ask with materials, requesting equipment to be made, paying with 10 pieces of iron ore or copper ore. I saw that it was not hard and agreed." "You did very well." Yun Ling was very satisfied. Blacksmith A humbly bowed and did not take the praise. It was raining outside the territory, and there were no customers in the shop. Without outsiders here, Yun Ling was much more casual. She walked next to the shelves, and after looking for a moment, she asked, "How has business been recently?" Blacksmith A answered, "Metal pick, small knife, kitchen knife, short knife, steel knife, machete, bronze sword, chainmail, bronze helmet, bronze shield, metal shield. As long as we can make it, it will be sold." Some equipment was easy to make and easy to replace, like the straw sandals. Some equipment was hard to make and could not be replaced, like the steel knives. When players fought monsters, they would occasionally pick up a steel knife or two, and they could not get it at any other time. So even though the system shop's price was higher, the players could only endure this. There was no other reason than this was a monopoly. This was the only one that had a long-term steady supply of the equipment that could not be obtained through other channels. Luckily, she had unlocked the blacksmith shop. Yun Ling rejoiced inside. She thought and said, "You can stop making small animal traps for now. No need to prepare them specially. Forge more equipment, the residents have needs." "Yes," the 5 blacksmiths responded. Without knowing it, she had another 160,000 copper coins. Looking at the 9 choices of the warehouse, mission hall, woodworking workshop, tailor shop, residence, restaurant, ice house, farmland, blacksmith shop, Yun Ling found it hard to make a decision. As a hoarding fanatic, it was good if the warehouse was as big as possible, and the shelf life as long as possible. But if the mission hall was upgraded, then more outstanding NPCs would come. The woodworking workshop, tailor shop, restaurant, and blacksmith shop had to be upgraded to recruit more workers. The farmland had to be upgraded to get more land and be self-sufficient. But there was no hurry to upgrade the residences and ice house right now. Yun Ling thought it over, and in the end, decided to upgrade the mission hall first. The mission hall is upgraded to level 3. Each day, 5 NPC will come to visit, and will stay for 48 hours. You will have more chances to get higher level and better quality NPCs. Higher level and better quality? What kind of NPCs would that be? Yun Ling was full of anticipation. At dusk, the system refreshed a super strong NPC. Level 12, attributes, strength 6, agility 8, stamina 10, intelligence 21, spirit 20. Combat skills, S-rank firestorm, S-rank spirit burn life skills, advanced sewing. Craftable items, linen backpack white, cotton backpack blue, brown leather backpack purple, mage robe blue, moonlight robe purple, satin shoes blue. Employment price, 3,000 copper coins. This could be an attacking mage, and also a shop worker. Being skilled in the literary and martial arts was probably like this, but 3,000 copper coins. Yun Ling's breathing stopped, and she felt her heart hurt. But dual S-rank skills were rare, and the moonlight robes, purple, were very good. Yun Ling closed her eyes and steeled her heart, confirming the new hire and giving the name Mage H. "Willing to work for you, Lord." Mage H was a warm and elegant middle-aged person. From his face, Other people could not guess that he was worth 3,000 copper coins. Focusing, Yun Ling barely calmed down. Come with me to the warehouse to get equipment. In a while you will go onto the battlefield. Only when the offensive mage worked hard and killed more would she recover her losses as soon as possible. Yes, Mage H responded with a good temper. Translator ramblings. I get so hungry translating this. Rosetown has been breached. Each day when she opened her eyes, she would see the system report bad news. She was almost used to it. Yun Ling closed the window and got up to start a new day. Rice balls, delicious rice balls. You can add preserved vegetables, tenderloin, ham, and dried radish. Pine egg and meat porridge, pumpkin porridge, red bean porridge, millet porridge, mushroom and green vegetable porridge. You can get anything you want, come by. Delicious tofu pudding, sweet or salty. Rice wine, sticky rice balls, rice cakes. Yun Ling suddenly wanted rice wine. I want a bowl of rice wine. Okay, sit and wait for a moment. The owner of the stall took the money and handed a full bowl of rice wine to Yun Ling. The rice wine was also called sweet wine rice and made from fermented sticky rice. It had the fragrance of the sweet rice and also an alcoholic fragrance. Yun Ling took the wood spoon and tasted a bite. She found that this was pretty good. The sticky rice had been fermented perfectly and was both fragrant and sweet, but not causing drunkenness. Rising Cloud Town's name as the foodie town was confirmed again. Yun Ling thought inside. When eating breakfast, there was a team of 6 eating tofu pudding. She heard the only female player of the team sigh. It is day 149 already. In 2 days, when the calamity days end, the spring beast waves may also finish. By then, we cannot stay in the territory to hunt. We have to go out and roam. That is so true, one of her fellows agreed. After so many days, I am used to many monsters coming to the door. I do not know if I will be used to it when it goes back to the previous days. Another person said, I feel that the gains after this will not be as good as now. Recently, they only had to wait in the territory, and the monsters would come to the door. When there were no monsters, they could sit and rest, eat and drink, chat and live well. Thinking back to the good times, everyone had reluctant expressions. X. I heard during the monster siege, a large team went out secretly and killed monsters on their way here, one person suddenly said. The female player was shocked. No wonder there are fewer monsters attacking the territory in the last few days. I thought the system had adjusted it. Fight them halfway? This is something normal players can do, one person muttered. Rising Cloud Town has all kinds of players with Deus Ex Machina. I am almost used to it, one person said coldly. All the residents worked together to fight monsters, and the spoils were split equally. Would something like this happen in another territory? The monsters are attacking, and everyone is happy to fight monsters, pick up drops, and not feel anxious at all. Are these normal people? When I saw close combat players wearing bamboo hats, straw raincoats, and going out to fight monsters in the rain, I understood back then that I could not treat Rising Cloud Town like normal. In the end, he concluded, if the game knew that Rising Cloud Town's residents played the game like this, maybe it would cry. If your guess is true, the female player was expressionless. I hope that it will cry louder. As the game went on, the players grew cold-blooded and ruthless, their hearts harder than steel. The other people laughed. The tofu pudding is getting cold. Eat it when it is hot. After this, they stopped talking. Today, the income of the residents skyrocketed, and even the territory earned a lot. Yun Ling hoped from the bottom of her heart that the beasts would keep coming until the territory was upgraded. But the things were contrary to her wishes. Day 151, spring, peace day. The monsters retreated and no longer attacked. The players recovered their usual life. During the defense battle, Yun Ling had gotten a lot of game materials. Now that it was a spring peace day, she sent the NPCs to forage and hunt. She stayed in the camp and made purple equipment. Name, brown leather backpack. Quality, rare. Durability, 70/70. Equip effect, 8 storage slots. Each slot can hold 99 of the same item and is weightless when carried. Does not take up an equipment slot. Price, 1,000 copper coins. Name, Crimson Flame. Quiver. Quality, rare. Durability, 70/70. Equip effect. Each minute, it automatically refills an arrow. At most, holds 35 arrows. Special effect. After the arrow forms, 20% chance of special effect burning. Once successful, plus our 12 arrow attack power. Creates extra fire spell attack. Price, 1,200 copper coins. Name, Ice Quiver. Quality, rare. Durability, 70/70. Equip effect. Each minute, it automatically refills an arrow. At most, holds 35 arrows. Special effect. After the arrow forms, 20% chance of special effect. Ice. Once successful, plus 5 arrow attack power. Creates extra ice spell damage. After hitting the target's speed is reduced by 50% and lasts 2 seconds. Price, 1,200 copper coins. Name, Moonlight Robe. Quality, rare. Durability, 70/70. Equip effect. Plus 12 intelligence. Special effect. Each time when casting decreases MP used by 15%. Price, 3,000 copper coins. Name, Nimble Shoes. Quality, rare. Durability, 70/70. Equip effect. Plus 12, agility. Special effect. When dazed, slowed, or trapped, decrease effect time by 15%. Price, 2,000 copper coins. There was cheap and expensive equipment for the players of different levels to buy. Yun Ling had once pondered selling the backpacks for more, but this was basic equipment for going out. If most teams could not afford to buy, it would affect the work efficiency. In the end, after thinking it over repeatedly, she set the price of 1,000 copper coins. After setting the price, she went entirely into the work and ignored everything else. The tailor shop has sold 1X brown leather backpack. Congratulations, you have received 1,000 copper coins. The tailor shop has sold 1X moonlight robe. Congratulations, you have received 3,000 copper coins. The tailor shop has sold 1X nimble shoes. Congratulations, you have received 2,000 copper coins. Right now, there were many life skills players. Most of them were elementary level, and not many were intermediate or advanced. Purple equipment would only be in boss drops. If one was unlucky and could not find a boss, they could only buy through the system shop. Because of this, when rare equipment was put out, the tailor shop had very good business, and a lot of money came in each day. Day 151. The warehouse is upgraded to level 3. 2,000 square meters in area, can store various resources, and extend the shelf life of food by 60 days. Day 158. The tailor shop is upgraded to level 3. The area taken up is expanded, the workshop is enlarged. You can employ 10 workers at maximum. She looked at the conditions to upgrade the town to a city. 1. Unlock 8 different buildings. Completed. 2. Upgrade 4 buildings to level 3. Completed. Yun Ling motivated herself. Work hard. You will get there soon. Day 160 was still a spring day with a light breeze and warm sunlight. When it became day 161, the sun suddenly grew poisonous. When people stood in the sunlight, they would feel dizzy after a while, like they were going to faint from the heat. After the first year's autumn, winter, and the second year's spring, there was a lot of ice stored in the ice house. Yun Ling was not thrifty and immediately notified the restaurant to put out summer food. Name, iced watermelon juice, heat-relieving drink. Quality, premium use effect, base recovery speed, plus 3 HP per minute, lasts 3 hours. Price, 200 copper coins. Name, vanilla ice cream, heat-relieving food. Quality, premium use. Effect, base recovery speed, plus 3 MP minute, lasts 3 hours. Price, 200 copper coins. Name, mung bean soup, heat-relieving drink. Quality, normal use effect. Base recovery speed, plus 1 HP per minute, lasts 1 hour. Price, 50 copper coins. Name, silver fungus soup, heat-relieving drink. Quality, normal use effect. Base recovery speed, plus 1 HP per minute, lasts 1 hour. Price, 50 copper coins. Name, iced milk tea, heat-relieving drink. Quality, normal use effect. Base recovery speed, plus 1 MP per minute, lasts 1 hour. Price, 50 copper coins. Stonehouse. Yu Qingwen flipped through the box and shelves without stopping. What are you doing? Zheng Mingyue saw this and asked in confusion. Yu Qingwen said without looking up, "Searching for my clothes?" The cotton clothes made in the winter can be worn during the spring, but not in the summer. If I keep wearing them, I will sweat and may even get heat stroke. I want to find the clothing from before the apocalypse. Zheng Mingyue walked close. "I will help," Yu Qingwen murmured as she searched. "Strange, where are clothes?" "I think they were at the bottom of the shelf," Zheng Mingyue said uncertainly based on his blurry memories. "I looked and did not see them." Saying this, Yu Qingwen searched again. There were only a few scraps of cloth at the bottom, like they had been used to stop clothing from getting dirty. Zheng Mingyue was silent. A long time later he asked, "Did you put the cloth scraps there?" "No?" Yu Qingwen shook her head and then said strangely, "Did you? Why would I put these on the shelf?" Zheng Mingyue flipped through the surrounding items and suddenly had a guess. "Last summer the food rotted. Do you want to guess if the clothing made from non-game materials will rot in this summer?" "You mean—" Yu Qingwen shuddered. Zheng Mingyue pointed. "The scraps of cloth may be the clothing you wanted to find." Yu Qingwen immediately lost the ability to speak. "The clothing from before the apocalypse cannot be worn. It seems that we need to find people to make cotton and linen shirts with game materials." Zheng Mingyue was speechless for a long moment. "If we go out in the summer with winter clothing, won't we faint from the heat?" Yu Qingwen shouted depressedly, "Trash game, be more humane. If you drive the players insane, they will give up on the game." In the span of a night, the tailors grew busy again. "I want to make a linen piece of clothing, linen pants. Do you have the time?" "Do you have cotton cloth? Can you help me make a cotton shirt?" "Do you make cloth shoes?" 40 copper coins. I am in a hurry to use them. Please make them quickly." The customers came in waves. Chow Chow and Grandmother Qian were busy receiving them and talking. After, Chow Chow would shout when she saw the customers, "We are not done making summer clothing and temporarily not taking orders." This was very useful. Some customers heard this, turned and left without any delay. Others asked, "How long will you be busy? When will you have the time?" Chow Chow guessed the work time. "Fastest will be 5 days." As strength increased, the team led by Zhao Fan quickly expanded, and there were more and more members. Preparing summer clothing for all these people was a lot of work, and they could not finish in less than 10 days. But they had estimated wrong and underestimated the work amount. It had been too late when they realized it. "Have to wait 5 more days." Hearing this, the customers' eyes dimmed and they helplessly left. The weather was hot to start with, and there were many bothersome matters. Chow Chow's sight blacked out, and she almost fell. "Chow Chow? Chow Chow? Do not scare me!" Grandmother Qian held her and fed her water, her voice panicked. Chow Chow was helped to a chair and then took a few mouthfuls of cold water before she felt better. She looked at the sun above and murmured, "Is this a false feeling? Why do I feel that this year is hotter than last year?" The sun was burning and the entire territory was like an oven, giving off heat everywhere. The residents sweated, their heads feeling swollen, and they wanted to close their eyes and just faint. "Nan Yun!" Mo Chi shouted at the top of her lungs, feeling like she was about to die. "Coming, coming." A mage walked close. She raised her staff and then recited to the prepared well water. Ice formation. In the next second, the water formed into ice and gave off threads of coldness. Mo Chi crushed ice to put into water and took a few hard gulps. She was immediately more refreshed. "I am finally alive," she sighed softly. "Luckily, I have the C-rank skill ice formation." Nan Yun rejoiced inside. In the past, she had disliked that the first skill she had picked up in the game was only C-rank and did not have high offensive power, taking up a skill slot for nothing. But by coincidence, she found that she could use the skill on water and form ice. After this, her worth increased, and she was recruited by a team. The summer was hard, and ice was needed. She had the exact skill to make lots of ice. "Lucky that you are here," Mo Chi said. "Otherwise, the days would be unlivable." Nan Yun smiled faintly and was not proud. Why is it so hot? Leaving the stone house after walking a while in the territory, Yun Ling felt a fine sweat form on her forehead. For a moment, she almost thought that the plants in the territory had been stolen, the wells filled up, and so the temperature was so abnormal. But looking around, the trees were in their place. The well water was still clear and sweet, having never been closed up. Could it be? Yun Ling had a bad feeling. She walked out of the territory and found the ground was stunningly hot to the touch. The temperature of the wilderness was far higher than in the territory. In other words, Yun Ling sighed, the plants and the wells are normal and are moderating the temperature. But this year's summer is very hot, and even after the temperature is moderated, it is still very stuffy. She thought she had added all her points to stamina, but still felt slightly uncomfortable. Would the other players be fine? She feared they could only stay in the territory and take cold baths in order to live. Now, even without the monsters laying siege, the residents have to stay in the territory. Yun Ling felt a headache thinking about it and turned to go into the tailor shop. "How is the summer clothing?" she asked. Tailor A stopped working. "Right now there are 100 linen shirts and 80 linen pants. Because they are made from linen, the clothing is absorbent and breathable, and when worn, they would feel cool." The clothing from before the apocalypse had already rotted and could no longer be worn. The clothing made in winter was for winter and not suitable for wearing in the summer. Because of this, Yun Ling had started people on making summer clothing long ago, but she had never thought that the summer this year would be this hot. It was like without ice, without linen clothes, without sun protection equipment, without special buildings to moderate the temperature, people would die of heat. "This is barely enough." Yun Ling refocused and said, "I will take a few sets. Each of you gets a set, and have the combat professionals split the rest." "Yes," Tailor A said warmly. Before leaving, Yun Ling said again, "Stop doing the other work for now, and focus on making summer clothing. You have to make more to stock up." "I understand." Tailor A nodded. "Damn, are there 9 suns in the sky? How come it is like this?" a male player complained. He had taken off his shirt and still felt it was hot. He could not help but walk to the center of the territory, planning to get water and have a bath. But before he could reach the side of the well, he saw a long line. Everyone had their sleeves rolled up and were so hot they were yawning like they would faint at any moment. "How come the line is so long?" The youth felt very irritated. The weather was absurdly hot, and he did not know how long it would take to get water. Nothing was going smoothly. "Just wait," a man said depressedly from the side. "You have to line up to get water in the 4 directions as well. It is better to be patient and wait. If you are really in a hurry, you can go out of the territory to the stream to get water, but if you go, you may not return." Some people were too lazy to line up and went out of the territory with buckets. In the end, they fainted because of the heat halfway and were just carried back. "I heard they have heat stroke, and now they are ill." The youth. These days were unlivable. No matter how discontented the players were, they could not win against the game. The youth furiously walked to the end of the line and obediently lined up. Time slowly passed. The youth felt that he had become a piece of beef on the grill and was slowly being cooked. 40 minutes passed. Before he was fully crisp, it finally became his turn to get water. He threw in the water bucket and shook it as well. When the bucket was full of water, the youth pulled the bucket up. The youth did not hesitate to use the wood scoop and pour water over his head. Even in the summer, the well water was still cool like it had just been taken out of the fridge. When the water came down, his feeling of heat immediately disappeared. The youth felt lighter and more refreshed, exclaiming in joy. "Trash game wanting to bake us to death. We cannot let them win," Yu Ching-wen murmured and led her team to the restaurant. She waved her hand. "Get the iced drinks you want today. It is my treat." "Long live the deputy leader." The members cheered and went to order. Jungming Yue did not mind Yu Ching-wen paying. They had earned a great amount selling the salt and did not worry for food. He was just worried about something else. The game is harder and harder. We are almost half dead. Won't the players of the other territories almost all be dead? Who cares? Yu Qingwen twisted her mouth. I can no longer guess what the future will look like. I just want to live each day well. Yes. Zheng Mingyue changed his way of thinking. Other than dealing with things as they came, there was no solution. They were players. When the game gave hard problems, they were forced to accept and then think, furiously think, of solutions. If they thought of one, they could drag out their existence. If they could not, they were dead. The apocalypse game was so cruel. After thinking it through, he sighed softly. Let's go and buy iced drinks. If in the end they could not escape death, at least they would enjoy life when it was possible. Right now, the restaurant seemed to be selling summer specialties. The iced watermelon juice was very comfortable to drink. Like soda, he could drink a large cup in a short while. It removed the heat, was clean and sweet to the taste, and felt very good after being iced. The vanilla ice cream was sweet and milky to the taste, but there was not a lot, and it was eaten in a few bites. The mung bean soup relieved the heat and healed heat stroke. The color of the soup was a crisp and clear green. When one took a drink, the heat faded. The silver fungus soup was smooth and fragrant. You would want to have a bowl after you ate. The milk tea was made from milk and tea, and the tea smell was very thick. After the drink was made, ice cubes were added. It was sweet, fragrant, and also very refreshing. Everyone ate quickly, and so much their bellies swelled out until they could no longer eat. Zheng Mingyue looked at his girlfriend, his expression helpless. Do not eat too much. Careful that you don't get too full. Yu Qingwen was very persistent. The trash game is inhumane. Maybe players will die at any time. I need to prepare early and be a sated ghost. Zheng Mingyue. The words somehow made sense, and he was convinced. By the black pine, some children were playing. Suddenly, one person fell down, their eyes closed and their face red. The children gasped. Help! Ah Sheng has fainted! The call attracted the adults. Grandfather Zhao came to look and realized. Heat stroke? Go get some water! Someone immediately ran home to get water. Grandfather Zhao held a fan in one hand and gently waved it for the child on the ground. Water is here, water is here. A child rushed in with water. Grandfather Zhao took a handkerchief, soaked it in the water, and then placed it on the patient's head. Then he wetted his fingers with water and scattered it on the other's face. After the measures to lower the temperature, he kept on waving the fan. What is it? After a while, the child slowly woke up. The other children talked over each other. You fainted, but grandfather was passing by and rescued you. Are you okay? Are you dizzy? How come you suddenly fainted? You gave me a fright. It is hot, and he has heat stroke. Grandfather Zhao taught the group of children. It is very stuffy recently, and do not run around if you do not have to. Be careful. The children knew they had made trouble, and accepted the lecture, not daring to fuss. Ah Sheng looked at the window and frowned. I have received a system notification. He showed everyone. Because of excessive activity under the hot sun, you have heat stroke. 3 strength, 3 agility, 3 stamina, 3 intelligence, 3 spirit. Your base recovery speed has changed to 1 HP 5 minutes, 1 MP 5 minutes. Rest for 2 hours. Avoid the sunlight for 2 consecutive hours and do not work to recover your health. Grandfather Zhao read the notification and urged, Stop playing and go home. If you faint outside and your parents cannot find you, they will be panicking. The children looked at each other and nodded in understanding. We will return today and come out in the future to play. Then they helped Ah Sheng up and slowly walked home. Under the sunlight, the shadows of the children overlapped, and they looked very harmonious. Grandfather Zhao waved his fan and was very moved. Fainting even when staying in the territory. How to live the next days? We cannot go to the restaurant every day to buy iced drinks. After a moment, he sighed heavily. I finally understand. The game is purposefully wanting to kill players. But so what if they knew? Other than being anxious, there was no help to the present situation. Grandfather Zhao's figure was lonely. his steps heavy as he slowly walked away. Translator ramblings. The game never rests and works harder than the devil. Come, summer clothing, iced drinks. Yun Ling knocked on the door of her neighbor and came to bring warmth. Come in to speak? Lu Chuan turned to the side. No, Yun Ling shook her head. I have other things to do. The Lord was very busy. She had to manage the matters of the territory, and on special days, she had to give special gifts to the players who she had positive feelings for. Okay. Lu Chuan just stood at the doorway and spoke. The temperature is too high. At this temperature, normal players cannot go out at all. Even if they stay in the territory, they may get heat stroke. Several of the residents have already fainted. I guess we need ice cubes to pass the summer. Assistant A was so capable. How much to employ him? Such thoughts moved uncontrollably through Yun Ling's mind. In the next second, thinking that Assistant A had 4 S-rank skills and the advanced grilling life skill, her expression tensed, and she instinctively grabbed her wallet. He must be super expensive. Never mind. What is it? Lu Chuan saw the person in front of him suddenly grow nervous and asked, I suddenly realized that the present situation is very dangerous, Yun Ling solemnly responded. A hint of mirth flashed through Lu Chuan's eyes. Not so urgent. There is a mine not far from Rising Cloud Town. Inside there are rich saltpeter resources. If you make some iced drinks and sell them cheaply, the residents will be able to move freely. Then, once more is mined, the demand and supply will balance. Yun Ling. In reality, there was a super amount of ice cubes in the ice house. There was a lot of saltpeter in the warehouse. If she used all of it, she probably could have the residents of the territory safely pass the summer. The hoarding fanatic was this terrifying, but she did not say anything. Thank you for your suggestion, Yun Ling said calmly. Lu Chuan looked at Yun Ling and smiled warmly. For the territory. Yun Ling sighed inside. Such a good resident. If all of them were like Lu Chuan, she would not be so worried. The workshop. Zhang Heng gaped. So much saltpeter? Train the soldiers for 1,000 days. Use soldiers for a time, Yun Ling said solemnly. Make ice, you will be promoted and your salary increased. You will marry a rich woman and then climb to the peak of life. What if he did not reach boss's demands? Would he become unemployed and become one who needed help? Zhang Heng did not dare to ask and said, I will work hard. Working hard is not enough, Yun Ling corrected. You have to put your all in. Zhang Heng. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, and corrected, I will put in my all. Yun Ling did not put all her hopes on Zhang Heng alone. After giving the orders, she left the workshop and turned to find Yu Qingwen. This is the summer gift bag from the Lord. This is saltpeter, a material to make ice. Does your researcher know how to make ice? Yu Qingwen said, yes, a while ago he had us search for saltpeter. Some people, even if they themselves were not strong physically, could direct others. For example, high-level life skills players. For example, researcher experts. Even more importantly, the players were willing to be ordered and helped. He provides skill. We provide the labor and materials. We split the goods, no need to refuse, Yu Qingwen said. Let's work together. I provide the materials, the researcher the skills, and you help make the connection. After the goods are sold, the profits will be split 1-to-1-to-1. How about it? Yun Ling suggested. Yu Qingwen was shocked. Not putting it into the system shop to sell? No, Yun Ling shook her head. The ice is key to safely passing the summer. If it is priced high, the residents can't afford it. I plan to sell at a super low price so everyone can go out in the heat. If they were selling from the restaurant, it was convenient, but this did not suit the usual style of the system and could easily cause suspicion. Yu Qingwen realized. Now, the hunters will hunt, the foragers will forage, the miners will mine, the residents will live normally. Yun Ling nodded. Rather than everyone being trapped together in the territory, it is better to have them all go out and search for more game materials. Understood. Yu Qingwen patted her chest and guaranteed. Leave this to me. I will get this done for you. In the territory, the residents hid under the trees for shade. People had leaf fans, and as they chatted, one's head suddenly tilted, and they fainted. Another one fainting. The residents hurriedly helped lay this person out. Lung Bai had been with Nan Yun, planning to have her make ice and sell at a stall. What will the price be? Nan Yun asked. If the price was too low, she would feel it was unprofitable. If the price was too high, the residents could not afford it, and the stall would be a waste of time. Lung Bai thought deeply and did not speak. At this time, a loud voice sounded. Selling iced water, a cup for 5 copper coins. With a drink, you will become cold. Red bean shaved ice, just 20 copper coins per bowl. If you want, come quickly. Ice cube giveaway, 2 copper coins per piece, everyone limited to 10 pieces. The last second, everyone was wilting and dispirited in the heat. In the next moment, hearing the shouts, everyone charged to the stall. 1 portion of red bean shaved ice, no one steal from me. Quick, a cup of iced water to save a life. I want ice cubes, 10 pieces. Leng Bai. Nan Yun. I had thought with the summer being too hot, most players would not manage to make it through. I had not thought that Rising Cloud Town would have so many capable people, and there is no need for us to worry for nothing. Leng Bai smiled scornfully. Let's go. Nan Yun did not change tracks quickly. We are not going to sell ice? No, Lung Bai said coolly. We do not have enough for our own team. No need to sell at low prices. Putting on the linen shirt and pants, the bamboo hat, and taking a drink of the heat-relieving drink, Yun Ling led the team away. Because the number of combat NPCs had been increasing, there were almost 100 of them. Yun Ling divided them into 3 teams and had them move in different directions. The weather was very hot, and the ground was burning. Even the air had a hint of heat. Yun Ling led one team, planning to go toward the sea. While she had put out the employment notice for a long time, no one had come to be hired. There was still a while before the territory upgraded, but this did not stop her from going to look frequently and trying to use the resources of the sea. Speaking of nothing else, there was kelp and seaweed. They were good food materials if they were harvested. On the way, as the group traveled, there was the sound of arrows coming suddenly behind them. Yun Ling instinctively dodged. She turned to look. There was a group of centaurs looking at them. The centaurs were half horse, half man. Their upper half was man, and their lower half was horse. They were able to move quickly and were skilled in archery. Seeing the players look back, the centaurs drew their bows and aimed at their targets. Enemy attack! Yun Ling shouted a warning. Just as she shouted, the warriors moved to the front and blocked the rain of arrows. The mages raised their staffs and cast their skills. Of them, the most obvious was Mage H. With just a single firestorm, there were immediately countless flames rampaging through a square area. The 12 centaurs standing in the area were all seriously wounded. Then, with a spirit burn, a lightly wounded centaur was instantly killed. Seeing this, the others helped, and immediately, a third of the enemies were killed. Yun Ling charged at the monsters with the fish-scale shield. Her fire-feather cloak shone and caused the enemy troops to shout as they were burned. Firestorm! After the skill cooled down, Mage H used the crowd skill again. This time, more centaurs were wounded, over 16. The other NPCs helped and worked to clean up. After the battle finished, Yun Ling looked at Mage H with approval. Good job. Mage H bowed with a calm expression, no pride to be seen. Okay, let's walk. Yun Ling was the first to start. The ice cubes were selling well, and the residents' tiredness was swept away, and they were refreshed again. Because the price of the ore had been high since the spring season started, Tian Han called his members, and went to mine together. After walking for a while, the priest muttered, Strange, why do I feel it is so hot? I also... His fellow wanted to say the same, and then he looked back and was stunned. Quick, run, the forest is on fire! Everyone. Behind them, the trees were burning and the fire was spreading in all directions. Return to the territory. Tian Han was decisive. They all sprinted away. Luckily, they were not far from rising Cloud Town, and after running 3 minutes they entered the range of the territory. Seeing the defensive shield stop the fire outside the territory, Tianjia still felt lingering fear. The game has many ways of tormenting people. We cannot let down our guard. After resting for a moment, before they could consider what to do next, the defensive shield warned, "Warning, warning. The HP of the defensive shield has dropped by 25%. Players, please act and put out the fire as soon as possible." Tianjia and the others? The territory residents. "What are you dazing about for? Quick, put out the fire!" The residents carried the water buckets and went to the well or the stream to get water. After a long time, everyone finally managed to put out the fire by working together. What kind of game is this? So difficult. Many players collapsed to the ground, wanting to cry. Near dusk, the players came back with gains, and Rising Cloud Town became lively again. "I harvested silver fungus. I can make my own silver fungus soup and not have to buy from the restaurant. I got tea leaves, and I killed a wild cow and picked up milk. Milk tea, here I come. I dug up a big watermelon. At night, I can switch between the watermelon and the iced water and live like a god." The air was filled with happiness. Each resident had a sincere smile. Mochi had mixed feelings. In other territories, just the lack of ice is enough to take down most of the players. Struggling to live will be the theme of the entire summer. How to go outside without getting heat stroke, how to get more saltpeter, how to make more ice, how to get more food, so parents and relatives do not starve. For ordinary players, each of these were hard problems. But the residents of Rising Cloud Town, they solved all the problems on the first day of the summer. This efficiency? They seem to have a cheat. Each time I think that I have seen how Rising Cloud Town is different from the rest, life will give us new surprises. Mochi was very emotional. Over time, you will get used to it. Lung Bai had a cold expression, but when he was speaking, his mind was not calm. The more he had suffered through the game, the more he knew how rare and valuable the peace in front of him was. Mochi's frown relaxed, and she gave a sincere smile. "This is the first time I feel that everyone can overcome the difficulties and live longer." These are the materials from killing monsters. Crash, crash. The materials formed a small mountain. These are blueprints for life skills players to use. Touching the pocket, about 80 blueprints were handed over. White and blue equipment, all from killing monsters. I do not need them, and do not want to bother with setting up a stall, so I am giving it to you. Yun Ling looked at the large pile on the table, and then looked speechlessly at Lu Chuan. After a while she asked, "Why give them to me?" Lu Chuan said, "You said you liked them." Yun Ling was silent. Yu Qingwen also gifted her pastries as gifts. However, that was to increase the positive feelings of the Lord to obtain special equipment/items. Lu Chuan was different. He gave grilled meat when he had some, equipment when he had some, game materials when he had some, and he was almost going bankrupt in order to get positive feelings. Yun Ling could not help but ask him, "Is there something you want?" If she took the offering and fulfilled the wishes of the residents, she could pretend to be a summoned dragon. "I do not want anything," Lu Chuan said unconcernedly. "In any case, these are not very valuable. Just take them." How can there be people who do not want anything in return? Yun Ling could not understand. Lu Chuan said, "Aren't you very happy when you gather materials? Maybe other people's pleasure is to get the Lord's positive feeling to the maximum." Yun Ling, "You win. You are the one saying you are giving them for free," Yun Ling said as she cleaned up. "Yes, I said so." Seeing Yun Ling put away the items joyfully with a bright expression, a hint of mirth flashed through Lu Chuan's eyes. He was in a very pleased mood. Lu Chuan's guess was right. The ice cubes were provided. The residents would drink a cup of iced water each day and night. During the day, they could move freely, and the territory kept on going. Save copper coins, upgrade buildings. This was just a matter of time. Day 167. The ice house is upgraded to level 3. Ice house level 3, 2,000 square meters in area, can provide 1 cubic meter of ice each day. Can refrigerate food and extend shelf life. Now, there were 1,000 ice cubes, enough for the residents to use. Day 178, the system showed 1. Unlock 8 different buildings. Completed. 2. Upgrade 4 buildings to level 3. Completed. 3. For 30 consecutive days have over 3,000 residents. Completed. 4. For 30 consecutive days the daily territory income surpasses 100,000 copper coins. Completed. 5. Territory possesses 100 combat system guards and 20 life system NPCs. Completed. All conditions are met. Will you pay 5,000 copper coins and upgrade the territory to a city? Yun Ling glanced at her savings and said regretfully, "Not enough money. I have to save a bit more." The summer left, the autumn came, and the winter was about to arrive. In the blink of an eye, it was another year. The autumn was the same as before, still 20 harvest days and 10 peace days. Because of the painful lesson from last year's winter, the residents did not dare to slack off and had used the opportunity to hoard. On day 212, before the winter season came, she got 5,000 copper coins. The long journey to save money finally ended and Yun Ling eagerly pressed yes. Then, many system notifications appeared. Upgrade success. Territory area has expanded. Congratulations, Rising Cloud Territory, for being the first to become a city. The Lord is rewarded 1,000 experience points, 1,000 copper coins. Congratulations, player, for leveling up 2 times. You have received 6 free attribute points to be allocated at will. Congratulations, Rising Cloud City, for being the first to become a city. Unlockable buildings +1. Congratulations, Rising Cloud City, for being the first to become a town. Resident buff +1. Please select 2 of the following 4 options as the reward. All official residents can enjoy the buff status. 1. Leveling speed x 1.1. 2. Life skill leveling speed x 1.1. 3. +5 agility. 4. +5 spirit. Looking at the 4 choices, Yun Ling was deep in thought. There were many life skills players in Rising Cloud Town, and any who had unlocked their skills early had reached intermediate level at least. Some who had worked hard had even reached advanced. Was there a level higher than advanced? Yun Ling did not know. But when the game had been online, she had advanced cooking and advanced sewing. During this time, she had made many things, several purple pieces of equipment, and she had become very practiced. But she was still advanced cooking and advanced sewing. If the life skills max out at advanced, picking choice 2 will be a loss, she thought. As to choice 1, the higher the level, the more experience points were needed. The buffs were good for the residents to level up, and choices 3 and 4 were akin to adding 1.5 levels to increasing agility and spirit. The increase in agility and movement speed, regardless of if it is traveling or fleeing, will be of help. Thinking, Yun Ling chose 1 and 3 and added her fee attributes points to stamina, like usual. She opened the territory attribute window and saw territory name, Rising Cloud, level, city, max, tax 5%, 0 100%. The Lord has the power to adjust it independently. Population capacity, 3,000. Existing residents, 4623. Temporary residents, 2414. Unlockable buildings, 13. Existing buildings, 10. Existing building detail, warehouse, level 3, omitted. Mission hall, level 3, omitted. Woodworking workshop, level 2, omitted. Tailor shop, level 3, omitted. Residence, level 2, omitted. Defensive shield, level 3, omitted. Restaurant, level 2, omitted. Ice house, level 3, omitted. Farmland, level 2, omitted. Blacksmith shop, level 2, omitted. After the territory was upgraded, she had received 1,000 copper coins as reward. Yun Ling thought and spent all the money. The farmland is upgraded to level 3. Farmland, level 3, can hire people to farm and get a steady supply of crops. Requires 100 copper coins to open 1 field. Currently, at most, you can possess 100 pieces of farmland. Seeing the city at max level, and many buildings at level 3, Yun Ling was very satisfied and felt that her life was good. The noise of the town upgrading to a city was so much that the players in the territory were alarmed. Damn, upgraded again? Some people detected the change immediately. The defensive shield expanded and covered more area. When it stopped, the area of the territory had grown more than 5-fold. Looking at the endless defensive shield, one player sighed. How much time would it take to walk from one end of the territory to another? Would it take an hour or two? Someone else exclaimed in shock. It is the sea over there. In the future, Rising Cloud Town will be connected to the sea? Other people opened the system window and checked the rankings. On there, written clearly, it was written, Global Territory Ranking, same levels ranked by upgrade time. 1. Rising Cloud City, S City, 2. Xintong Town, F City. 3. Green Bamboo Town, A City. Global Territory Existing Buildings Ranking. 1. Rising Cloud City, 10-2. Xintong Town, 8-3. Green Bamboo Town, 8. As expected, our territory is the first to upgrade. The player who spoke was full of pride, as though he was proud to be a resident of Rising Cloud. I wonder what other new buildings will appear. The other person was full of anticipation. At the same time, the official residents hunting outside suddenly realized that they had become more agile. They had originally just barely been able to avoid the attacks of the monsters. Suddenly, their reactions grew faster, and they could easily dodge the attacks. What was this? The players were puzzled. When they got the prey and checked the attributes, they found their buffs had become HP plus 100, base recovery speed plus 2 HP minute, leveling speed x 1.1, agility plus 5. These buffs are strong. The player could not help but exclaim. S City, Aspen Town. 12 players were gathered together and talking in low voices. The archer had a dark expression. After the monster attacks in the spring, half of the players and system guards died. Hot temperatures in the summer, another half died from the heat. It is already like this, and you still do not bear to leave Aspen Town? His teammates were silent and had conflicted expressions. The archer slowly exhaled and said, Yes, Aspen Town was once glorious. At the start of the game, when the rankings just came out, on the prosperity ranking for S City's territories, Aspen Town ranked second, just below Rising Cloud Town. But now, the situation is very different. Look how many residents are left in the territory. Then look at the buildings that have been unlocked. Is this place even habitable? It is clearly in decline. Our team's mage has an ice skill, and we luckily managed to survive the summer. But if we continue to stay in the town, I cannot say if we can pass the winter. The autumn has good weather, and the monsters will not give chase when they encounter players. It is the best time to move. Decide whether or not to go. I do not plan to stay here any longer. In the end, the archer became irritated. Just after the summer season, he had suggested moving to Rising Cloud Town. His teammates had said the food was used up, and it was not a good time to move. They had to prepare food first. When they managed to save up some food, they said that the autumn harvest was rare and they should focus on the hunting. If they were traveling and did not have enough stamina, they would easily get a negative status. If they did not kill monsters, they would not get good equipment. Without good equipment, if they went to a new territory, won't they be bullied? The matter of moving was delayed again. Seeing that if they did not move it would be winter, the archer could not endure it any longer, and gathered everyone, forcing them to make statements. If they wanted to leave, go now. Stop making excuses to delay. If they wanted to stay, he would not stay with them. Even if he had to leave the team, he had to leave Aspen Town and go to Rising Cloud Town to live. This is not as simple as you think, the warrior sighed. We have so much stuff, how to bring all of it? In the team there are 3 linen backpacks and 1 cotton backpack. After storing the food and equipment, there is not enough space in the luggage. Without tents, where do we live? Without furniture, how do we live after we move? Just thinking about it, it feels inconvenient. The archer laughed in anger. We are about to die. You still worry that you will have inconvenience in your life? If the stuff cannot be brought along, then just throw it away. As long as you can live, so what if it is a bit harder and more tiring? Then he snorted coldly. If you had listened to me and we moved early, we would have reached the new territory already and prepared new furniture. You cannot say that, the priest argued. Rising Cloud Town is prosperous, but who knows if the residents are easy to get along with. If we encounter large teams who suppress others and are very strong, we will not even have a place to cry. In the end, the territories are too far from each other, and it is not easy to communicate. If we were close and we knew the state of Rising Cloud Town, if it was even a bit livable without needing you to urge, I would immediately pack up and go. The news is little and the place is unfamiliar. We know nothing. We need to think well about whether we should change territories to live in or stay in Aspen Town. It is day 212, we have thought enough. The archer was expressionless. Rising Cloud Town is far. If we do not start now, we will not reach it before winter starts. If you want to go, come with me. If you want to stay, we can part ways. Just say if you want to leave or stay. Do not keep beating the drum. The teammates were silent. They did not know the road ahead, but there was no road behind them. It appeared no matter what they chose, it was a path to death. After a while, a female mage stood on the archer's side and used her actions to express her attitude. After a while, 2 assassins walked next to the archer and the mage. The other people sat silently, not making a sound, but not moving. Okay. The archer nodded. We are packing to leave. You can do as you wish. Then the archer walked to the tent to use the time wisely. Editor's ramblings. I don't think the author really thought about how much ice people needed, and they didn't think about how much ice is in a given volume. The ice house at level 1 made 1,000 ice cubes per day. At level 2, they said it would make 100 cubic decimeters of ice per day, which is 100,000 ice cubes, though the original text says 12,500 ice cubes. With 4623 residents, that's 23 ice cubes per person with their number, or 2122 if you actually do the math. Now they're saying level 3 is 1 cubic meter, which would be 1,000,000 ice cubes, though the original text says 125,000. The moment the left foot stepped onto the territory, the system suddenly notified, "You have found Rising Cloud City." Chai Fei Hu felt heart-sore and almost cried. He had finally come here. He looked around and stopped an old man, asking politely, "Please, could you tell me which large teams there are?" As he asked, he handed over 10 copper coins. The old man took the coins and looked at Chai Fei Hu. "You come from another territory?" Chai Fei Hu nodded. "Yes, I came today." The old man asked, "Why are you looking for large teams?" Chai Fei Hu answered, "I have a friend in one of the top teams of Rising Cloud City. I wanted to get to him, but I do not know the name of the team. I only know the general area, so I am investigating." So that's how it was. "There are many large teams in Rising Cloud City," the old man said. "At the start of the game, some people gathered good groups and started teams. Because they were lucky to be in Rising Cloud City, they developed well, and the teams have grown. Some killed bosses and got S-rank skills, purple equipment, and using this, they managed to start an empire. Some did not do well at the start of the game, but after coming to Rising Cloud City, their luck turned. They walked around outside and coincidentally picked up A-rank skills. After that, they lived well and managed to start a good team. Chai Fei Hu thought there were just a few large teams, but the old man spoke for half an hour without stopping. Chai Fei Hu was shocked. How come Rising Cloud City has so many large teams? Wouldn't they fight? The old man said, "This is nothing. I just mentioned half of the total." Chai Fei Hu was speechless. The old man said, "There were people who caught the chance and managed to get rich by selling rain gear. There are those who dug fish ponds before everyone else and then mined to get rich. There were those who did not live well in other territories and came to the Rising Cloud City to make a living. I have not even spoken of them." Chai Fei Hu. At this time, he felt very sad. For a moment, he felt that Rising Cloud City was so large he could not find the person he was looking for. Just as he was immersed in his sorrow, he heard the old man say, "But speaking of this boy, why are you asking about large teams? You are in Rising Cloud City. Why don't you just enter the other person's name and add them as a friend? You can add them as a friend and talk after. You do not have to go around like a headless fly. Chai Fei Hu looked dumbly at the old man and was unable to speak. His expression clearly said, "There is such a contact method?" The old man understood. In the past, you were in other territories and the other was in Rising Cloud Town. The system will show you are too far away. When you are in the same territory, you can successfully send a request. If there are others with the same name, it does not matter. You can just add all of them. A familiar person will confirm. Chai Fei Hu. Then, what was he doing searching for his friend? He would first add all his friends and relatives. "Thank you. Thank you so much," Chai Fei Hu said. He thought the 10 copper coins were very worth it. Then he walked into the corner and started trying to add his friends. Player Chai Fei Hu requests to add Chai Dehai as a friend. The system notification, "The distance is too far. Please wait and try again." Player Chai Fei Hu requests to add Chai Fei Xing as a friend. The system notification, "The distance is too far. Please wait and try again." Player Chai Fei Hu requests to add Zheng Ming Yue as a friend. Unlike before, the system responded, "The friend request has been sent, waiting for the other's response." The other has confirmed the request. Conversation is now possible. They were added. The good fortune came so suddenly that Chai Fei Hu did not know what to do. The other quickly sent a message. "It is little Hu?" Chai Fei Hu knew he had found the right person from the tone. "It is me. Where are you in Rising Cloud City? How about we meet?" Zheng Ming Yue gave an address and then said, "This is my house. I am living with my girlfriend." He had a girlfriend. Chai Fei Hu was in a suspicious silence. "I will wait for you at home. When you come, tell me," Zheng Ming Yue said. "Okay, I am coming now." After the conversation ended, Chai Fei Hu was very excited. After the apocalypse calamity had been going for 200 days, he finally found his relatives. "Your cousin is coming?" Hearing the news, Yu Qingwen had a stunned expression. "I have not met him yet. I do not know if it is him." Zheng Ming Yue was slightly excited, but also afraid that this was for nothing. "The game started so suddenly, I lost contact with all my relatives and friends. It would be so good if I could encounter one." Yu Qingwen thought of her own relatives and sighed. "I really hope that they will be okay." While she said so, she was not very confident. They were in Rising Cloud City and had been almost killed by the game. Other people had gone to other territories. Would they still be alive? She feared this boded ill. As they talked, the system notified, "Player Chai Fei Hu requests to enter the room. Will you allow it?" At the same time, he received a message. "I am here." He is here. Zheng Ming Yue took a deep breath and then stood to open the door. When the door opened, Chai Fei Hu had an ecstatic expression. "Brother, it really is you?" Seeing this person, Zheng Ming Yue was reassured. "It is me. I did not expect to see you again in my life." "Yes, brother. The trash game is so hard I almost died several times." When Chai Fei Hu saw his relative, he could not help but state his sorrows. "Do not stand outside. Come in and talk," Yu Qingwen told the two. Zheng Ming Yue refocused and invited his cousin in. Chai Fei Hu walked in and found the residence was large and outfitted with furniture. He was shocked inside. Sitting on a chair, he held warm water as he slowly talked about his experiences. "When the apocalypse calamity started, I was eating. I saw the monsters charge into the school dining hall. A student touched a card and learned a skill. I copied them and picked a skill card to use. Later, I fled out of the school and moved through many territories. My teammates left or died, and in the end, I was the only one left. Before coming to Rising Cloud City, I was living in Osmanthus Town. There are less than 500 people there, all of them elite. Those who were not skilled enough have all died. I felt that if I stayed there, I could not make it through the winter, so I packed up and came to Rising Cloud Town. I originally wanted to head to my friend, but after I asked, I learned if we are in the same area, you can add people by their names. I tried for a while and managed to get in contact with you. Lucky that I live in Rising Cloud City, Zhengming Yue rejoiced. Yes, otherwise we would not have met. Chai Fei Hu asked curiously. I saw from the rankings that Rising Cloud City has 10 buildings. What are they? Can you tell me in detail? Of course. Zhengming Yue introduced the buildings in the territory. Hearing that the territory had wood houses, stone houses, and that the players could possess their private space, Chai Fei Hu sighed in surprise. I went to so many territories, but none of them had unlocked residences. Just now, standing outside the stone house, I thought the players had built them. Normal players cannot build something like a house. Zhengming Yue then told his cousin about the other buildings and concluded, Rising Cloud City has many functions, the residents are friendly, and this is a good city to live in. Just settle down and do not worry. Tell me what you need. But then Chai Fei Hu had a hesitant expression. This place has everything, but why not the market? Market? Zhengming Yue stilled. What is that? Chai Fei Hu explained. Of the territories I went to, some unlocked the market. Level 1 can be in contact and have transactions with the surrounding territories. Level 2 means that you can have transactions with players of the same city, and the maximum limit for transactions will increase greatly. I have never seen Level 3 before. Someone guessed that you could then do business with all players in the game. Before coming, I thought that Rising Cloud City definitely had unlocked market and traded with the other territories to get enough resources, so the city was able to be far ahead of the rest. I had not expected. Chai Fei Hu was stuck and did not know what to say. Zhengming Yue finished for him. You did not think that Rising Cloud City does not have market at all? Chai Fei Hu asked in puzzlement. If you did not trade resources, how did you manage to survive? The territory is full of talented people. They sell all kinds of materials, equipment, and tools. Without being in contact with the outside world, we could overcome the obstacles, Zhengming Yue said. Chai Fei Hu? So strong, he muttered. Rising Cloud City is good, but it does not have a market. If the market building is unlocked, it would be even better. You can trade resources, and even more importantly, you can talk to others and share game experience. It was not unlocked before, but it does not mean that it will not be unlocked in the future, Yu Qingwen comforted. Maybe after a while the market will come? I hope so. As he spoke, Chai Fei Hu thought, when did the system not unlock buildings based on its mood? He should not have hope. Unlock market? Yun Ling was shocked. Why? Yu Qingwen said, someone I know came from other territories to Rising Cloud City. They said that if the market is unlocked, you can do business with the players of other territories and send messages. I thought, isn't this like the World Channel? While she felt that the Lord did not have a reason to refuse her request, just to make sure, Yu Qingwen said solemnly, this is just my own suggestion. It is up to you if you follow it or not. Yun Ling was speechless for a while. Yu Qingwen looked and asked carefully, why not unlock the market? Do you think it is not necessary? During the beta, there was not a structure like the market, so I did not know its use. Yun Ling sighed. The window only has a simple description. It is unclear, and so I could not have unlocked it. The building slots were limited, and a slot could not be wasted. What does it say? May I see? Yu Qingwen tried to discuss. Yes. Yun Ling tapped. Market. Can buy all kinds of resources. Requires 100 copper coins to build. With it written like this, how do I know that it is to do business with the players of other territories? Yun Ling felt very helpless. I thought that Rising Cloud City has many players and can forage all materials needed. There was no need to purchase from outside and no need to waste a slot. So she had just read it, and then completely forgot about it. Yu Qingwen. The introduction was so simple. Was it on purpose? She immediately had a new understanding of the game's shamelessness. Then will you unlock it? Yu Qingwen asked. Yes, Yun Ling said without hesitation. Before, I did not know. Now that I do, I will leave a space for the market. I once hired residents to test. After you are a distance away from Rising Cloud City, even if you have added people as friends, you cannot send messages. The system will say, "The distance is too far. Please wait and try again." With the market, you should be able to communicate at a distance. At the end, Yun Ling sighed. Now, it appears that the system territories have their advantages. The player lords will not know the traits of the buildings and will not rashly unlock. The system does not care and randomly unlocks. Sometimes accidents will uncover useful buildings. Pity that the territories nearby have not unlocked the market. Otherwise, the news would have spread long ago, and we would not have been in the dark. Yu Qingwen felt great pity. If she had not met Chai Fei Hu, she would not have known that the market was so useful. Lucky that I have an empty building slot, and it is not too late to unlock it. Yun Ling opened the territory window. In the next second, 100 copper coins, and the market was quickly built. Seeing another building in the list, Yun Ling tapped with her finger and kept on going. Tong Bi, 1,000. Copper coins, 1,000. The market is upgraded to level 2. Long-distance control is officially open. Even when not in the market, you can make transactions through the window. Each day, at most 5,000 unit transactions can be made. Buying and selling are counted separately. The transaction range is expanded to S City. Note 1. Both parties in the transaction must be in unlocked markets. Note 2. If the distance is far, both parties must have level 2 markets. Note 3. The Lord can set an access list and allow specific people to use it, or open the market to all residents. Yun Ling thought for a moment and set it to open to all residents. And she did not set up a maximum transaction limit. Chai Fei Hu walked around the territory with his cousin to get familiar with the environment. Then they went to the woodhouse to rest. The house was in Yu Qingwen's name and usually used for storing things. Once it was cleaned up, it could be lived in. Chai Fei Hu had been worn down on the road and had received too many shocks after reaching Rising Cloud City that he was very tired mentally. Not long after he laid down on the bed, he fell asleep. When he woke up, the sky was dark. Chai Fei Hu yawned and slowly got up. Opening the door, he was going to find firewood to roast sweet potatoes when he saw the people of the territory coming and going. There were all kinds of small stalls along the street with people selling their goods. Zongzi, delicious egg yolk zongzi. There are also meat, date, and bean fillings. Rice cakes, oil cakes, steamed buns. Delicious tea eggs, fresh youtiao with rice cakes, all kinds of food for you to buy. Chai Fei Hu immediately woke up. He smelled the fragrances in the air and was dazed. Was he still asleep, or had he time traveled? He touched the linen backpack he carried and confirmed that he was still in the game. At night, Rising Cloud Town is like this. Chai Fei Hu was speechless in shock as he slowly moved along the street. Charcoal grilled squid. Do you want some? Honey chicken wings in pairs. Do you want a pair? Malt sugar, fragrant malt sugar. You can play with and eat it. Chai Fei Hu reached towards his pocket several times and then took his hand back out. He was slightly unable to control himself. He had to be calm. Calm. Impulse was a demon. Chai Fei Hu kept on telling himself, delicious soy milk, delicious tofu pudding. Just made fried pork. Stone-grilled pork belly. If you want to eat, come quickly. The smells went up his nose, and the string of his reason snapped. Chai Fei Hu's face was covered in tears. Wasn't it just to eat a bit better for dinner? He would buy it. He ate from the start of the street to the end, until his stomach was bulging out before he stopped. So delicious, Chai Fei Hu thought. It is worth it to die after eating such delicious things. Because he was so full, he was not in a hurry to return to the house, and strolled along. As he walked, he suddenly saw a new building in the territory called Market. Chai Fei Hu. Just a few hours ago, He had regretted that Rising Cloud City had everything but a market. A few hours later, the market appeared in front of him. Was this a miracle? Chai Fei Hu's heart was beating hard as he quickly walked to the market. The market was set up like the mission hall with many windows inside. Chai Fei Hu casually looked and saw written on there, territory name, Basswood Town. Item for sale, 1x moon chasing bow, purple. Price, 2,000 copper coins. Inquiries, Feng Chen. He flipped back and another page had, territory name, Almond Flower Town. Items for sale, 1x thick cotton shirt, blue. 1x thick cotton pants, blue. Price 400 copper coins. Inquiries, Su Yan. He kept on looking back. Territory name, Locust Tree Town. Item for sale, 5x wood. Price, 15 copper coins. Inquiries, Guo Song Lin. Chai Fei Hu was very happy. He wanted a market like this. When he had been wandering, he had seen one like this, but the residents of the territory did not like outsiders, and after staying a short while, he had to leave. If there was anything different, it was likely that as time passed, the number of territories who could be traded with had increased, and there were more items to trade. Chai Fei Hu grinned, flipped through all the items, and started to pick suitable equipment. But his hand accidentally shook, and he pressed on the page for the territory he was in. He was going to switch when he saw the information out of the corner of his eye and was stunned. Territory name, Rising Cloud City. Items for sale, 10x cotton shirt, white. 10x cotton pants, white. Price, 1,000 copper coins. Inquiries, Chow Chow. Territory name, Rising Cloud City. Items for sale, 10x bamboo spears, white. 10x bamboo shields, white. Price, 1,000 copper coins. Inquiries, Yang Yang. Territory name, Rising Cloud City. Items for sale, 20x silver carp. Price, 200 copper coins. Inquiries, Tianzhe Han. Territory name, Rising Cloud City. Items for sale, 10x common carp. Price, 200 copper coins. Inquiries, Tianzhe Han. Territory name, Rising Cloud City. Items for sale, 5x perch. Price, 200 copper coins. Inquiries, Tianzhe Han. The residents of Rising Cloud City had posted so many items that it was not possible to read them all. Simply said, it was, Rising Cloud City had what other territories had, and Rising Cloud City also had what other territories did not have. Chai Fei Hu was frozen like a statue. After a while, he jerked his lips and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Rising Cloud City has so many items and sells them for so little. No wonder they do not need the market. Yes, I can just buy in the territory. Why spend extra money to buy from other people? Then he unhesitantly headed out. Zheng Hongbo took out straw sandals and straw raincoats from his backpack and put up posts in groups of 5. Territory name, Rising Cloud City. Items for sale, 5x straw sandals. Price, 140 copper coins. Inquiries, Zheng Hongbo. Just as he posted, he received a system notification. You have successfully sold 5x straw sandals. Congratulations, you have received 140 copper coins. Rising Cloud City's taxes is 5%. You paid 7 copper coins in taxes, and in total, you have received 133 copper coins. After the transaction finished, Zhang Hongbo was in a very good mood. The straw sandals of Rising Cloud City are so plentiful they are a disaster. The business now is not good, and I can only sell 1 pair per day. I did not expect the straw sandals to sell well again when the market was unlocked. Once I put up the posts, I need to go home and tell grandfather the good news. Zhang Hongbo was planning to do this, but just after he posted, half of the equipment showed that they were already sold off. The efficiency was frightening. The territory choosing to unlock the market is so good. Zhang Hongbo slowly sighed, his tone joyful. Day 213, Basswood Town. As a resident of the second-ranking territory in S-City, Zhou Xin-en did not admire the players of Rising Cloud City at all. So what if they had a higher level? Did they have a market? They always ranked first, but they could not even communicate with the players of other territories in S-City. They were cut off from the world. If they encountered danger, they might not know what to do. How about them? If they were in trouble, help would come from all directions. No matter what equipment or items they needed, after they flipped through the pages, they always would find something suitable. Zhou Xin-en felt very privileged. He greatly believed that in all of S City, Basswood Town was the best territory. Until this afternoon when he saw Rising Cloud City in the market window. Meatballs, fish balls, shrimp balls, ham, lunch meat, fish tofu, crab meat, noodles, tofu skin, tofu, gluten, vegetables, vermicelli, spinach, lettuce, mushrooms, black fungus, carrots, kelp, lotus roots. Zhou Xin drooled as he read this. In this moment he missed spicy hot pot. He kept on looking. Cotton shirt, cotton pants, wool hat, scarf, gloves, knee pads, cotton shoes, cloaks, and all kinds of winter protection gear was present. Then there was the inexpensive white equipment, lots of blue equipment, and even the rare purple mage robes, purple quivers, and purple cloaks were being sold wholesale. There were also linen backpacks, cotton backpacks, brown leather backpacks. There were dozens of them for sale. But the price was high, and ordinary players could not afford it. But, in the past, they had the money but no place to buy storage backpacks. Without the market, if they encountered danger, they would not know what to do? Zhou Xin found that he had thought too much. Rising Cloud City by itself was enough to equal all the other safety areas in S City. If even Rising Cloud City was helpless, the world apocalypse was likely starting. If my foundations were not here, and I had not planted trees, even I would want to try to move to Rising Cloud City to live. Zhou Xin smiled at himself. He found just how arrogant he had been. One cannot be too proud, otherwise they will be slapped in the face by reality. Zhou Xin clicked to buy a purple mage robe, but the system notified Rising Cloud City has reached the maximum amount of resources sold. The transaction cannot be completed. Player, please choose another territory to buy from. Zhou Xin. A level 2 market could have 5,000 unit transactions each day. Hadn't the number just been for show? Someone really reached the maximum and was limited? Editor's ramblings. I've had Smooth by Santana stuck in my head for the last week or two, and now you do too. Young Smashwen 101 thought the guitar on Smooth and Corazon Espinado was the best thing ever, and honestly, I'm not sure I can disagree with him. Supernatural just really holds up for me over 20 years later. So much money! Yun Ling looked at the system income notifications and was very excited. What was the experience of having tens of thousands of copper coins in daily income? What was the feeling in selling all the items in her stores which were not useful? Even more importantly, with cash in hand, with countless game materials being sold, what would the hoarding fanatic think? To this, Yun Ling's answer was, buy, buy, buy. She sold large amounts of products and bought large amounts of raw materials. With money coming in and going out, she was earning a lot of money. She would have the money to upgrade the market to level 3 soon. Chow Chow was sitting on a stool and crafting when she suddenly received a system notification. Almond Flower Town, Suyan. What are the attributes of the cotton shirt, white, and cotton pants, white? What is the durability? Why did this sound like e-commerce? Chow Chow thought inside as she moved quickly and sent the equipment attributes to the other. Almond Flower Town, Suyan. Are you a life skills player raised up by a team? Almond Flower Town, Suyan. What is Rising Cloud City like? Can you tell me more in detail? Almond Flower Town, Suyan. Not for nothing. You can put up any cotton shirt pant, price it 100 copper coins, and I will buy it. The equipment is about 50 copper coins, and the extra 50 copper coins will just be the price for the information. Chow Chow stilled. Thinking, she answered, This is not anything important. No need to pay me, I will tell you. While I do business with familiar teams, it was not the team that raised me. I am living with my relative and make a living through cooking and sewing. Rising Cloud City is the best. You can shop for the materials you need on the streets, and the life skills players do not have to go outside to forage. After you make your product, there are many players asking to buy, you can easily sell. Sometimes combat players will pick up blueprints when they kill monsters. If they do not need them, they will sell the blueprints. Do you want to move to Rising Cloud City? You are welcome to come. The residents here are very good, and there are no high-level teams bullying others. After the messages were sent, the other did not respond for a long time. After a while, a new message appeared. Almond Flower Town, Suyan. You describe a haven of peace that I do not dare to believe in. Almond Flower Town, Suyan. But thinking about it, you did not even charge for the information. You have no need to lie to me. Almond Flower Town, Suyan. Likely, only peaceful territories can create friendly players like you. If the people around you scheme all day, even if you are not willing, you will be pulled in and have to also think about all things. Almond Flower Town, Suyan. Sister, thank you for telling me all this. I will move to Rising Cloud City immediately. Chow Chow answered. We are all players. No need to be so polite. If possible, I hope the survivors of S City will come to Rising Cloud City to live. With more people, there is more strength, and everyone can work together to protect the territory. Almond Flower Town, Suyan. I just forgot to ask, are there any conditions to living in Rising Cloud City? Almond Flower Town, Suyan. If I excitedly went and do not qualify, then it would be bad. Chow Chow sent. There are no conditions, and you can become an official resident of Rising Cloud City if you pay 100 copper coins. Just after she sent the message, she thought of something and added, if there is something, then it is that there is a strict requirement for character. Almond Flower Town, Suyan. There was a row of question marks to express the other's confusion and cluelessness. Chow Chow explained, I heard that a high-level player in the territory finished a special mission and has some magical equipment that can put residents of bad character on the blacklist and exile them forever from the territory. The ones making trouble were driven away, and only the good residents are left. After a long time, the message showed. Almond Flower Town, Suyan. That is great. In the past, Rising Cloud City had been like a lone island. No matter how well it was managed, no one knew of the city. Ever since the market opened, the excellence of Rising Cloud City could not be disguised. Countless players wanted to buy purple equipment, winter gear, and food, but the number of transactions each day was limited. In the morning each day there was wild buying in the morning for several hours. After the limit was used up, they could only stare for the rest of the time. The players of other territories were depressed and restless, but they could not do a thing, just waiting for the quota to reset for the next day. Some people who could not wait just changed territories. I will move to Rising Cloud City and buy what I want without having to fight, one person murmured as they packed up. Yes, the other person said. There are bullies everywhere, but at least Rising Cloud City is prosperous, has many experts, and it will be safer than other territories. Right now, it is autumn, and there is time to move. When it is winter, if you do not get supplies, then just wait to die. Moving to Rising Cloud City suddenly became fashionable. Yun Ling saw the population of the territory increase by the day and felt very happy. What made her even happier was that the business of selling storage backpacks and purple equipment was brisk, and she earned a lot of money. She was not frugal and bought a lot of game materials. Sometimes, when the quota for the day was not used up, Yun Ling would even ask the players of other territories if there was firewood, berries, fishnets, and wood boats for sale. Hearing that firewood could be sold for money, many people went mad. In reality, the players all thought that this was not worth much money. If one took the time to pick, they would get it. Due to this, even if this was listed on the market, no one would buy firewood. They had never thought that the hoarding fanatic Yun Ling would even buy firewood. When the news spread, many players who were not strong in battle changed to becoming woodsmen, making a living by chopping firewood and picking up branches. There were also people who gave up on hunting and turned to foraging, relying on selling game materials to survive. For many days, the number of materials being sold increased greatly. Yun Ling did not even go outside. If she was not busy making purple quivers and purple cloaks, she was busy browsing the market pages. Territory name, Basswood Town. Items for sale, 10 linen cloth, 15x silk thread. Price, 35 copper coins. Inquiries, Lugia. Territory name, Almond Flower Town. Items for sale, 20x flour, 20x cornmeal, 30x rice. Right, 120 copper coins. Inquiries, Shen Yuhui. Territory name, Locust Tree Town. Items for sale, 6x willow wood. Price, 30 copper coins. Inquiries, Yuan Zhongjun. Yun Ling swept the market and was very content. She was experienced in the game. Also, the players who were not living well had another path to making a living. However, there were all kinds of people. Maybe because they heard that she liked to buy game materials, people started to purposefully raise the price, wanting to cheat people. For example, territory name, Locust Tree Town. Items for sale, 5x Willowwood. Price, 60 copper coins. Inquiries, Guosong Lin. This person sold less than others, but the price was multiple times higher. This was not a sincere offer. To such people, Yun Ling always ignored them and skipped the page. Day 216. The market is upgraded to level 3. Each day, at most 2,000 unit transactions can be made. Buying and selling are counted separately. The transaction area is expanded to the entire Federation. Note 1. Both parties in the transaction must be in unlocked markets. Note 2. In S City, if the distance is far, both parties must upgrade the market to level 2 to make contact. Note 3. Outside S City, both parties must upgrade the market to level 3 to make contact. The entire planet was 93% water, which was not habitable. The other 7% was land, and the citizens were scattered around the land. The transaction range expanded to the entire Federation, so it was like having contact over the entire planet. This way, it was possible to contact friends and relatives. The system jumped out. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Boss, is it you? F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Beta player, right? F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. You built Rising Cloud City, right? Yun Ling. Her disguise came off so suddenly that she was caught off guard. She calmly answered, "No, you have the wrong person. There are only system territories in the game. I have never heard of player territories. This is common knowledge that all players know. You cannot bully me for being new to the network." F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Do not lie, your boss' presence cannot be disguised. Yun Ling was speechless. She asked, "Who are you really?" F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. It is me. We met on the last day of the beta, did you forget? F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. You helped me by stopping the stone person boss so I could escape and become a survivor of the beta and get a special reward. When the others said this, Yun Ling recalled, "It is you." F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Boss, you finally admit it. Yun Ling sent, "I am afraid of trouble and hide myself. When I meet people, I always say it's a system territory." Yun Ling said, "Right, how did you recognize me?" F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. During the beta, your game ID was Yun Ling. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Isn't Rising Cloud just the reverse of your name? F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Rising Cloud City is always first on the rankings. I have always suspected that it was a player territory, but I was unable to get into contact and could not ask. X, F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. When I saw you selling rare and premium equipment in your own name, I believed it even more. So strong, you are definitely the boss I knew, not anyone else. Yun Ling. What, Zhao Shintong? She should change her name to Sherlock Shintong. Ex Yun Ling said, "Be low-key." Yun Ling said, "Remember to keep it a secret." F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. I understand. Ex F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. At the start of the game, I openly said that I was the Lord, and it was very bad for me. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. First, there were people kneeling and begging me to not charge them the overnight fee and let them into the territory. Then there were people shouting the system shop's prices were too high and not good for player development, asking for half off. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Other people had delusions and tried to assassinate me. They hoped the Lord token would drop, and they would get to be the Lord. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Damn it! Because of being soft-hearted for a moment, I almost did not manage to survive the game. Later, I found it troublesome, so I masked my face, changed my equipment, and melded with the crowd. Those people could not find me, and it finally settled. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. The people who knew either died or went away. Finally, no one knew that Shintong Town was a player territory. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. For a time, I did not even dare to add friends, and did not dare to tell people my name is Jiao Shintong. Can you believe that? Yun Ling thought, why not? She had predicted that there were villains everywhere, so she had delayed making her Lord Territory identity public. There was nothing bad about keeping herself concealed. Translator ramblings. No one is creative at naming their towns. On the other side, the suffering territory lord was still talking. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. After suffering once, I understood that being low-key was the best policy. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Once my lord status is made public, the residents will have strange expectations of me. For example, hoping that the shops will greatly lower their prices, hoping that the territory will provide all kinds of benefits and clearly lower the death rate of players. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. In reality, I am a normal player. I cannot understand the game, just like them. Why is the fact that the residents did not survive my fault? F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Later, everyone thought that Shintong Town was a system territory like the other safety areas and had more obvious benefits, so more people started to praise it. In the past, I was cursed every day like everything I did was wrong, and I almost got depression. Yun Ling. So tragic. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Right now, only Shintong Town and Rising Cloud City have upgraded the market to level 3. I wonder if there are other player lords in the game. Being able to recognize Yun Ling was pure luck. If this was someone else, with their game id not the same as their real name, and their territory name not related to the player name at all, they would not have recognized each other even if they met. Also, even if there were other player territories, they may not have unlocked the market. If they were unlucky, and the residents were not cooperative, it was likely for a territory to be breached. It would have been very hard to have met. Yun Ling told the other, there were only 10 beta survivors. In the final rewards, the Lord token choice may not appear. Even if it did, the player may not choose it. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Could it be that we are the only 2 Lord players? Yun Ling said unconcernedly, it does not matter how many, it is more important to set up our own territories well. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. That is true. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. It is almost winter. I have many residents here, but not many life skills players. Does Rising Cloud City have extra winter clothing? Yun Ling said, yes, how much do you want? Then the two discussed the number, price, and type of clothing. After the transaction formed, Jiao Shintong sighed in relief. She thought, this winter would be better than the last. Seeing more income for the territory, Yun Ling smiled brightly. After bidding farewell to Jiao Shintong, she opened the market window and went back to buying. When the market was upgraded to level 3, each day, 2,000 unit transactions could be made. Buying and selling was counted separately. The unit encompassed a wide area. For example, 10x cotton clothing was 10 units. For example, 1x purple quiver was 1 unit. For example, 20x linen cloth was 20 units. For example, 5x coal was 5 units. If one bought produced items, it would not take up many units. But Yun Ling's habit was to hoard game materials, so each time she bought, she had to calculate and control the quantity. Even so, after several days, half of her warehouse was filled. Yun Ling could not help but sigh. The meaning of the game is to fill the warehouse. This is so wonderful. The pity was that no one was selling fish nets or wooden boats. Even at high prices, no one contacted her, and she could only give up. Day 220. In the evening, Yun Ling opened the territory window. Territory name, Rising Cloud, Level City, Max. Tax 5%, 100%. The Lord has the power to adjust it independently. Population capacity 3,000, existing residents 7492, temporary residents 3149, unlockable buildings 13, existing buildings 11, existing building detail warehouse level 3, omitted, mission hall level 3, omitted, woodworking workshop level 2, omitted, tailor shop level 3, omitted, residence level 2, omitted, defensive shield level 3, omitted, restaurant level 2, omitted, ice house level 3, omitted, farmland level 3, omitted, blacksmith shop level 2, omitted, market level 3, omitted. People poured in, and the territory became more lively by the day. Because she had gotten so many materials from the market and there was no need for the NPCs to go out to forage, Yun Ling led a 40-person team to go out. Everyone else put away the masks and stayed in the territory as guards and to keep the peace. Once they found players who bullied others or attacked residents of the safety area, they were immediately exiled out of the territory. Under her steel rule, the population had skyrocketed, but the air of the territory was as harmonious as before. It is almost winter. Yun Ling's tone was regretful. The market had been unlocked too late. If she had 10 more days, she could upgrade all of the buildings in the territory to level 3. And now, Yun Ling scanned the window and saw there was enough money to upgrade the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop is upgraded to level 3. The area taken up is expanded, the workshop is enlarged. You can employ 10 workers at maximum. After doing this, Yun Ling calculated, there are 2 more building slots. She opened the list of buildings waiting to be unlocked and carefully read and studied them with a serious expression. Market Chow Chow posted the newly knitted scarf and then browsed the pages. Territory name, Almond Flower Town. Items for sale, 15x wild vegetable, 10x rice. Price, 60 copper coins. Inquiries, Shen Yi Hui. Territory name, Locust Tree Town. Items for sale, 10x wood, 10x tree branches. Price, 30 copper coins. Inquiries, Yuan Zhongjun. Chow Chow quickly snapped it up. Last autumn they had not had much money. In order to raise livestock, she had gone out to forage for edible plants in order to make feed. This year, her family's condition had turned for the better, so she was too lazy to go out and just bought from the market. Chow Chow thought, going out will be dangerous, and the efficiency may not be high. By buying feed from the market, I can save more time to make more winter clothing and earn more. After making the decision, she kept on buying until she had hoarded enough materials. 60 copper coins. You have received 15x wild vegetables, 10x rice. 30 copper coins. You have received 10x wood, 10x tree branches. The system notifications continued to sound one after another. Chow Chow put the items into a cotton backpack as she said with satisfaction, I have feed, I have firewood, and I do not have to worry about passing the winter. The market is so convenient. Without realizing it, the players were welcoming day 221. In the morning, Yun Ling slowly woke up and found it was pitch black outside the house. Did I wake up too early? She yawned and looked at the top right corner. Day 221, winter, calamity day. 0633 AUK. Yun Ling stopped moving. It was not late, but not early. Logically, the sky should not be so dark. She took out a torch from her backpack to light up, and then she went out to check. In the territory, the residents had worried expressions. Everyone was gathered together in 2s and 3s, talking in low voices. How come it is so dark today? Is there a problem? I was thinking that I had prepared enough winter clothing and the winter should be easy to pass. But the trash game now does this. The temperature is not low, but it is pitch black. I cannot see a thing. We are by the bonfire in order to barely see the scenery around us. What if we want to go out? If the darkness lasts 30 days, someone suddenly said. At this, the residents all shuddered. Yun Ling calmly strolled through the territory, not in a hurry at all. The hoarding fanatic had already hoarded enough wood, firewood, and coal. Even if all the bonfires in the territory had to burn through the night, she did not lack fuel. She was just curious what was different about this winter compared to the last. On the way, the discussions of the residents occasionally passed into her ears. The sky is so dark. How can we go out to get water? The well water is not expensive. You can just spend 1 copper coin to get it in the territory. There are many places where I need water, cooking, bathing, dishwashing. I cannot always use the well water. Someone else said, I wanted to work harder this year and save more. From this situation, it seems that I will be forced to stay in again. If I make a few more torches, could I go out like usual? Where will there be so much wood? I hoarded fuel like straw and tree branches. It seemed she had to order the woodworkers to make a few more torches. Yun Ling thought inside. Just as she thought this, a panicked scream came from afar. Enemy attack! In the morning, not many people were up, and the scream spread far. The residents were stunned. Last year, during winter, didn't the monsters hibernate through the winter? How come they are active this year? It is not yet light and black outside the territory. We cannot see clearly. How do we fight? I thought that the winter this year would be colder. I was wrong. I underestimated the shamelessness of the game. As everyone discussed, the territory guards arrived on the battlefield. Meteor shower. Burning heavens. Flaming sky. The flame skills were cast and turned the sky fire red. With the firelight, Yun Ling could clearly see 20 stone people standing outside the territory, beating on the defensive shield. Sight is obstructed, and the monsters do not come close. Ordinary people would not have discovered this, Yun Ling thought. Because the sky was dark, and it was hard to see, the close combat players did not dare to go out. The mages and archers stood in the territory and used their skills to quickly defeat the stone people. But just as they finished here, there was a ruckus from another direction. There seemed to be an attack over there. Yun Ling rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache. Now, it seemed that it was not good to have such a large territory. The area that needed to be defended had increased greatly, and there may not be enough people. Thinking of this, she had the guards spread apart and guard their own areas. At the same time, the torches and bonfires were lit up in order to make sure the surrounding scenery was visible. Once the monsters came close, the guards could immediately warn. Just after she sent the orders, a system notification jumped out. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong, friend help. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Do you have extra wood? I am willing to buy at a high price. Not just Jiao Shintong. Countless players sent messages asking, is there extra wood? X or, you are selling torches? Or, could you give me some wood, willow wood, and coal? Clearly, no one had expected the game to do this. X. Right now, the situation is not clear, and torches, wood, willow wood, coal, charcoal, and firewood are temporarily not being sold. Yun Ling copied the message and responded to each one. Then she told Jiao Shintong, there is enough that I can share some with you. How much do you want? F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong, kneeling to thank you for saving my life. Yun Ling did not care. This is a minor matter, no need to be polite. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong, yes, yes. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. It is a trivial matter for you, but a great help to me. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Boss, do you have any troubles? Tell me, maybe I can help. Yun Ling had originally wanted to say she did not have any, but then she remembered and asked, how is the wharf? Is the building useful? The wharf was a new building that she had not heard of during the beta. To avoid wasting her building slot, she would rather not unlock it now and first learn from others. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. I know the answer to this one. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. After the wharf is built, you can hire NPCs to build boats, weave fish nets, and then go out to fish. Each day, the harvest is random. Fish, shrimp, crabs, shellfish, kelp, you may catch anything. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. If the market is said to be for buying resources and the function is close to the mission hall, then the wharf is used to get a steady supply of food and is similar to the farmland. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Last winter the wild resources did not refresh, but the crops in the farmland kept on growing, and there were still gains when going out to the sea. This was very good, Yun Ling thought. No matter what the time, food was the most important. Thank you for the information, I will think about it carefully, she responded. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Boss, no need to be polite. Just ask anything. I will tell you all that I know. Yun Ling smiled. With the communication platform, it was easier to get what was needed. The market was very useful, and it was good to unlock it. Before the territory expanded, it would take 2 hours on foot to get to the sea. After the territory expanded, the seashore and the defensive shield were connected, and it was right outside the door. Yun Ling knew that the reason she spent so much time on the way was not because the two were very far from each other, but that she had put all her free attribute points on stamina, and her movement speed was very slow. If this was an NPC team with high agility, it would take them about an hour and a half to make the return trip. The territory buildings are complete, and it will be good to have an extra steady source of food. Thinking of this, Yun Ling opened the window and unlocked the wharf. After doing this, 100 copper coins in the next second, and the wharf was quickly built. The new wharf was against the shore, but it was covered by the defensive shield, so she did not have to worry about it being attacked by monsters. Yun Ling pointed with her index finger and kept on working. Tongbi 1,000, copper coins 1,000. The wharf is upgraded to level 2. At most, it can hold 5 ships. Now, I just have to wait for the NPCs to spawn. After solving the problem that had plagued her for many days, Yun Ling was relieved and her face relaxed. Name, torch. Quality, normal equip. Effect, illuminate scenery within 2 meters. Price, 50 copper coins. The torches were lit, driving away the darkness and illuminating the surroundings. The residents calmed down. Some players knew more and told their fellows, Polar night, also called eternal night, 24 hours of darkness. If you have lived at the North or South Poles, you will know there are 6 months of extreme sunlight and 6 months of extreme darkness. Their companions. Why were they forced to experience this without having gone to the poles? The anger and discontent in the end all formed one thing in the end. The trash game is inhumane again. It is trying to kill the players. The knowledgeable player sighed. The game would likely only end the day the humans are extinct. His companion heard this and felt cold. If the players were all dead, then the game would be forced to stop? It was not possible to argue against this, because as time passed, the game had grown more difficult. Even working so hard and suffering so much in order to survive, after a while, they had to face new challenges. It is too hard to live. More than one person thought this. As they talked, the firelight flashed. The players were frightened. What is it? Was it the wind? It should not be. The torches in the territory do not experience wind or rain. It is very safe. The fire flickered again and after a while went out completely. The residents. So there was no fuel. The darkness came again. Without the fire, the area was black and they could not see anything. The guard ran towards the woodworking workshop to get more torches. One person said, "If monsters come to attack when the guard is not present, what to do?" Before they could finish speaking, someone covered their mouths. A companion howled angrily, "Close your mouth!" They could not help but tremble when they heard this. They could not imagine what the territory would become if the words came true. In the stone room, Lung Bai took linen cloth and wood to briskly make over 20 torches. "What is the plan?" Mochi asked. Lung Bai answered, "Just do what we usually do in the game. At most, send 2 people to hold torches and pay attention to the surrounding movements." "So daring," Mochi murmured. "You do not fear that the team will be killed outside?" Lung Bai said, "I have observed. The monsters' attack rate is average, and their strength low. If not for the dark environment, they would be easy to kill. Players can go out at any time if they have torches. In reality, I think this night environment is easier to deal with than the cold. Most players are trapped in the territory because they have not yet reacted." Mochi. Why, after staying so long in Rising Cloud City, Her old teammate also got infected with Rising Cloud City's air and seemed more like one of the natives of the city. What are you thinking about? Lung Bai frowned. Mochi said quietly, the game does not have it easy. Each person has a cheat. What is your cheat? Lung Bai was puzzled. Mochi thought about it. Knowing you? Lung Bai said, you win. Torches for sale! Buy on sale for 10 copper coins! A life skills player found the business opportunity and quickly made torches to sell. Tian Jaehan strode in front of the stall owner. I want 30. How long for you to prepare them? The stall owner. He had a smile on his face and responded warmly, I have stock here and can give you all you need now. Tian Jaehan took out 300 copper coins without a word. Where are the torches? The stall owner solemnly took out the torches from the tattered linen backpack. They are all here. Count them. Is there 30? Tian Jaehan counted and then nodded. That is correct. He was about to walk away when he suddenly thought of something. Make more. I may find you to buy at night. The stall owner was overjoyed and responded, yes. After sending away the big customer, he joyfully thought about how to spend the 300 copper coins. The durability of the linen backpack was almost gone, and he needed a new one. The ring that increased agility was worn out, and it was time for new equipment. With spare money, he could save up some linen cloth, wood, and hoard some more food. Thinking about it, the stall owner took a deep breath. He had gotten 300 copper coins, but they were not enough. After buying some life necessities, the money was gone. Name, grilled cod. Quality, normal use effect, temporary night vision, lasts 1 hour. Night vision? Lu Chuan thought for a moment and chose to eat it. The sky was still so dark and the night shrouded the world in a heavy manner. But for Lu Chuan, who had night vision, the surroundings were clear in his sight. Even though he was surrounded by the darkness, it did not affect him walking and fighting monsters. It seems that night vision is the key to the problem. Thinking, he slung his purple bow across his back, hung the quivers from his waist, and left with the brown leather backpack. Outside the territory, it was frighteningly dark, and a person could not see his fingers in front of him. But Lu Chuan walked easily with soft steps. Suddenly, a group of monsters with fish heads and human bodies appeared in front of him. Seeing Lu Chuan, the monsters moved towards their target. They were silent as they moved, like they were mounting an ambush. Night vision is so useful, everything in the surroundings are so clear. Lu Chuan laughed softly. He took out a special effect arrow from his quiver and attacked first. Moments later, copper coins, equipment, skills, and materials dropped over the ground. Lu Chuan picked them up. At the same time, he had a clearer and more complete understanding of night vision's abilities. Name, steamed cod. Quality, normal use effect, temporary night vision, lasts 1 hour. Name, cod stewed with tofu. Quality, premium use. Effect, temporary night vision, lasts 3 hours. After the products were made, Yun Ling thought, if I am right, night vision can let players not be obstructed in this environment of eternal night. She prepared to eat the cod stewed with tofu. The cod was tender and melted in the mouth. When together with the tofu and fish soup, it was delicious. Yun Ling drank the soup quickly and started to possess night vision. Instantly the surroundings appeared clearly in her sight. While the inside of the territory was still shrouded in the darkness, in her sight, this was not any different from the parts illuminated by the torches. I was correct. Yun Ling opened the market window and found Zhao Xintong to tell her of the discovery. She also sent over the steamed cod for the other to taste. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. We have cod here too. Each day we can get a few dozen. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. Sorry, was prematurely happy. We have the materials, but not the recipe. Yun Ling. How could an enormous territory not even get a cod recipe? Yun Ling stated her doubts. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. Food made from cod can only increase night vision, not replenish HP or MP. I did not know that we would encounter eternal night, and thought that night vision was useless, so I sold them all off cheaply. X, F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Right now, only one NPC has a recipe. They know how to make codfish sticks. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. If I have to use the outside market to buy, I do not know how long it would take to buy the recipe. Boss, save me! Yun Ling did not know whether to laugh or cry. If you could not have used them before, why not save them? Why did you have to clear out and sell them all? XF City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Because of poverty. The upgrades of the buildings needed capital. Other than food, equipment, recovery items, and other strategic resources, she had sold all she could. Then she finally raised enough capital to quickly build. Who would have thought that one day, what looked like trash in her eyes became something necessary to survival? XF City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. How about this? I provide materials, and Rising Cloud City the skill. We split the products we make? She tried to discuss. Okay, Yun Ling responded quickly. As a hoarding fanatic, she had not wasted any blueprint she had gotten, learning on her own or giving them to the NPCs to learn. Right now, the chefs A, B, C, D, and E all had cod recipes, and some even knew several recipes that used cod. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong, 360-degree Thomas rotation knee slide, thank you. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Boss is really boss. You have foresight far better than ordinary people. Yun Ling thought, this was just the victory of the hoarding party. Editor's ramblings. I'll stop using Santana songs for the recaps when they stop making it so easy. Translator ramblings. I don't know Santana, but Smash really makes it fit. After the exploration, Lu Chuan returned to the territory and found Yun Ling. Grilled cod can be used to get night vision. I tried it, and it is very convenient for going out. Even without torches, your movements are not affected. Lu Chuan thought that he had made a great discovery, but the other had a calm expression and nodded after hearing. I also learned this. If you have cooking skill, you can make steamed cod, and cod stewed with tofu. You can also get night vision. Hearing this, Lu Chuan sighed. It was so hard to get positive feelings of the Lord to increase. Thinking about this, he said, I went out and encountered many fish people. After killing them, special equipment dropped. Then he took the items out. Yun Ling looked closely. The items' attributes were: name, cod liver oil. Quality, normal use effect. Temporary night vision, lasts 1 hour. So, in other words, Yun Ling analyzed, use the dishes made from cod to get night vision. If you kill special monsters, there is a chance to get special items, and you can also get night vision. Both methods have shortcomings, Lu Chuan warned. Right now, the players mostly fish, but they may not catch cod. It may be bass, eel, carp, or others. You can get night vision items from monsters, but the drop rate is low. I killed over 20 and only got 3 portions of cod liver fish. Yun Ling smiled and said meaningfully, in the past, cod was hard to get, but it does not mean that it will be difficult in the future. The wharf had been unlocked, and there were many fish waiting for the fishing boats to go and catch them. After waiting 2 days, the system finally spawned NPCs with the correct profession. Level 2. Attributes. Strength 10, Agility 6, Stamina 6, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5, Combat Skills, None Life Skills, Intermediate Woodworking, Elementary Fishing, Craftable Items, Fishing Boat, Wood, Harpoon. Yun Ling was overjoyed and then gave the name Fisherman A, and quickly arranged for him to start making fishing boats. Name Fishing Boat. Quality, Premium Required Materials, 100x wood. Use effect. After being made, the boat can be used on the water to fish. At most, carries only 2 people. 100x wood? After seeing the required materials, Yun Ling was silent for a moment and then felt sincerely grateful. Luckily, she was a hoarding fanatic. Otherwise, in the winter when fuel was scarce, who else would bear to take out so much wood in one go? I hoard, I am happy. The more I hoard, the happier I am. Yun Ling murmured as she allowed Fisherman A to go to the warehouse to move materials. After arranging the new NPC, the system notification jumped out. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong, please check today's food. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Boss, you asked previously about the wharf. Is your territory near the water and you are planning to unlock it? F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. After the fishing boats are built, the NPCs will go out on the boat together and then use harpoons and fishing nets to catch fish. If there are not fishing nets, the efficiency will be very low with the harpoons and you cannot get things like kelp. I have unlocked the wharf already, Yun Ling admitted. I also want fishing nets, but I cannot get them through buying at high prices or trying to get blueprints. She suspected that there were no fishing nets in the game. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. The fishing net blueprints will only drop by killing the merpeople boss. But the merpeople are not commonly seen and they stay in the sea. I spent a lot of effort to get just one. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Luckily, there is an old fisherman in my territory who knows how to weave. Usually I just order it privately and buy from him alone. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. If boss needs some, I can help you order. Yun Ling became alert. Yes, 21st. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong, opening with 20 as expected of the boss, laugh and cry. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. It'll take 2 days for the first 10 fishing nets and the others after 5-7 days. Yun Ling said, okay. The matters were gradually getting on track. What she had to do next was just wait. Day 225. Because of the close cooperation with Shintong Town, Rising Cloud City received a batch of cod products that could be sold to the residents. Name, steamed cod. Quality normal use effect, temporary night vision, lasts 1 hour. Price, 50 copper coins. Night vision? Are these like the heat-relieving drinks in the summer? The night vision is to help the players adjust to the night environment? I had not expected cod to have such an effect. The goods from the restaurant are as expensive as usual. Did any expert predict this and learn cod recipes beforehand? We can catch our own cod and cook it ourselves. Even if there are no recipes, the cooking masters can cook cod. After eating the food, we will enjoy the buff effect. Now the question is, where did the cod come from? The residents were making noise and talking about everything. Before the restaurant menu was changed, there were only a few people who knew that cod products could give night vision. Most people were confused and limited in their thinking. After the restaurant menu changed, players suddenly realized, so, other than the torches, there was also this way. They immediately gathered the power of the crowd and came together to think of ways. Seeing the new dishes on the shelves, Tianjie Han's thoughts moved. In the past, when the team killed a monster, they had picked up a fishing net. The reason that he had dug a fish pond was because the fishing net was useful and it was easy to catch fish fry. Now, it seemed the fishing net had a new use. The only problem was he did not know where to go to catch fish. In the lakes, rivers, and streams he had gone to before, he had seen many species, but no cod. A light flashed through his deputy leader's eyes. Cod is a saltwater fish. There is a seaside near Rising Cloud City. Tianjie Han immediately understood. He said lightly, "We will not mine today. Let's visit the sea." Just as Yun Ling accepted the saying that fishing net blueprints would only drop after killing the merpeople boss and was preparing to go get a team and kill merpeople, the system unexpectedly spawned a new NPC. Level 3 attributes: Strength 8, Agility 8, Stamina 7, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat skills: None life skills, Advanced sewing, Intermediate fishing. Craftable items: Linen fishing net, white; Cotton fishing net, blue; Silk fishing net, purple. Yun Ling. This was likely the majesty of the Level 3 mission hall. The NPC talent she thought would not appear actually appeared. Yun Ling sighed and named Fisherman B, ordering him to prepare cotton fishing nets. Day 226 early in the morning. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Through movement of resources and planning, 10 linen fishing nets have been prepared. Somehow, Yun Ling sensed an air of praise me well. She laughed. Thank you. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Boss, you are welcome. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Right, let me tell you the precautions you need to pay attention during use. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Because it is player-made, the durability limit is low. Also, linen products are prone to getting wet and moldy on rainy days. So during old times, when people fish for 2 days, they will have to spend 3 days drying the fishing nets. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. I have found people to test that it is best to do so in the game as well. Fish for 2 days, dry for 2. This way, the fishing net efficiency is the highest. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. In the end, this is a consumable, and after a while it will be worn down and will not be usable. But boss, do not worry. Other than you, I do not plan to sell the fishing nets to others. If I only provide them to Shintong Town and Rising Cloud City, it should be fine. At this moment, Yun Ling had complicated feelings. While she was very grateful for Zhao Shintong's generosity, she already had a better choice and did not need to buy fishing nets from outside. But facing the other's kindness, she could not just directly refuse. Thinking, she said, "How are the self-made fishing nets? Let me see." F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Okay. Zhao Shintong showed the attributes of the nets. Name, linen fishing net. Quality, normal durability, 12-12. Use effect, fishing, Yun Ling. She was speechless and did not know what to say. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. How is it? Isn't it great? Yun Ling silently showed the linen fishing nets and cotton fishing net attributes to the other side. Name, linen fishing net. Quality, normal durability, 20-20. Use effect, fishing. Name, cotton fishing net. Quality, normal durability, 40-40. Use effect, fishing. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Didn't you say that you could not get fishing nets? F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Can there be any trust between people? At this time, Zhao Shintong had tears covering her face. It had been boss saying that she needed fishing nets, so she had been daring and recommending herself. If she had known before that boss had people in this area before, she would not have humiliated herself. 12-12-20-20, the difference between this was like the boss getting full marks while she just reached the passing line. Not to mention 40-40, that was a leapfrog. Yun Ling said, "This is a misunderstanding." Yun Ling said, "In the past, I was unable to buy, but recently the system spawned an NPC who knows how to make different kinds of fishing nets." Yun Ling said, "In the past I agreed to buy 20 fishing nets and this will not be changed, do not worry." F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. But I am too embarrassed to buy. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Boss, can we talk about this? If you have extra fishing nets, can you give some to me? I find it annoying to replace fishing nets so often. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. In the past, I had no choice and had to deal with it. But now there is a better choice, and I do not want to bear it. Yun Ling readily agreed. Okay. In the blink of an eye, the buyer and the seller changed positions, and Rising Cloud City once again became a supplier. Zhao Shintong felt fear. I had been too proud in wanting to think I could support the boss. Day 227. The fishing boats entered the sea and the fishermen took the fishing nets and set sail. One needed fishing skill in order to take a boat onto the water. Those who had elementary fishing had a harvest of about 80-100% of the average. Those who had the intermediate fishing skill had a harvest of 90%-110%. Those who had advanced fishing skill had a harvest on average 100-120%. Because manpower was short right now, Yun Ling sent out everyone who could be sent out. In the future, when there were more NPCs, the boat builders, the net weavers, and the fishermen could be divided. I hope there is a good harvest. Seeing the fishing boats move away, Yun Ling had an expression of anticipation. After more than an hour, the fishing boats returned. Opening the fishing nets and inventorying the gains, they were like below: 23x seaweed, 18x kelp, 9x eel, 12x yellow croaker, 10x grouper, 8x cod. 26x sand shrimp, 24x prawn, 18x red shrimp, 15x swimming crab, 17x blue crab. Looking at the pile of seafood, Yun Ling was overjoyed and started to plan what to eat tonight. Night came. Yun Ling made seaweed and egg soup, cold kelp salad, steamed grouper, braised sand shrimp, boiled prawn, stir-fried blue crab, and then waited. I am here. Yu Ching-wen had been invited and came with some pieces of osmanthus cake as a gift. Welcome. Yun Ling came to greet her guest. Moments later, the two sat down opposite each other and started to eat. The seaweed and egg soup was fragrant and delicate to the taste. The kelp salad was refreshing and appetizing. The grouper had fine meat and was very fresh. The sand shrimp and prawns were very sweet and chewy. The broth of the blue crab had been made by the chef and was poured on the cut-up crab legs. Yu Ching-wen's chopsticks moved like they were flying, and she could not stop. She said to herself countless times, I will stop after another bite. But then she took more and more bites without stopping. Only when all 6 dishes were eaten did she wake up and sadly put down her chopsticks. The fish, shrimp, and crabs you made are so delicious. Yu Ching-wen put her fist to her mouth and said covertly, As long as you like it, Yun Ling said and pointed at the wood basin at the side. The wharf was unlocked, and each day I will get a lot of fresh seafood. Some will be put into the warehouse, some in the restaurant to sell, and the rest I want to ask you to help and sell in the stalls. Yu Ching-wen realized. Sell them at a lower price and fill the food baskets of the residents? Yun Ling nodded and added with a smile. In the future, if everyone wants to eat seafood, they can eat seafood. And if they want to eat grains, they can eat grains. The territory will provide it all. Because of a good lord, the residents of the territory were all winners in life. For some reason, this thought appeared in Yu Ching-wen's mind and could not dissipate for a long time. Selling cod, fresh cod? Selling seaweed, kelp, yellow croaker. Do not miss this when you walk by. Selling prawns, selling sand shrimp, selling blue crab, selling swimming crab. It appeared everyone had picked up fishing nets and started to fish as a side job. Countless little stalls started to sell seafood at the same time, and they all had different products. The residents ran over excitedly. There is sand shrimp? Give me 10. The stall owner happily said, Okay, wait a moment. The player on the other side asked, How are you selling the cod? The other stall owner answered, 10 copper coins each, no other price. 10 copper each, a bit expensive, but compared to the night vision and the price at the restaurant, this was not much. The player immediately slapped their leg. I want it all! The stall owner was not willing. Each person is allowed up to 3 pieces per day. The player. Why did this person use limits like the system shops? There was no way about it. The cod was caught by others, and if they did not allow buying more, then it was not allowed. The players could only agree. Okay, 3 is fine. Help me tie it up. Hearing this, the stall owner used a straw rope to loop the fish through the gills. The player paid and then happily left holding the cod. Jungming Yue observed and slowly exhaled. Luckily, the members split up to open stalls. If they had gathered together, it would have been too conspicuous. We do not need to worry about safety inside of Rising Cloud City, Yu Ching-wen comforted. Jungming Yue said in disagreement, Even in the safety area, we need to be careful all the time. Did you forget? In the past, someone made trouble in Rising Cloud City and then a high-level player kicked them out. We have to be on our guard. Didn't they say it was because of a special item? Yu Ching-wen calmly analyzed. Since it is a special item, there must not be many of them, and there is no need to waste them on minor people like us. As she was speaking, she thought, what was there to be afraid of? They had a patron. The Lord of the Rising Cloud City was their greatest patron. Just in case. Jungming Yue sighed. There is nothing bad about being cautious. Yu Ching-wen saw that she could not get to him and just let it go. But then Jungming Yue turned and suddenly asked, Right, Where did you get all this seafood? Yu Ching-won said nonsense with a straight face. I had good luck, finished a special mission and got the right to be a middleman to help the wharf sell the seafood and take the price difference. So lucky. Why do I not have any special missions to trigger? Jung Ming-yue muttered. Yu Ching-won looked at the sky. Because from the start, you were working in the wrong direction. S City, Basswood Town. Zhou Xin-en swung an axe and was chopping at a tree. Bam, bam, bam. After the chopping sounds occurred a dozen times, the pine tree fell down. The system notified, you have received 38 this wood. Just 38 pieces of wood? Zhou Xin-en was very disappointed. This is not enough wood to use at all. But the pine and cypress trees that had been moved had all been cut down, and there were only a few left in their original spot. He had to go to the market to buy wood. When the thought rose, Zhou Xin-en walked quickly to the market. He opened the window and quickly scrolled through, seeing the information. Territory name, Locust Tree Town. Item for sale, 5x wood. Price, 40 copper coins. Inquiries, Guo Song Lin. Zhou Xin-en remembered this person's ID. This person often sold materials and seemed to be a high-level combat player, but unlike normal players, this person's prices were very expensive. In the autumn, the same 5x wood, other people would quote 10 copper coins and he would quote 15 copper coins. In the winter, for 5x wood, others would quote 25 copper coins and he would quote 40. It seemed that he was always a bit more black-hearted than the other people. Let's see if there are any others, Zhou Xin-en thought. If there are not, even if this is expensive, it is better than nothing. Thinking like this, he quickly scanned through the pages. In the winter, wood material was always in short supply, especially with the eternal night. Zhou Xin-en searched for half an hour and got nothing, becoming a bit discouraged. Just as he was planning to surrender and buy at the inflated price, a posting entered his sight. Territory name, Rising Cloud City. Item for sale, 5x wood. Price, 15 copper coins. Inquiries, Zhao Li. Zhou Xin-en quickly bought it. 15 copper coins, plus 5 wood. After the transaction, he had the mind to read closely. When he saw the name Zhao Li, Zhou Xin-en stilled. If he did not remember incorrectly, among the people he knew was someone called Zhao Li, who had talked about moving to Rising Cloud City to live, and had moved before the end of autumn. The same name, or the same person? Zhou Xin-en did not know. As he hesitated, the other sent a message first. Old Zhou, it is you, long time no see. A familiar energy came at him. Zhou Xin-en knew that this was the right person and responded, It seems that you are living well after moving. You have extra wood to sell for money. Zhao Li. He. Zhao Li. Old Zhou, I will tell you the truth. Moving here was the wisest decision I have ever made. Zhao Li. Compared to other safety areas, Rising Cloud City is like heaven. Zhou Xin-en did not believe him. You are exaggerating. What is good about that place you praise it so? Zhao Li. No words can express the excitement and joy in my heart. Boast, keep on boasting, he would not believe a word. Zhou Xin-en. It is the day. How come you have started to drink already? Zhao Li. Zhao Li. Can't we talk happily? We are familiar, so I said a few honest things to you, forget it. Zhou Xin-en gave in. I will listen. You keep on speaking. He would listen and then see how credible this was. Zhao Li. Rising Cloud City's greening has reached 30%, and the temperature difference between the outside and inside of the territory is great. This year's winter is not very cold. Staying in the house even without wearing winter clothing, I feel that I can get through. Over here, the building residences have been unlocked and all the families have their own private space. Without permission, other players cannot enter. Other than this, there is the woodworking workshop, the tailor shop, the defensive shield, the ice house, the farmland, the blacksmith shop, the market, the wharf. This place has all the buildings that I like here, and all of them are useful. Didn't the eternal night mode happen after winter started? The territory guards built up bonfires and raised torches to illuminate the safety area, and the players do not have to worry at all. What shocked me the most is that the restaurant has launched the winter foods steamed cod and cod stewed with tofu, implying to the residents that cod can grant night vision. You have been in Basswood Town for so long. Have you ever seen the restaurant so smart? It was always the players making the discovery first, gathering materials, and then the restaurant would slowly produce the corresponding items. But Rising Cloud City? It was earlier than the players, and the supply is sufficient. If you bear to spend money, every resident can go to the restaurant to get buff items and get night vision for themselves. This is the difference between Earth and Heaven. Basswood Town is greatly lacking. In the end, Xiao Li sighed. Zhou Xin-en was frozen to his spot and dazed. After a while, he asked, "You went near the end of autumn, and it was winter a few days later. You have adjusted?" Xiao Li, "What is there to adjust to? Sell some equipment, get the funds to buy official resident status, buy a wood house, and you have a place to live. Then all you have to do is to fill your stomach. Fish in the morning, cut wood in the afternoon. The territory defense relies on the system guards and the combat players. This life is very comfortable." "Right. There are residents here who raise livestock. I have bought a few pieces of pork, and I am trying to make braised pork. While I did it for the first time, the skill was not very good, but the materials were good and it was fragrant. I even thought of the New Year's pig. If you are early, you can also buy seaweed, kelp, prawn, sand shrimp, blue crabs, and swimming crabs. Tomorrow I am planning to make a seaweed soup, cook boiled shrimp, then drink a little wine and eat some peanuts. If you are interested, I can bring some to you." Zhou Xin-en. He expressionlessly reminded, "You have gone to another safety area, not another game. Just look at what you have said. Is this possible?" Xiao Li, "It is. I am living the life I have described. My cooking skill has improved. If you do not believe me, let me send some to you." Zhou Xin-en looked at the window, as stiff as a statue. After a long time, he said, "Seaweed, kelp, prawn, sand shrimp, blue crab, swimming crab, steamed cod, cod stewed with tofu, braised pork, and peanuts. Give me a portion of each and I will believe you." Xiao Li, "You believed it a long time ago, right? You pretended to not believe so you have an excuse to order food?" Zhou Xin-en had someone he knew to help him buy in Rising Cloud City, but the other players were not so lucky. S-City, Basswood Town, Market. A female player called Ding Wanxin looked through the window with a worried expression. 5x wood, 25 copper coins. 5x wood, 40 copper coins. 3x wood, 12 copper coins. She finally found a low price, but she could not afford to buy it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The rumbling from her stomach reminded her it was time to eat. Ding Wanxin blushed red. If she had money, she would fill her stomach. But the problem was that she did not have money. The time that each person had to move during the day was limited. Stamina determined HP and the ability to run for long distances, fight, and work. Once they reached the limit, they had to stop and rest. Otherwise, they would be affected by negative states. Ding Wanxin was an assassin and spent most of her points on agility and then on strength. She had added some to her stamina, but not much. Because of this, she had to rest after working about 2 to 3 hours. Before the winter came, she thought that it would be cold this year, so she hoarded a lot of winter clothing. Back then, she had thought it was okay if she was not prepared enough. After winter started, she could move freely when she put on the cotton clothing. At worst, she would go out in the cold wind and forage edible plants. That way, while winter was hard, she would manage to survive. But she never thought that the winter this year would not be cold, but the surroundings were pitch black, and the visibility 0. The players were unable to move and had to stay in the territory. Ding Wanxin thought about it, and if she only ate 2 meals a day, she may last until the end of winter. But she was too naive. The territory was covered in darkness. The players could not see the surroundings or the time in the top right corner. Then, they were completely in panic. People who had wanted to save on wood and coal could no longer do this, lighting torches and bonfires. The assets that she had managed to save during autumn were used up like this. Ding Wanxin wanted to go out to forage and cut firewood, but the torches burned for such a short time. The gains she would get would not even be worth the torch money. She had tried to team up with others, but not long after leaving the territory, the temporary teammates tried to attack her like a monster. Ding Wanxin saw the situation was not good and quickly fled in order to survive. After this, even if she was frugal, she was on the verge of spending all her money. What to do? Ding Wanxin frowned deeply and her expression was dazed. A message suddenly jumped out. Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying. Have you been well recently? Are you okay? Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying. If you are in trouble, I am happy to help. Lu Ying? Ding Wanxin stilled. Her sealed memories were awakened and she remembered who Lu Ying was. They had once been in the same team, but the leader had died because of a monster attack, and the deputy was not good in conduct, unable to lead, so the members all left the team and went their separate ways. While they knew each other, the two only had ordinary relationships. Half a month ago, Lu Ying suddenly said she wanted to move to Rising Cloud City. Ding Wanxin had been puzzled. The two were not very close, so why did the other come to tell her that she was leaving Basswood Town? Back then, she had not asked, but today she could not bear it, and finally asked. Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying, did you forget? Back then, I was young and weak, not having enough to eat. You went outside to dig up wild vegetables and then shared some with me. Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying. While this is a minor matter, I still remember it. Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying. I had wanted to pay you back a long time ago, but I did not live well and could not find a chance. After being reminded by the other, Ding Wanxin suddenly remembered that once in the past she had been living well, not worried for food, and had gone to dig up wild vegetables to share with the old and the weak. Some would help her work, others would pay her back with materials, and others even accepted it as matter of fact. When giving became a habit, not giving became a fault, and at this time, her life grew difficult. Ding Wanxin could not even take care of herself, so she stopped her charity. She had not thought that Lu Ying had once been a person she had helped. No wonder the other was so close to her. Ding Wanxin touched her stomach. If she did not ask for help, she would likely starve to death. She said, "Could you give me some food? Otherwise, wood or torches also work." Right now, wood and torches were the best-selling goods in the territory and would be easily sold. She could get some copper coins and buy food to fill her stomach. Then she would think of other things in the future. Lu Ying acted without another word. In the next second, Ding Wanxin received many system notifications. Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying has given you 1x seaweed and egg soup. Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying has given you 1x cold seaweed salad. Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying has given you 1x grouper. Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying has given you 1x cod stick. Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying has given you 5x potato cake. Ding Wanxin's mouth dropped open. She was stunned. After the market building was unlocked, other than the transactions, there was the ability to give. But which normal player would give the game items they had to others for free? So from the start of the game to now, Ding Wanxin had never used the gifting ability before. But today, other people had gifted her, and so much delicious food. Ding Wanxin felt on the verge of tears. Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying has given you 3x torches. Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying has given you 5x wood. Rising Cloud City. Lu Ying. After the winter ends, move to Rising Cloud City. It is very good here. Ding Wanxin took a deep breath and managed to barely get control of her emotions. If I am still alive at that time, I will go find you. 1 fishing boat, 4 cotton fishing net, 2 fishermen. As the fishing profession NPCs appeared, the daily output from the wharf increased. Other than providing food for the territory residents, it was possible to sell to the other safety areas. Yun Ling had a plan. When she saved up enough money, she would upgrade the wharf to level 3, and then upgrade the other buildings. She was running a business in the game. She had to upgrade all her buildings in her territory to the maximum. Lu Chuan came to deliver materials and recipes. Seeing the Lord completely focused on the territory, he felt helpless. Other than construction, have you tried any other way of playing? No, Yun Ling shook her head. I am only interested in constructing the territory. Lu Chuan's expression of helplessness increased. From the start of the game to now, Yun Ling could not calculate how many materials she had accepted from Lu Chuan. Thinking of the great contribution from the resident, she generously promised, "If you want anything, just speak. I will fulfill a wish for you." Lu Chuan quietly said, "Nothing much. I just hope the Lord will give more missions to increase positive feelings." As a player, he had to learn to search for missions on his own. Sometimes the missions were time-limited. If he was late, no matter if he finished or not, he could not get positive feelings. It was so hard for him. Yun Ling, what kind of strange wish was this? Asking for orange equipment and S-rank skills were easier than this. In reality, if possible, Lu Chuan hoped that he could directly state his wish. Level up positive feeling to maximum, drop the Lord as a gift, I want nothing else. But before the positive feelings towards him were high enough, his honest words would drop the positive feeling to 0 or negative. So Lu Chuan only implicitly mentioned his request. Yun Ling was at a loss and could not think of a mission to give. Never mind. Lu Chuan sighed. I will find a way by myself. He walked away and his back looked a bit bleak. Yun Ling wanted him to stay, but did not know what to do, so she could just watch him leave. Under the leadership of the great leader, this winter was not hard at all. Even if starting on day 235 the weather turned cold, it was just putting on winter clothing, and this did not affect the daily lives of the residents. On this day, seeing that there were enough copper coins, Yun Ling opened the system window to start upgrading. The wharf is upgraded to level 3. At most, it can hold 10 ships. Also, the territory window showed unlockable buildings 13, existing buildings 12, existing building detail warehouse level 3, omitted, mission hall level 3, omitted, woodworking workshop level 2, omitted, tailor shop level 3, omitted, residence level 2, omitted, defensive shield level 3, omitted, restaurant level 2, omitted, ice house level 3, omitted, farmland level 3, omitted, blacksmith shop level 2, omitted, market level 3, omitted, wharf level 3, omitted. T. There are still 4 level 2 buildings, woodworking workshop, residences, restaurant, and the blacksmith shop, Yun Ling thought. There is also 1 empty building slot. I have to think well about what building to unlock. As she was thinking, a message popped out. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Boss, save me. X. What is it? Yun Ling said curiously. Ever since the partnership with Rising Cloud City started, the residents of Shintong Town had much better days. There should not be any problems. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Didn't I start buying fishing nets from you? After that, the sales of the player-made ones were not good. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. That person helped me, and I want him to be okay. But after using the cotton fishing nets, I feel despair if I go back and use the crude handmade ones. Yun Ling was puzzled. Can't you put them up in the market to sell? Rising Cloud City has many players who want to buy fishing nets, but there is not enough supply, and they cannot buy. Sell in the market? Jiao Shintong stilled. All this time, she had been the main customer of the old fisherman. Now, she had changed suppliers, and seeing the old fisherman's business slowly drown, she was worried on his behalf. She even completely forgot that goods like the fishing net, which were low in supply and very practical, would sell easily. So what if the durability was limited and they needed to dry? Ordinary players did not use them frequently. X. Most people, to be able to survive to now, had multiple jobs, able to forage, hunt, mine, cut wood, and do all things. With a fishing net, they would have another job of catching fish. and they only had to do it every once in a while. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Thank you for reminding me, I understand. Yun Ling saw that Jiao Shintong had been awakened and did not say more. When something happened to yourself, it was easy to get stuck in a dead end, but a bystander would be able to see more clearly. The winter passed, and the spring came. It was the spring of the new year. Day 251, the temperature warmed up, and the characters on the top right corner showed Spring, Calamity Day? In the morning, when Yun Ling opened her eyes, she saw a new system message. Congratulations, player, for passing the second year. You have received a hint to passing. Everything can be done once, twice, thrice, but not 4 times. Yun Ling was slightly shocked. This means that the players will be tested for at most 3 years and the game will finish? Even though she liked to build and manage in the game, she could not help but be relieved when she learned that one day Apocalypse Calamity would finish. In the future, she would play another game, one that was not fatal. Translator ramblings: Happy holidays to those who celebrate it. Despite all problems Amazon has, I wish especially happy holidays to the people who managed to get me my needed computer charger through one-day shipping. Spring, the sunlight was warm, and the breeze was gentle. Lu Chuan was eating the egg roll that he had bought when the system suddenly sounded. Players Zhu Xingguo and Lu Xiu Li request to enter. Will you allow it? Who? He did not know them. Lu Chuan pressed refuse. After a drink of soy milk, the same system notification came again. Players Zhu Xingguo and Lu Xiu Li request to enter. Will you allow this? What did this mean? They were staying by the door and refusing to leave? Lu Chuan thought for a moment and agreed. He wanted to see why the other was insisting on coming in. Good morning. Sorry for the disturbance. Please forgive us. When the door opened, a man in his 30s walked in with a large smile. He was fat and he looked honest. When people saw him, they could not avoid feeling close. There was a woman in her 20s following him, with bright and beautiful features. Her features were very soft and moving, and also very seductive. Lu Chuan saw this, and only had one thought in his head. She looked weak. How had she survived until today? I am Zhu Xingguo. This is Miss Lu Xiu Li, the man introduced. Why knock on the door? Lu Chuan headed for the main subject. Zhu Xingguo patiently explained, Today, we received a system warning that if we make it through the 3rd year, the game will end. After the hardship of the winter season, a third of our teammates have been lost, and we have almost exhausted our supplies. Right now, we are low on manpower and need new blood. It would be wonderful if experts are willing to join. Lu Chuan glanced at Zhu Xingguo. You need to take along a female player to invite players to join? The implication was clear. They were trying to use seduction. Zhu Xingguo had a calm expression and said slowly, Our team is in a special situation, and we have taken in mostly weak female players. If the members get together and make a good match, then it is a good thing, right? As he spoke, Lu Xiu Li went forwards with a smile, like she wanted to get close to speak. But then, along the way, her foot twisted, and she fell towards Lu Chuan's arms. Lu Chuan was an archer, and naturally had added points to his agility. Seeing this, he dodged to the side, and his voice was icy. Do not even think of trying to stage a crash. Zhu Xingguo. Lu Xiu Li. The air was awkward for a moment. Zhu Xingguo coughed softly. How is this staging a crash? You are joking, she was just not careful. I have a girlfriend. Lu Chuan looked coldly at the pair and lied. She wants to crash into my arms because she wants an expert to join the team or to attract hate for the team? Lu Xiu Li's expression froze, and she shook her head in panic. Without realizing it, Zhu Xingguo had a fine layer of sweat on his forehead. He forced a smile and tried to end this. If you are not willing, then we will not disturb you. Get out. Lu Chuan did not look pleased. If you keep on going before the game acts, I will deal with your team. We are going, we are going. Zhu Xinguo pulled Lu Xiuli, turning and quickly walking away. Lu Chuan was the only person left in the stone house. He was in a bad mood as he drank the rest of the soy milk. His tone was half angry and half helpless. The one who should have enlightenment has not yet done so, and the ones who should not fawn are fawning. The residences are upgraded to level 3. Residence, level 3. Simple wood houses, stone houses, and separate villas for residents to live in. Requires 100, 500, 3,000 copper coins to make. At the current level at most, 3,000 can be built. There are enough stone houses, who would buy villas? Thinking about this, Yun Ling built 50 stone houses and 50 wood houses, expanding the residential area. Just after the houses were built, one person fled back to the territory in panic. Not good! Outside, there are so many bosses! The residents who had stayed in the territory were stunned. Aren't bosses rare? This is true! That person swore that it was dangerous outside the territory. Slow down. Speak slowly and in detail, Yun Ling comforted. Maybe because that person had reached the safety area, he calmed down, and his words became organized. This morning, I went with a friend to the stream to catch fish. My friend is a fishing expert. When he sits by the stream, he can catch a lot of fish with a fishing pole. I recently bought a fishing net, and when the net goes down, I will also get a lot. At the start, everything was going well, and the gains were far better than normal. But at this time, a wild black boar boss appeared and knocked us down. We packed up the fishing nets and poles, carrying the wood buckets, preparing to leave. But then a black snake boss suddenly shot out of the grass and bit my friend. My friend was bleeding, poisoned, and could only move slowly. Then a hawk boss dove down and attacked my friend's ankle with multiple wind blades. Because of the severity of the wounds, he died immediately and did not even realize what had happened. 3 bosses appeared together near the territory. Do you dare to believe this? That person had a frightened look. My shoes are purple, and I sprinted like I was mad to escape back. If my equipment was any less and I was more unlucky. At the end, he shivered uncontrollably. Hearing this, the residents were in uproar. 3 bosses working together to attack players? Is it the players hunting the monsters or the monsters hunting the players? Everything can be done once, twice, thrice, but not 4 times. So before the 4th time comes, they are trying to kill everyone? The trash game is being inhumane again. It is this difficult at the start of the 3rd year's spring. There is no need to play. The team will die. The curses kept on coming. At this time, 3 other players fled back to the territory in a sorry state. My new wood stick was bitten through by the white wolf boss. The brown bear boss swiped casually, and my cloth armor was torn into pieces, now useless. When we left, there were 8 of us. We said that with all of us we could try to hunt a boss. But there were 2 bosses. After fighting a while, more than half the people were dead. The 3 people sobbed, rejoicing for having survived, and sad at the unlucky deaths of their fellows. Hearing that going out and encountering a boss was not an exception, the air froze. All the players present were considering a question. Was it so dangerous outside right now? Then, if they went out of the city to get water, would they be attacked? When the thought formed, one person ran back in a panic and shouted madly, "I went to the stream to get water and a boss chased me." The residents? It was the truth. They were finished. The high levels can happily fight the bosses. What about the low levels? Would they be unable to leave the territory at all? Someone murmured. Most of those present were life skills players, but they lived in Rising Cloud City. Their relationship with Rising Cloud City was that they would prosper together and fall together. If the combat players had less income, would the others have a better life? To speak of nothing else, the foraging materials would decrease. What if there was not enough food? Would everyone have to starve together? Thinking this, anxiousness spread. Many people had worried expressions, and their mood was heavy. At this time, the only thought in Yun Ling's head was, luckily the farmland was level 3, the wharf was level 3, and the warehouse was full of stock. The old saying, accumulate grain to ward off hunger, was so right. He Rong hid in the grass, crouching down and carefully looking around. The stream water flowed, winding and curving into the distance. The surroundings were silent, like there was no one but him hiding here. It seemed to be fine. Thinking like this, He Rong ran to the stream and picked up a water fern. Water fern could be eaten raw, could be stir-fried. It was fragrant, crisp, and sweet, very appetizing. After picking the vegetables, he picked up some more mushrooms and fungus to take back to make a vegetable porridge. By now, He Rong had thought it through. The wilderness was too dangerous. With his strength, if he tried to fight the boss, he would just give away his life. It was better to pick food and live day by day. In any case, he was just alone, and only had to take care of himself. He was an official resident of Rising Cloud City. He did not have to pay the overnight fee each day, and only needed to fill his stomach. In any case, after a while the game would finish. If he survived, it was victory. He Rong motivated himself and sped up the foraging, trying to leave as soon as possible. Puff, puff, puff. 3 spikes shot on the ground, just a step away from He Rong. He paled. If he had not just finished picking the water ferns and changed position, wouldn't he have been pierced by the spikes just now? During his daze, the tree stood up, the branches dancing and tying him up without a word. Damn. He Rong's heart dropped. What were people afraid of when they were out? Being attacked by powerful monsters. What was the worst about being attacked? Getting a negative state, being controlled, and having speed limited so there was no hope for fleeing. Being completely tied up like this was undoubtedly the worst situation. Save me! If he did nothing, there was only one road in front of him. Death. He Rong shouted in despair, "Is anyone there? Save me!" The branches swung and made him hit the trunk. He Rong was dizzy. Save me! Save me! He Rong was on the verge of unconsciousness and was instinctively begging for help. A hedgehog ran out, aiming at the prey and bending to attack. Then there were multiple shouts. Spirit burn! Meteor shower! Meteor fall! Fireball! Ice spike! Heal! The flames, stones, and ice spikes swept at the hedgehog. At the same time, a white light landed on He Rong and his HP rose back up. A team coming to help? He Rong was shocked and overjoyed. Charge! The warriors charged and knocked the hedgehog over. Enwind. The mage attacked and locked down the target. Chaos stick! The sticks rained down and stunned the boss. Then the second round of spells arrived. The hedgehog boss was unable to react before it was drowned by the spells. It silently fell down. So great! He Rong's spirits lifted, and he felt he had hope. The tree boss was angered, the branches dancing and lashing at the new players. One female player strode forward and held a shield at the front. The attacks did not create obvious damage to her, but the tree branches turned black like they had been burned. The tree monsters gave a howl of pain and grew more mad. The female player ordered, "Prepare fire, burn off the branches. Assassins, prepare the rescue immediately." He Rong was bouncing up and down with the branches, and it felt like he was on a roller coaster. In his dizziness, he saw the rescuers out of the corner of his eye. He saw that most of the members were wearing masks, and only the female player giving orders was unmasked. He felt very shocked. Such a strong team. They worked together well, and knew when to advance and retreat. Also, the team had all the professions, and the configuration was balanced. They were not like other teams who greatly lacked one profession or another, their shortcoming obvious. Who were these people? How come he had never seen them before? As he was thinking, his sight blacked out, and he almost fainted. All his thoughts dissipated. He Rong called for help again, hoping that he would be put down early. Last time on Apocalypse Lord, winter is over and spring is here. That means all our problems are solved, right? This chapter has been brought to you by me and Smash101. Chapter 70, Pray. Yun Ling gave the order and the flames danced, hitting the branches and burning them off. He Rong fell from the air and was on the verge of dying from the fall. A figure flashed out like lightning and caught him before falling to the ground safely. The tree boss was angered and wanted to catch the prey again. Yun Ling led the warriors to stop the attack, while the assassin took He Rong away from the front line. "Are you okay?" Pang Yu got close and asked in concern. He Rong found that there was more than one person who was unmasked. At the rear of the team, there were more than 20 people sitting or standing, silently waiting for the battle to finish. However, their figures had been covered by the trees before, so he had not seen them. "I am okay." He looked around and asked in confusion, "Who are you guys?" "I am Pang Yu, a member of the foraging team." Pang Yu puffed out his chest and proudly said, "They are the combat team. We have different jobs. If we encounter bosses, they go up, and if there are materials, we go." He Rong heard this and was full of envy. It is so good to be protected by a large team. But then Pang Yu immediately said, "If you are willing, you can be so as well." He Rong was shocked. "Me?" "Right," Pang Yu spoke quickly. "You have to prepare your own travel items for going out. You have to hand over 3/10 of all that you forage, and the rest is for yourself. If there is danger, the members of the combat team will unconditionally rescue you." He Rong asked, "What if the combat members are too slow and unable to rescue me?" Pang Yu said. "Then it is done." He Rong. Pang Yu was trying to persuade, "The game is so difficult you still expect 100% safety? If you come out with the team, it is better than being alone." This was true. He Rong thought for a moment and asked, "What if the foraging team members hide materials?" The leader said if anyone is not honest, they will get kicked out of the foraging team on the next day, and the partnership is done. Pang Yu said bluntly. He Rong. So brisk? There was not even evidence gathering? Think about it. Is it more profitable to go with the team or be alone, foraging and prepared to flee at any moment? Pang Yu said solemnly. If you are not willing, it is fine if you do not join. When the team returns to the city, we will bring you back. This was something so good he was stupid if he did not agree. Thinking of this, He Rong resolutely said, I am willing to join. As they were speaking, the tree boss was killed. Other than the orange skill card, 2 orange equipment, there was also purple equipment, blue skill cards, white equipment, copper coins, and materials. Yun Ling picked up the drops and divided them. After dealing with this, she walked near the resource point and indicated for the players to start foraging. At the same time, some of the NPCs sat down, while others stood on guard, taking shifts to rest. After a while, He Rong realized that he had joined a very good team. If anyone in the surroundings called for help, the leader Yun Ling would take the guards to mount a rescue. Among these people, there were some as lucky as him, being rescued and then immediately joining the foraging team. There were some that were less lucky. The help was just about to arrive, and the boss was going to be under control, but they did not manage to last the few seconds. When the help arrived, the players had no HP left and closed their eyes. Pang Yu was good, and just sighed that these people were too unlucky. He Rong felt cold inside. When rescuing him, if the team had been a step late, maybe he would have ended up like this. Thinking about this, he was more afraid and did not want to leave the team. Foraging members, wait here. Combat members, come with me and kill the boss, Yun Ling charged out. When she was moving, she thought, how many players would be lucky to have survived by the end of the spring? For most players in Rising Cloud City, the night was resting time and the time for celebration. The people who had worked all day sat together chatting, buying things, and playing cards. This way, the next day, they would have the courage to keep on struggling in the apocalypse where they could not see a future. But today, the territory had a heavy air, and there was no laughter and celebration like usual. One half-grown youth was crying, I went out, my wood spear was destroyed, my belt broken, and my straw sandals lost. How will I live in the future? That is nothing, a youth next to him sneered. A team of 15 went out, but only 3 people came back. The death rate is as high as 80%. Can they be as bad off as us? Another person's hands were trembling. We went to mine, but the only entrance was blocked by the boss. More than 20 people and none except me survived. I was fishing in the mountain stream and accidentally saw 2 bosses drinking water. 5 teammates were gone in the blink of an eye, one person cried. They are all bosses and there were no normal monsters. This is hell. The residents complained, and the celebration became a meeting to compare their misery. To their despair, this was the first day of the new year. Only the fittest survive. Lung Bai thought of the news that he had gotten from the night market. Listening to the residents complain, he felt a thread of understanding. If you have evolved in the wrong direction, or slowly, you will be eliminated. If you do not have a skill, if you did not train your combat skill in the first 2 years of the game and try to level up, during the 3rd year, the players will become prey and be chased by the bosses. You can only have a chance of survival if you evolve faster than the bosses. Hearing this, the residents were shocked and unable to speak. One player wanted to argue, but thinking of their situation, they swallowed the words. This person was right. If you were not strong enough, you likely could not go out of the safety area in the 3rd year. If you did not save up enough in the first 2 years, you will either die of hunger or thirst in the territory. Or you would go out of the territory and get killed by a boss. It was too difficult to survive past the spring season. For experts, the bosses are not a great hindrance. It is the opposite. Killing bosses will bring purple equipment, orange equipment, large sums of copper coins, and countless materials. It will fill the warehouses of the team. After Leng Bai, someone else spoke the truth. In other words, only the weak were being bothered. Even the high-level players did not have to worry too much. Rising Cloud City had so many powerful combat players. There would always be people who needed the high-level equipment/items being made. At these words, it was deathly silent. Most residents had ugly expressions. Some were calm, and not in a panic. Yun Ling stood in the crowd and did not make a sound. Of all the people present, no one knew better than her how grim the current situation was. In just a day, Rising Cloud City's population had decreased by 400. This was the first big reduction in people since the territory was built. If this rate kept on going, soon, the residents would be halved and then halved again. Thinking of this, Yun Ling said in a moderate voice, "The weak can unite. Why can't dozens of us go out together? Just like last year against the monsters attacking. Use numbers to defeat the monsters." This is easy to speak of. Immediately someone mocked this. Last summer, players were willing to work together because there were the system guards looking from the side. If you were not good, you would be blacklisted and kicked out of the territory. The teams will go out. Without the supervision of the system guards, who knows if the teammates will stab you in the back or not? If only 2 people from a team survive, and they say the other caused the team's death, then who is to be believed? You say that this is not good, then you give a good idea? Yun Ling was cold. Low-level players going out alone is almost certain death, so what with trying to get together? Can't you find some trustworthy players as teammates before you go? Hey, you? The opponent wanted to say more, but the people around had thoughtful expressions. We can try. It is something. Seeing them moved, Yun Ling retreated and silently left, successful. Starting on day 252, players tried to team up. The small teams expanded to large teams, the lone players abandoned their gaming method, and tried to join in order to stay alive. Among them, some teams did not return after going out. But some went out during the day, and came back at night unharmed. Not just this. When they left, they had anxious expressions. When they came back, they were grinning, clearly having gained greatly. On the other side, Yun Ling looked at the system window and sighed in relief. The decrease has slowed. On day 251, there had been a decrease of 400 in residents. On day 252, there had been a decrease of 267. On day 253, there had been a decrease of 180. After that, each day, there was a decrease of 50-70. The situation was finally under control. Day 256, standing on the border of the territory and having looked for 5 days, eating all the food at home, Gao Shuo finally made a decision. Choice 1, the team was not small, and there were 45 people. But from what he observed, the death rate was too high. The team members changed quickly, and there were dozens of new faces each day. Choice 2, there were 33 people. Each day there were almost no casualties, but over half were relatives and friends. He heard that while there would be safety, the distribution may be unfair. Choice 3 had 39 people in the team and 3 to 5 people dying each day. The advantage was they were fair and would divide the drops based on contribution. Honestly speaking, Gao Shuo hesitated for a long time between choice 2 and 3. Choice 2 was safe, but not good for saving. Choice 3 was more dangerous, but if one had skills, the income would increase greatly. Gao Shuo thought and thought, feeling that he was above average in strength and should join choice 3 to fight. Lucky that I have a good memory to learn faces, otherwise I would not have recognized them. After making the decision, Gao Shuo was full of emotion. Lucky that I had enough food in store and was not in a hurry to join a team. Otherwise, if I entered the death team, there would have been no place to cry. 5 days. The unreliable teams are mostly dead. The wait was worth it. The meeting of misery was that if someone else was worse off than me, I will be able to make it through. Before the network was connected, people would only compare miseries in the same territory. After connecting, comparing miseries became a movement for all people. I just managed to save 6 bandages. I went out and used all of them. All of them. I am kneeling to beg for more recovery items. Through my constant efforts, I finally managed to eat myself into poverty. Boss, do you need game materials? If you speak, I will forage for you even if I die. Does anyone need wood sticks? Not expensive, just 20 copper coins each. Where are steel knives being sold? I will buy at a high price. The wood ones would be bitten through by the bosses, and only the metal ones are durable. People were seeking equipment and items. Others were seeking jobs to do and earn something by going out into danger. Others were selling at low prices, disrupting the market. The market was in chaos. Personal messages kept on jumping out, as though people were contacting her every second. Yun Ling responded to all of them. The materials are limited. The production of items and equipment each day is limited and temporarily not being sold out. In the room, Yu Qingwen and Zhengming Yue were together, talking in low voices. At this time, 3 members came hurriedly into the room. One person said, "Leader, I looked on the market and found from the hundreds of posts, none of them were selling recovery items. This is not normal. In the past, they were few, but people would sell them." Another person said, "I went around Rising Cloud City and found the prices of the recovery items have grown 40%, 50%, and the supply cannot keep up with demand. If the items are brought out, other players would clean them out. And also the simple bandages and high-quality bandages. They are selling well, and the stock is being emptied. Right now, if you want to request a tailor to make bandages, you must go to them with the materials, and also the appointments are 5 days later." It was the third person's turn. He had a serious expression. The wind is not right. Some people are going mad in hoarding, trying to turn all the copper coins into items, not caring if the price is high. In the last few days, it wasn't just the life skills players' bandages selling like crazy. Even the bandages being sold by the tailor shop are selling out each day. It seems like if they are a bit slow, their copper coins will not be able to be spent. During wartime, strategic resources are more useful than money. Zhengming Yue thought for a moment and decided, "We will take money and buy. Join the hoarding army." I agreed. Yu Qingwen seconded. After buying the official resident status, there was no place for us to spend our money. At most, we would add a few pieces of good equipment if we encountered them. She had finished a special mission and had special channels to do business together with the lord of the territory. During these days, she had made a lot. They would change the copper coins into high-level equipment, recovery items, and food. Then, no matter what happened next, they would be able to deal with it. "So it is settled. Call the other people in the team to go out together and buy as much as possible," Zhengming Yue announced. The members realized the severity of the problem, nodded, and quickly started to move. After spring started, the collection missions of the mission hall got lower and lower completion. In the last few days, there were only 20 or so missions finished. It was pitiful. Yun Ling knew that the players had gradually formed the habit of hoarding and bartering. After a while, The mission hall would be nothing. Thinking, she changed the mission content. Hand in 10x linen cloth, 2x silk thread to trade for 1x simple bandages. Hand in 40x linen cloth, 10x silk thread to trade for 1x linen backpack. Hand in 2x rice to trade for 1x rice porridge. Hand in 2x cornmeal, 2x flour to trade for 1x mixed grain steamed bun. To make a simple bandage, one needed 5 linen and 1 silk thread. To make a linen backpack, one needed 20 linen and 5 silk threads. To make rice porridge, one needed 1 portion of rice. To make a mixed grain steamed bun, one needed 1 portion of cornmeal and 1 portion of flour. Yun Ling took in 2 portions of material and gave back 1 portion of finished goods. She had a very profitable business. But even so, when the players saw the new collection missions, they were still shocked and overjoyed. Right now, it is not possible to get recovery items even if you have the copper coins. It is so good you can just trade with game materials. Then, they traded all the materials they had hoarded in the last few days. Looking at the 2x rice, 6x cornmeal, 6x flour, and other lines flowing across the window, Yun Ling had a smile. The players get items, I get materials, everyone is happy. Thinking like this, she opened the territory window. The restaurant is upgraded to level 3. The area taken up is expanded. The workshop is enlarged. You can employ 10 workers at maximum. There is still the woodworking workshop and the residences, which are level 2. Yun Ling smiled and closed the window. As to the remaining buildings, because there were so many choices in what to unlock, her eyes were dazzled and she did not know what to pick. Also, if she kept this building slot, if there were any omissions, she would be able to make up for it in time. Thinking like this, Yun Ling was not in a hurry to unlock. In the stone room, there were 20 wood barrels on the east side, filled with rice, flour, and cornmeal. There was a cabinet on the west side. If the cabinet was open, it would be possible to see purple and orange light mixing within. There were a dozen enchantment crystals waiting to be used. In the dozens of grass baskets on the north side, there was raw meat, cooked meat, and also all kinds of recovery foods. In the 6 grass baskets in the northernmost side were bandages. I have hoarded so much it should be enough to use, Lu Chuan thought. Before he could conclude, the system notification appeared. Player Yun Ling requests to enter. Will you allow it? It was so rare. A rare guest. Lu Chuan agreed. Opening the door, Yun Ling immediately asked, There is a cave not far from here, with 10 bosses living inside. How about teaming up and going together? How come you thought of inviting me? Lu Chuan asked. Yun Ling said, Didn't you say that you hoped the Lord would give more missions? She had thought for a while to get a relatively reliable one. Sending Lu Chuan to deliver materials to the system shops counted as a mission, but it was trivial and not effective. Running around was just a waste of time. Yun Ling felt that a mission like that was not a reward, but a punishment, so she carefully chose before speaking. Lu Chuan. The important point was to increase positive feelings. What did fighting monsters count as? Never mind, Lu Chuan thought. The Lord willing to arrange missions on her own was unprecedented in history. He could not demand too much. Wait a moment, he said. I will clean up and then we can leave. Yes. Yun Ling went in to wait. Seeing the house full of strategic materials, she was full of emotions. Some people are slow and have not yet realized it. You have already finished your preparations. Lu Chuan answered, Preparedness averts peril. As he packed up his brown leather backpack and organized his purple quiver, he chatted. Recently, the recovery items are in short supply. Do you have enough linen cloth? The linen cloth was an important material for making bandages. If there were not enough linen cloth to use, then the bandages could not be made. Yun Ling said without even thinking, There is a lot of flax being planted in the fields. There is enough of the stock to be used for a long time. Lu Chuan was slightly shocked. But the simple bandages and high-quality bandages from the tailor shops are clearly... Before he finished, he reacted. Yun Ling said with a smile, Even if the price is high, and there is a rule of limited purchases, there are many who want to buy bandages. Since the supply cannot keep up with demand, I ordered the NPCs to sell a certain amount each day at random times. So the random times was that in the 24 hours of the day, the stock may be refreshed any minute. Sometimes 2, sometimes 3, sometimes 5. If players had keen eyes and fast hands to grab them, then the shelves looked like they were sold out. If other people wanted to buy, they had to wait for the refresh. In any case, there were always people who were unable to buy. It was better to make it more fair and luck-based. Her thought was so simple. Lu Chuan was silent and did not speak for a long time. But if you need them, I can give you some. Yun Ling opened the back door. Other than the 100 bandages sold each day, the other goods the NPCs have produced are all in the warehouse. If team battles occur or the monsters come to lay siege again, the recovery items will be of use. Once again. Did she know what she was doing? Lu Chuan looked deeply at Yun Ling with a hint of helplessness on his face. No matter what had happened, no matter the situation, she was thinking of him and prepared the resources that he needed the most. Warm and considerate, always thinking of him, straightforward and biased. Such a person always around him, he could not remain unmoved. But why? When his positive feelings were at their maximum, Yun Ling's were not. Had he not given enough game materials? Lu Chuan was full of thoughts. He focused and said, "You have so many NPCs. Remember to hoard some more food." When this was mentioned, Yun Ling could not help but feel heartsore. Right now, there are 300 to 400 NPCs in the territory. The amount of food they use up each day is very great, and it is very hard to support the family. Luckily, hunting will make up for some of it. Farming and fishing gives a steady supply of food, and so I can handle it. It is not just the bandages of the tailor shop. The food provided by the restaurant, the equipment provided by the woodworking workshop, and the blacksmith shop all have certain quantities, and we take in more than is put out. In the last few days, there are more and more in the warehouse, enough for the NPC army to use. Lu Chuan. No matter what you say about being prepared, how come it was so difficult to increase positive feelings? Old people were smart. The saying was not wrong at all. Back at the start of the spring, old Zhang had scented something and told his grandson to go buy food, and only kept a small sum in hand. "Grandfather, is it necessary?" Zhang Hongbo was hesitant. "I think Rising Cloud City is very safe, and we will not run out of food soon." "Go when I tell you." Old Zhang blew out his beard. "Rising Cloud City does not lack for food. If you buy, you can put it at home and slowly eat. It will not be a waste." "What if the food runs out? What to do then? Should we just starve to death together?" "Look at you, what are you saying?" Zhang Hongbo thought for a moment and felt that his grandfather's words were right, so he stood up. "Okay, I will go and buy food now. Just stay at home, do not worry. If you are tired of weaving, then rest. Also the linen backpacks and the cotton backpacks. They are so old and worn. If something happens, we can fill the storage backpacks, put them on, and then leave," old Zhang warned. "And equipment that increases stamina and agility. Pick some cost-effective ones. They will save our lives at key times." "I understand." Zhang Hongbo put on the backpack and went out the door. Old Zhang was left alone in the woodhouse. He sighed heavily and said to himself, "I am old bones. I will not be going anywhere. Hongbo, you are still young. If Rising Cloud City is breached, you must escape." He was not the only one. Grandmother Qian said to Chow Chow, "I see that the air of the territory is not quite right. We should buy more food to hoard." The two of them were used to living in a rural village and had the habit of hoarding food. Hearing this, Chow Chow nodded without a word. "When I finish what I am doing, I will go buy some immediately." Grandmother Qian thought and said, "Do not sell the storage backpacks, simple bandages, and high-quality bandages you make. Xiao Fan and the others need them, and save these for them." "Okay." Chow Chow had no objection. Also, if customers come to request equipment and items, only take materials and food as payment, not copper coins, Grandmother Qian added. Before Chow Chow answered, she sighed heavily. "I do not know what is going on. Starting yesterday, my heart has been anxious. It was like She sensed something bad was going to happen. "Grandmother, do not worry too much," Chow Chow comforted. "We are in Rising Cloud City. We will be fine." In the world there were always people who were quick thinking and always were first. There were also people who were slow to react and always a few steps behind. After spring started, Xiaohua was focused on saving money to trade for practical blue equipment, and did not think so much. But one day, he suddenly found that the price of the food had increased 50 to 70%, and some of the dishes he wanted to eat were out of stock. "What is going on?" Xiaohua was shocked inside. "Is there going to be a food shortage in the game world as well?" Without high-level equipment, he could manage with low-level stuff. But if there was not enough food, the player had no other choice than to starve to death. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart started to beat faster and hurried to the restaurant. The system shop's goods were famous for being useful but expensive. In normal situations, there would always be leftovers. But today the system shelves were empty. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart sank. What to do? At this moment, his mind was blank and he could not think of a thing. At this time, Chef A walked out of the back kitchen and put 3 mixed-grain steamed buns and 2 bowls of rice porridge on the shelves. Xiaohua was both shocked and joyed, hurriedly buying them. In the blink of an eye, the shelves were empty again. The mixed-grain steamed buns are 50 copper coins each, and the rice porridge 50 copper coins per bowl. It is fine if I just buy once in a while. If I have to eat every day at the restaurant, how long will my savings last? Xiaohua was only happy for a little while before his expression turned solemn. What to do in the future? As he was thinking, residents were quickly coming close. Seeing the shelves empty, they were disappointed. How come the restaurant food is also gone? In the future, will food be more rare and expensive than equipment? Xiaohua. He suddenly realized he had thought too much. Even if he had enough copper coins and was willing to buy food from the restaurant, he may still not be able to buy. On day 258, the situation grew worse. There were no more players setting up stalls to sell, and the cooked food just moved privately between people who knew each other. Before going out to hunt, the residents would take the opportunity to run to the restaurant and then wait in the dining hall. Just after the NPC put the food on the shelves, the players would crowd over and fight like mad. At this time, there were only fast hands. Movement speed and reaction speed determined if one could buy or not. Later, because of this, it was the professionals who had high agility, like the assassins and archers, who stayed in the restaurant. Others, like the warriors and mages, had given up on the battle and thought of other ways. In the warehouse, Yun Ling was taking inventory. This was a new habit after spring started, in order to keep track of the specific amounts of strategic resources. After making sure the warehouse stock was slowly growing, she would occasionally increase the amount provided to the restaurant based on her mood. If she was unlucky on the day and did not get a lot, then she would not increase. After a while, the situation was stable. Yun Ling had a content expression after the inventory. There are a lot of materials and finished goods, enough to last for a long time. As she spoke, a message jumped out. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Boss, there are 2 things I want to tell you. Yun Ling casually responded. Speak. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. The first thing is there is a crazy person in the territory who wants to move to Rising Cloud City to live. They say that the top territory is the safest, and the other safety areas are not trustworthy. Yun Ling. Yun Ling said, if I remember correctly, there are 2 cities between F City and S City. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. So I say he is crazy. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. It is true the game is more and more difficult, but is walking to Rising Cloud City very easy and safe? F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. However, I did not come to speak of this. He packed up to leave, but when he reached the border of F City, he found the system will not allow players to leave the city. Yun Ling felt that she was listening to a story. Everything was so mysterious. How come you know? F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Since he could not go to Rising Cloud City, he came back to Shintong Town. When he saw a person, he would complain and say that he was scammed by the system. F City, Shintong Town. Zhao Shintong. But it is my first time hearing that the players can only stay in the city and not go out. Maybe the system was set up like this on purpose? Yun Ling guessed. Then she asked, what about the second thing? F City. Shintong Town. Zhao Shintong. Does Rising Cloud City need food? Shintong Town has a lot and can sell to you. Yun Ling smiled. You do not know what is going to happen in the future. Why are you not hoarding the extra food in the warehouse? F City. Shintong Town. Zhao Shintong. Shintong Town is different from Rising Cloud City. There are not many residents here and the food used up is limited. The pressure is not so high. F City. Shintong Town. Zhao Shintong. In reality, the reason that Shintong Town is a town is because the population is not up to par. F City. Shintong Town. Zhao Shintong. Even more importantly, other people know the boss in order to get favors. I am different. I am with boss in the hope that one day I will support boss. Yun Ling's eyes were full of laughter. You have great ambition. F City. Shintong Town. Zhao Shintong. Just speak directly. Give a chance. She would not be polite in the face of such spirit. Yun Ling immediately said, if you dare to give, I dare to accept. F City. Shintong Town. Zhao Shintong. Shintong Town is near the sea, and each day we get a lot of seafood. It is rare to eat and very good to change the menu. After eating daily, the residents cannot bear it. F City. Shintong Town. Zhao Shin. Tong. Wait a moment. I will make a list and give the extra seafood to you. When one had enough food and clothing, they could be picky, but when there was nothing to eat, everything smelled good. Yun Ling knew this truth well, so she accepted as much as Zhao Shintong gave. How to settle the account? Copper coins, bandages, or equipment? F City. Shintong Town. Zhao Shintong. Copper coins. F City. Shintong Town. Zhao Shintong. I need money to upgrade the territory's buildings. Yun Ling crisply responded, okay. The transaction was successful. Rising Cloud City's lack of food was solved, and Shintong Town sped up its building process. Both sides benefited. Name, sweet potato seed. Quality, normal use effect. After sowing, you will get a patch of sweet potato. The harvest will depend on the situation of the soil and the growing conditions. Name, potato seeds. Quality, normal, use effect. After sowing, you will get a patch of potato. The harvest will depend on the situation of the soil and the growing conditions. Name, rice seed. Quality, normal. Use effect. After sowing, you will get a patch of rice. The harvest will depend on the situation of the soil and the growing conditions. Other than this, there were also seeds for flax, cotton, sorghum, and other crops. Feng Hui chose 2 and carefully put them away. Then she put on her equipment and went out with a worn linen backpack. Walking in the wilderness, there were players who occasionally brushed past her. Most of them were teams, and only a rare few were lone players she would only occasionally encounter. Feng Hui walked in a hurry in a clear direction, running so fast there were after-images. Lucky that I have agility 2, stamina 1. She rejoiced inside. My combat power is not great, but in terms of running, I am first class. She ran for 30 minutes. When she saw familiar scenery, Feng Hui finally stopped. There was a patch of wheat, golden wheat with its ears hanging down, waiting for players to harvest. Feng Hui came close to inspect and found that other than the few on the side had been eaten by the wild beasts, the others were fine. She was full of joy. It seems I have good luck today. Then, she took out the machete and bent down to harvest. In the knowledge of the ordinary players, the wild resources were refreshed by the system, but the reality was not so. By chance, Feng Hui had accidentally dropped seeds in a hole in the soil. She had wanted to pick it up, but then a light flashed. Many thoughts flashed through her mind and she did not act. She covered it with dirt, watered it moderately, and then watched for a change. Days passed like this. The seeds sprouted, quickly growing, and then a patch of potato appeared, the same as the other items in the wilderness. Feng Hui finally understood the correct use of the seeds. After this, She would scatter the seeds into remote corners, allowing them to grow, and when the time came, she would come to harvest. Because no one took care of them, the growth was ordinary. Many times they produced 28, 29, and when few, 21, 22. But Feng Hui was very satisfied. These gains were enough for her to be full and live comfortably. During the planting process, accidents would frequently occur. Sometimes the crops would be ruined by wild beasts, completely uprooted with nothing left. Sometimes she was a step later and the players who passed by would harvest the crops beforehand. Several times she was even so unlucky that people were targeting her. The other players seemed to realize that a certain area refreshed crops faster than the others, so they kept on coming here to stand guard. Due to this, Feng Hui had to change her planting spots and went further and further. After cutting the last ear and putting it into the backpack, she looked around and rested for a while before running to the next planting spot. But this time, she was not lucky. She should have been able to get a large patch of sweet potatoes, but this time, she saw nothing. The surroundings were a mess, like a beast had come through. Next time I get nothing, I have to consider changing places, Feng Hui murmured as she took out the sweet potato seeds and dug into the soil to plant them. The so-called sweet potato seeds were in reality seedlings. After digging a hole and giving some water, everything else would be up to it. The planting in the game was this simple. Feng Hui opened the window and saw the negative state she had gotten because of too much fatigue. It appears that I have to return to the territory first. After resting, I can go to other places to harvest. No matter what, planting is better than roaming endlessly and searching for resource points. Whatever seeds you put in, what materials you will get back out, it is very simple and clear. Also, the income is relatively steady. Even though there are special situations occasionally, as more places are planted each day, I can get about 40-50 units of resources, enough for daily living. On the way back, I will go to more the planting spots, and if I find any useful crops, I can harvest them as extra income. After calculating this, she was reassured and jogged back to the territory. Day 259. The panic spread. Some players set up stalls selling good equipment, not wanting copper coins, not equipment, just food. For example, skill upgrade card. After using it, C rank will become B rank will become A rank will become S rank. Are you still bothered by the low-level skills you learned early in the game? Are you still worried about how to increase combat strength? With the skill upgrade card, you will have a path to become strong. Rare card, boss drop only right now. You can trade for it with food. Come and see. X. Someone came close. What if you are already S rank? If you use the card, will it become SS rank? The stall owner asked, S rank is maximum, you cannot use the skill upgrade card. Someone else asked, upgrade one skill or all? The stall owner said, of course one. One person curled their lips. From C rank to S rank, 3 cards will be needed. This is too wasteful. The stall owner said, starting from C rank just proves that your foundation is too bad. You cannot blame the card for being bad to use. X. There were many players who asked, but few who bid, and reliable bids even fewer. The stall owner was very depressed. He thought the price he asked for was not high, but he had waited so long and there was no one. He could not even help but suspect, was the situation already this bad? S-rank item, skill upgrade card, but no one asked about it, and it could not be traded for food? X. When the stall owner was doubting life, Yun Ling stopped in front of the stall. Report an appropriate price and I will take the card. No matter how good the card was, it could not be eaten as food. The stall owner lowered expectations and reported a good price. Yun Ling thought that it was acceptable and responded. The transaction was formed. The stall owner sighed in relief. For the next 7 days, they did not need to worry about the family starving to death. In the meeting room, one member reported in a deep voice, "Boss, right now there are 242 pieces of equipment in the warehouse. Of them, 63 are white, 141 are blue, and 38 are purple. There are also NNN portions of flour, NN portions of rice, NN pieces of linen cloth, NN bandages." Tian Zhehan had a grave expression. After the report, the member sat down. The second person stood up. In the fish pond, there are 311 common carp, 242 silver carp, 167 grass carp, and 82 herring. It was the third person's turn. She said, right now the team has two main sources of income. The first is to go dig in the mines, the second is to go catch fish on the water. We will sell the ore we dig the same night and buy food through different channels. Other than eating the sea fish we catch, we can also sell them. According to the team leader, we will not accept copper coins in transactions, just bartering. In these days, we manage to get a lot of equipment and cards. Even if the woodworking workshop and the blacksmith shop stop selling because of a lack of materials, the team can last for a while. We had planned to sell the fish in the fish ponds, but recently the territory is greatly lacking in food. Based on the leader's orders, we did not sell even one and have kept them in the pond. But as a result, we need to put in a lot of feed each day. There is an extra expense, and we will quickly use up the materials we have saved. When the words came out, the members frowned and had conflicted expressions. Recently, there was a nervous air in Rising Cloud City. Many people did not know what had happened, but they all felt a sense of urgency. Driven by pressure, the residents all hoarded food without any urging. It seemed that only this could relieve their anxiousness. The spring was so hard now. What would happen in the summer, autumn, and winter? Hoard, hoard, hoard. How much did they have to hoard before they felt it was enough and they could stop? No one had an answer. The hoarding had become instinct. Other people thought simply, hoard more, a bit more, the more the better. In other words, they were endless and never satisfied. The meeting room was terrifyingly silent. The deputy coughed softly. There are too many fish in the fish pond, and it is not very profitable to keep them. Either we trade them for rice and flour, or we kill and preserve them. Right now, there are not many players on the market willing to trade with rice and flour. I myself think it is better to kill and make salted fish. Tianjie Han was silent. After a long time, he said, "Okay, do as he says." The taste of the salted fish was much worse, but at least the shelf life was long. Right now, the situation was not clear, and they had to plan for the worst. "Quick, gather attacks and take them in one wave!" The shout sounded, and countless attacks hit the boss. It swayed and powerlessly fell down, the drop items appearing. "Leader, how to split the spoils?" The members looked at the items on the ground and were very eager. In the past, equipment and skill cards were always the most welcome. But now, game materials, especially game materials for cooking, were the best. Some experts even said they could join a team, but they had to be the first to pick game materials during the split. What could other people do? Of course, agree. The drop items scattered over the ground. The leader had joy in his eyes. Based on the agreement, Yun Mao picks first. The other people had admiring expressions, but no discontent. They clearly recognized Yun Mao's contribution and were willing to follow the leader. Yun Mao was not polite at all and walked among the drop items, picking and choosing. In the end, he took 2 pieces of pork belly 3 fingers wide and 1 finger long. The leader had an expression of pain and said, "Do you even know how to cook? It is useless to pick the pork belly." Yun Mao was righteous. "I can cut it up and put it in the pot, making porridge." The leader. When wild vegetables were picked, they could be chopped up and used in porridge. Meat pieces could be the same. Now it seemed that porridge was a good thing, suited for people living alone who were not skilled at cooking. After Yun Mao picked them up, he put them into his storage backpack. Seeing the other determined to pick the pork belly and would not change his mind, the leader said helplessly, "Next, Guo Qing." Guo Qing had a target a long time ago. Hearing the leader calling his name, he went up without a word and picked 3 pieces of tenderloin the size of a fist. What was the use in the food items from the drops? It was not their turn to pick at all. The other members of the team were envious and drooled uncontrollably. "Third, Shi Yanyan," the leader announced. Shi Yanyan looked between Yun Mao and Guo Qing and did not want to go pick. "Hurry up and split the drops." The leader looked up at the sky and urged, "If we are lucky, We will encounter edible plants on our hunts and we can forage. I said long ago that the drop items will be divided based on contributions. The players with the most have the right to pick first. The resources depend on you. Who picks will get them. If someone is discontent, then try to get stronger and get the right to pick first. Those two people had the best equipment and super strong skills. How could she catch up? Shi Yanyan sighed and went forward. Near dusk, the people were crowded by the sea. The waves slammed on the beach, and some small fish and shellfish were washed ashore. Several players saw the same target and scrambled to get it. "I got it!" one person shouted in excitement. The other people felt sorry but were not discouraged. They became alert and waited for the next chance. Others took harpoons and went to the shallow waters to hunt fish. They would hold their breath and carefully search for the tracks of the sea fish. When they saw their target, the harpoon would fall down. When they pulled the harpoon back up, there would be a live fish at the end of the harpoon. Others kept on missing even after a dozen attempts. They were very angry. "Is something wrong with this harpoon? Is it bad quality?" One person took a wood bucket and pushed with their hand, filling the bucket with fish and water. Others gently cast a fishing net. When they pulled the net back up, there was fish, shrimp, and also seaweed. The player who had bought a harpoon was very irritated. So many ways of catching fish, why did he pick the hardest? Now, he had bought the equipment but did not catch the fish. He stood there like a wooden post and looked very stupid. The sky grew dark. The players on the shore were unwilling to leave. At this time, their thoughts were astoundingly similar. A bit more food, a bit more feeling of safety. If it was not night, they would not return to the city. The poorer families depended on the side job to help support the family. You had to be diligent in order to have something to eat. After getting familiar with the spring season, the residents found that while the days were hard, they could grit their teeth and manage. They managed day by day like this. When it was day 270, the players had eyes full of tears, thinking that they would see the light of hope. But on day 271, the top right corner showed Spring Calamity Day. Isn't spring supposed to be 30 days, 20 of calamity and 10 of peace? One player was full of grief. Is there a bug with the system? It is already 21 days. Why is it still a calamity day? No way? Not even giving the chance to breathe? Maybe they will make it epically hard in the third year and all the days will be calamity days? Hearing the last guess, the player's sight blacked out and he cried, "Trash game! You are not willing to rest until you kill us!" No matter how they cursed, the system did not react at all. But day 272, Calamity Day. Day 273, Calamity Day. Day 274, Calamity Day. True oppression was to make people walk towards death in a heavy and silent environment. The pressure of life was so great many players could not breathe. Usually, they could only relax when they were cursing the game, but even so, the population of Rising Cloud City was still decreasing. Day 280. The woodworking workshop is upgraded to level 3. The area taken up is expanded. The workshop is enlarged. You can employ 10 workers at maximum. Yun Ling looked at the territory window. Population capacity 3,000. Existing residents 6215, temporary residents 497. Unlockable buildings 13. Existing buildings 12. Existing building detail. Warehouse level 3, omitted. Ex-mission hall level 3, omitted. Woodworking workshop level 3, omitted. Tailor shop level 3, omitted. Ex-residence level 3, omitted. Defensive shield level 3, omitted. Restaurant level 3, omitted. Ex-ice house level 3, omitted. Farmland level 3, omitted. Blacksmith shop level 3, omitted. Market level 3, omitted. Wharf level 3, omitted. All of them level 3, neatly arranged. This greatly pleased Yun Ling. She flipped back to look at the window and felt unspeakably content. There are still 3 more seasons until the game finishes. In total, 90 days. Yun Ling had a determined gaze and planned to bravely face the challenge. Day 281. Waking up in the morning, still confused, a system notification came into sight. Congratulations, player, for successfully passing the 3rd spring. You have received a hint to passing. X. The 3rd year is calamity, all days are calamity days. Seeing the characters and understanding the meaning they represented, Yun Ling was awake. Bad feelings would always come true. She had a helpless expression. The first day of the summer, the temperature was clearly rising, so hot that people were sweating all over, uncomfortable. In the morning, Yun Ling made herself a bowl of mung bean soup to relieve the heat. "The temperature cannot keep on rising," she murmured as she ate. "Last year it was enough. If it gets higher, how will we live?" As she spoke, she thought of Lu Chuan, Yu Qingwen, and planned to send an NPC later with iced drinks and ice cubes. At exactly 8, the exploration team left the territory. The life skills players were all busy, carrying water, weaving bamboo hats, and catching fish. Some were responsible for cooking, and under the protection of their teammates, they went with wood buckets to the stream to get water. When a woman came to the stream, she stilled, and then asked doubtfully, "Has the stream narrowed? It looks to me like something is not right." "Isn't it still the same stream? How can it be different?" The teammate looked around warily, expression nervous, and could not help but urge, "I cannot protect you on my own. Do not tarry. Be quick." The woman thought that it was just a delusion and did not think about it, getting a full bucket of water and heading back to the city. At the same time, Yun Ling glanced at a place from the corner of her eye. She could not help but stop in her footsteps. How come the mountain streams here are gone? She clearly remembered, since the start of the game, there had been a stream flowing here. How come suddenly it was gone? Thinking that the third year was a calamity year, she had a bad feeling. "Maybe it is a coincidence?" Pang Yu guessed. Yun Ling said, "The first day of summer? A coincidence?" Pang Yu could not even convince himself, and so did not say a thing. "If I unfortunately guess right, and the third year's summer is a drought," Yun Ling was in a heavy mood, "then it is troublesome." After walking about 40 minutes, a player suddenly said, "I have received a system notification. Because of excessive activity under the hot sun, you have heat stroke. 3 strength, 3 agility, 3 stamina, 3 intelligence, 3 spirit. Your base recovery speed has changed to 1 HP 5 minutes, 1 MP 5 minutes. Rest for 2 hours, avoid the sunlight for 2 consecutive hours, and do not work to recover your health." Heat stroke already? So soon after we came out? The members of the foraging team did not believe it. "How much are your stamina attributes? Did you not add to them?" He could not be blamed for doubting, but this was far weaker than his imagination. If other people were like this, how could the team go out to explore and forage? They probably could only stay near Rising Cloud City. "I fear that I will disappoint you." The player with the negative state had a dark expression. "With each level, there are +3 free points. No matter how I add the other 2, I will add 1 to stamina. Last year, when going out in the summer, if you are low level and your stamina is not good, you can wear a bamboo hat and walk under the sun for more than an hour. The bamboo hats have been used up, and there is no sun protection right now. But my attributes are much higher than last year. Considering all this, I have reason to believe the weather this year is hotter than last year. Compared to last year, everyone's free time may decrease greatly." The members of the foraging team looked at each other and did not speak for a time. At this time, one person's eyebrow twitched, and they reached out with a hand. "I also have heat stroke. My equipment is the same as last year, and I am 3 levels higher now, but I did not put my free points on stamina. In other words, with the same stamina, the same sun protection, I can only last about 40 minutes this year. If I remember correctly, last year, it was almost an hour." As they were speaking, one player stumbled. "Strange, why? Why am I suddenly dizzy?" Before he finished, he fell to the ground with a bang and was unconscious. Yun Ling, the other players, they had almost forgotten. Some people only got a negative status if they got heat stroke, while others would faint. If one fainted when they were fighting, what good outcome would they have? They likely would get eaten by the boss. Yun Ling was helpless. "Let's find a place to rest first." Nearby, there were old trees that towered up and gave shade. The players sat down under the trees, resting their feet and drinking some water. Yun Ling ordered the NPCs to take care of the ill, while she stood at the side and thought with her head down. Fire! Fire! The trees are on fire! Not 2 minutes after sitting down, a player shouted in a panic. Yun Ling looked over and saw a cypress tree burning fiercely, and the fire was spreading in all directions. Quick, leave! She was prompt to make a decision. The NPCs quickly moved away, and the players ran a short distance. Only 3 people were too panicked and did not look when they were running. They moved in the direction away from the team. When they realized this, they found they were close to the fire but far from the team. Let's quickly go back. One person's heart jumped and they said anxiously, "The wilderness is very dangerous and we cannot be alone." Saying it like this, they had not done it on purpose. Hadn't they just not looked when running away? The other 2 people did not argue, striding towards the team. Do not be too nervous. We should be fine. It is just a few steps. One player had a calm expression and was not worried. Before he finished speaking, a man-eating flower came close in a flash, opening its wide mouth and swallowing him in a gulp. The other 2 people... One was angry. Do not jinx yourself. The other person's knees were trembling and they almost fell to the ground. The monster has a name. It is a boss. Run! 2 vines reached out and tied them up firmly. Save me! The shouts rang through the forest. Yun Ling decisively ordered, rescue them. In a flash, fire burned, arrows flew, and the attacks killed the tree monster and the man-eating flower who had just appeared. The 2 foraging team members were pale as they ran back to the team. Someone asked in concern. They answered, their teeth chattering, clearly still afraid. Yun Ling sighed softly. The bosses are attacking. The temperature is high. There are fire disasters and there may be a drought. This is going to drive the players to die. At dusk, after returning to the territory, Yun Ling went to mention this to Zhao Xintong. F City, Xintong Town. Zhao Xintong? F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. Boss attacks, plus high temperature, plus fire disaster, plus lack of water, plus drought. Do we even play? We should just raise the white flag. Yun Ling said, you cannot kneel. If you do, you will die. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. Living is too hard. After saying this, she did not say something for a long time, like she had given up. Yun Ling was just about to close the chat window when she saw a message from the other. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. Boss, let's brainstorm and discuss a plan. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. I thought so hard and only thought of hunting water elementals so pure water sources may drop. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. My unlocked buildings are fine, but the territory does not have any extra building slots. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. Right, some of the skills of the water mages can create drinking water. Skills could create drinking water? Yun Ling stilled. It was the first time she had heard of this. She reminded, you can purify seawater. You can melt ice. You can drill water wells. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. This makes sense. She thought of the problem mostly from the view of the game, but the boss had novel thoughts and always came from the perspective of daily life. As a result, her mind opened up. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. The market and the communication ability is so useful. I hope that more territories will upgrade markets to level 3, join the net, and trade game experience. To this, Yun Ling thought, I do not hope that more territories join the network, just that Xintong Town is not breached. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. It was so hard to get connected, but being the only user, I understand this feeling. F City, Xintong Town, Zhao Xintong. I will not embarrass boss. I will find someone to make fresh water now. Seeing this, Yun Ling got busy as well. In the stone room, Yun Ling found Mage D for an experiment. Use a B-rank water ball skill, throw it at the wood bucket. Yes, Lord. Mage D was very cooperative and threw a basketball-sized water ball at the bucket. With a splash, the wood bucket was a third full. Yun Ling tasted the water and found it clear and sweet, very much like the normal drinking water from the stream. So this water is also drinkable. She was reassured and had a bright smile. Ever since the water wells were drilled, Hu Da-chung was a corpse in the friend list, and they had never been in contact. Now, facing a drought, Yun Ling sent a message. "Are you free recently? I want to drill more wells." The other instantly responded, "Yes, very free." Yun Ling guessed that because of the shortage of materials recently, Hu Da-chung's malt sugar business might not be able to keep going, and he urgently needed another job to support his family. "Think of this," she briskly quoted. "Same rules, each well. I will give you 500 copper coins. During this time, I will take care of your 3 meals and also provide heat-relieving drinks. In order to speed up the drilling, I will send some strong young people to help you." Hu Da-chung negotiated. "Can you give me 200 copper coins and the rest in food and sun protection equipment?" Yun Ling said, "Okay." Yun Ling said, "If you do the work well, we can negotiate the payment." Hu Da-chung was overjoyed. "Great. I am going to see you now. We can immediately start." Hearing that there was work to do, Hu Da-chung was very excited and ran to the meeting place. Yun Ling introduced the strong young manpower, the NPCs who had points on strength and stamina. She also said, "Order them around as you please. The faster the drilling, the better." Understood. After a few words, Hu Da-chung rolled up his sleeves and hurried to work. The workshop. The wood house had been transferred to Zhang Heng's name long ago. Each day he would work and sleep in here. "Do you know how to make fresh water from seawater?" After meeting, Yun Ling headed for the main topic. "This is simple." Zhang Heng was full of confidence. "The most common is by distillation. Heat up seawater and the water will become steam. Then, have the vapor condense in order to get fresh water. The salt in the seawater will not evaporate with the water and will be left at the bottom, so the fresh water and the salt will separate." "What equipment is needed? How much drinking water can be made each day?" Yun Ling asked. "It is not hard to distill water, and I can do it with simple equipment. But this production," Zhang Heng said haltingly. Seeing this, the daily output would not be high. Yun Ling directly asked, "Is there any way to increase production?" "We need professional equipment." Zhang Heng carefully chose words. "It is very hard without the right equipment." Yun Ling looked deeply at Zhang Heng, opened the window, and then worked. Zhang Heng's hair stood on end because of the look. "What is it?" Yun Ling did not say directly, just saying, "Wait a moment." After a while, she closed the window and told Zhang Heng, "Take a container with seawater and then heat it up with fire. When the water is boiling, cover the water with a plastic film or something else. This way, when the steam forms on it, they will form very small beads. After a while, gather the water beads into a container, and you will get fresh water." Zhang Heng. This way was much more simple than his original plan. "Boss, are you good at chemistry?" Zhang Heng said carefully. "If I was, I would not have come and asked you." Yun Ling glanced at him. "I asked someone else." She had opened her friends list, found Yu Qingwen, and asked for a simple way to get fresh water. Not long after, the other copied a large section of text for her, clearly having gotten it from the researcher. Zhang Heng looked down, slightly embarrassed. Yun Ling knew long ago that her worker could not compare to the researcher that Yu Qingwen knew. In any case, he could do normal things and basic things. This was enough. In any case, the salary was linked to his contribution. The more he did, the more he was paid. If he did less, he got less. Take in the experience of others and change the way to get water. Try to increase output, Yun Ling ordered. So, yes. Zhang Heng solemnly responded and started to think. "Okay, you are busy, I am going." Walking out the door, Yun Ling's thoughts turned. She opened the friend list again and found Yu Qingwen. Spread the way to make fresh water. Best if all the residents of the territory know. Soon, Yu Qingwen answered. No problem. In the wilderness, Lu Chuan found there were 16 or so water elementals moving around the stream valley. He guessed the distance, got close, and then stood. He took out an exploding arrow from his quiver, aimed and shot. Bam! The arrow hit the target and exploded. The water elementals were shocked and strode towards Lu Chuan. A few that were close just opened their mouths. In the next second, multiple water arrows shot out. Lu Chuan did not dodge and kept on shooting. Another exploding arrow came, harming a large number of water elementals. Lu Chuan's HP clearly went back up. An ice arrow was shot. One water elemental was frozen at its spot, unable to move for a time. The penetrating arrow was shot. One water elemental was killed and fell to the ground. Strangely, with each special effect arrow being shot, there would be 2 fine arrows attacking the nearby enemy targets. The arrows came like rain. The water elementals kept on falling down, unable to fight back at all. Moments later, the water elementals were all killed and the drop items were floating in the air. Lu Chuan, as he had fought, had healed back to his best. Looking around, Lu Chuan quickly found the items he wanted. 1, 2, 3, 4. 15 water elementals only dropped 4 portions of water? Lu Chuan put one of the waters into the bamboo tube and just managed to fill the palm-sized bamboo tube. He took a drink of the water and sighed in a low voice. This last year is very difficult, as expected. In reality, one needed to have timing to spread science knowledge. In the first few days of summer, it was hot, but most residents had not realized that there would be a drought in the game. A few people secretly bought wood buckets, filling them with stream and well water, anxiously waiting for the future developments. Days passed like this. The players who were low level and had low stamina found, to their shock, there were no more edible plants around the territory. Rising cloud cities surrounding were clean, so empty they were despairing. Starting tomorrow, we are going to walk far, one person in the territory said with a serious expression. Are you mad? His companion shouted. What if we get heat stroke and faint outside? If you starve to death, you are dead. If you are killed by a boss, you are dead. I am willing to go and fight. That person was expressionless. If you are afraid, you can stay in the territory and not go out. His companion seemed to be choked and unable to speak. In the end, he gave a long sigh. Let's go together at least. There will be some help. The archer at the side was full of regret. In the end, we have to blame the first and second years for being too peaceful. If we had fought more monsters, leveled up more, we would have better attributes, first-class equipment. Would we have to worry about the hot weather? We could just buy iced drinks from the restaurant and fight monsters while getting buffs. The other person was helpless. What is the meaning in talking about this now? Another complained. If we had known about this, we would have decided to pay to open up farmland in the territory. But people said it was expensive, and that by spreading the seeds in the wilderness, the plants will grow on their own. Now, they have grown, but other people have cut them away. You need 300 copper coins to open a field in the territory. Who was willing to spend so much? The others sighed. Also, if the seeds are sown, who would weed and water them? Aren't they still going to grow on their own? Even more importantly, one piece of farmland is not large. We are not rich people. We cannot buy 10, 20 pieces together. In the end, we are poor, hungry, hot, and can only wait to die. One member concluded. Just try to drag out your existence day by day. Hearing this, everyone was silent. In the last few days, Yu Qingwen had been running around, busy spending money. Linen cloth, cotton cloth, bandages, and hoarding a lot. Rice, flour, potatoes. Hoarding a lot. Mixed grain steamed bun, rice cakes, cornbread, sweet potato cakes. Hoarding a lot. Wood, straw, coal, tree branches, and straw were piled up into several small mountains. She had bought 50 wood buckets and filled them with stream water in one go. She had salted fish and meat to preserve them. To avoid running out of storage space, the team members even used up all the nooks and crannies in their stone houses. Yu Qingwen thought viciously. She did not believe that she could not survive to the end of the game like this. At the same time, Jungming Yue was in a corner of the territory, sweating with the team members. You are trying to create farmland at Rising Cloud City coordinates N. Are you willing to pay 300 copper coins to buy the ownership of the land? Note: after the farmland is opened, the players can start planting and have no need to pay tax. Jungming Yue did not hesitate to press yes. This was not the first piece of farmland he was opening, but the 70th. The farmland was lined up together and looked magnificent. Jungming Yue called out to the team members, "Rest? We will continue in a while." Hearing this, some people sat down and drank cold water. Others took out iced drinks from their backpacks. Someone said depressed. Other people are saying that they cannot open farmland because they do not have so much money. Why do I feel that digging the soil is harder than gathering the money? It is. One member curled their lips. We opened 70 pieces of farmland. Is this something that normal players do? Save your energy, Jungming Yue said casually. There are 30 more pieces waiting for us to dig. Everyone felt cold and did not dare to speak, using the time to recover their energy. Looking at the vast farmlands, Jungming Yue was proud. He thought, when he had 100 pieces of farmland and sown the seeds, what was there to worry about? Just relying on the crops, they could support a whole team. Day 285. Chow Chow woke up early and planned to go to the well to get water and cook. The sky was just getting light, and there were not many players around. She just picked up the hanging bucket when she found the instructions had changed. Name: the well built by player Yun Ling. Quality: normal use effect. Personal property of a player. Other people need to pay 1 copper coin per use. Note: influenced by the weather, at most, 150 buckets of water can be pumped from this well each day. Chow Chow was stunned. There were more than 6,000 people in the territory. Washing, cooking, and bathing all required water. One well could only produce 150 buckets of water each day. How was this enough? Thinking, she carried the water home and quietly woke up her grandmother. Soon, grandmother and granddaughter went out with wooden buckets to get water together. Other than this, Chow Chow sent messages to her close friends, notifying them that the territory was going to face a shortage of water. There are not enough wood buckets at home. Where will we put the water? Grandmother Chun was worried. She and her granddaughter stayed in the territory for a long time, and it had been very long since they went out. Due to this, the summer had been going for a few days, but they had not seen any signs of drought. When they realized this, they were lacking things and in a mess. We will use all the containers at home that can hold water, get as much as possible, Chow Chow said decisively. Grandmother Qian was very sad. We can only do this. Last night, Yun Ling had taught Zhao Xin Tong to extract fresh water from seawater. They had talked for a long time, and she went to sleep later. As a result, she got up late. When she came out of the stone house, she saw a long line beside the well. She was stunned. What is going on? The line was very long, more than 50 people. There were players who had heard the news and were coming to join the line. Yun Ling saw the line growing so long it was almost endless, and was speechless. At this time, the female player at the very front announced in a loud voice, "The water has run out." The people in the line were unspeakably panicked. Isn't it 150 times? How come they were used up? No way? I have waited half an hour. What time is it? There is no water from the wells. How will I live the rest of the day? The female player said, In any case, you won't get any water from the well today. We should leave. Then, she left with her bucket. Some quickly walked away to see if it was possible to get more water from other wells. Other people did not believe it and went to the well to check. When they saw the text, they shook their heads and helplessly left. Yun Ling was curious and went to the well to inspect. She saw the window show. Name: the well built by player Yun Ling. Quality: normal use effect. Personal property of a player. Other people need to pay 1 copper coin per use. Note: influenced by the weather, at most 150 buckets of water can be pumped from this well each day. Currently, it is dry. Water can be fetched tomorrow. The shortage of water has come. Will the drought be far away? Yun Ling looked into the distance. I wonder what the streams outside the territory are like. The well water had dried up, so the stream water was not much better. Some players found that all 7 wells in the territory had no more water and called for friends to go to the stream. But when they got there and looked, where was there a stream? There were just a few small ponds. But even so, there were still people with wooden buckets, furiously filling them with water, like they were going to take the last few drops of water. The sea was not affected at all and was still vast. Didn't we learn how to get fresh water from seawater during middle school? One person asked with a wood expression. We did, but I forgot long ago. His companion was in despair. How did it go? We have to boil the seawater? Someone else was crying. What is the use in hoarding so much food? Without fresh water, I will die of thirst in a few days. The weather is so hot, it is the last year as well. There must be a drought. How come I did not think of it earlier? One person had a depressed expression and wanted to slap themselves. Maybe from the start the game hoped that the humans would be destroyed. Another person sighed deeply. Just as everyone was clueless and at a loss, Mochi pulled Lung Bai's clothing and indicated for the members to leave. What is it? Lung Bai asked softly after they were far away enough. Mochi had never had such clarity of mind. Ice is also water. If we drink iced water, we can make sure we get our basic water. Isn't there a water mage in our team? Let's try to drink the water from the water balls and water waves. There is also a system restaurant in the territory. Doesn't it sell iced drinks? After buying it, drinking it will cool you down and also relieve the thirst. Lung Bai looked in surprise at Mochi. I think the same. Let's go. Move quickly. Do not let others get there first. The wells had dried up, the streams had dried up, and the mountain streams had also dried up. The situation suddenly grew serious. The residents were not in the mood to go out and were running about the territory. Yun Ling, as the Lord, patrolled in the territory in order to get the situation as current as possible. Moments later, she found that the first 5 wells that had been drilled could get 150 buckets of water. The 2 wells that were recently created could produce 120 buckets of water at most. There was a difference. Hu Da-chung had heard of the wells drying up and sent a message to explain. I told you before that some places are good and the water will be abundant and sweet. Some places are ordinary, there is not a lot of water and it does not taste so good. Yun Ling said, I understand. Yun Ling said, continue to work and drill more wells. Hu Da-chung carefully asked, after the wells are drilled, can I get 2 buckets of water first each day as a worker benefit? Yun Ling laughed. Of course. After receiving a promise from the boss, Hu Da-chung's spirits were lifted. He felt full of energy. Do not worry, I will start working immediately. Closing the message, Yun Ling wanted to go to the sea to look when she suddenly received a system notification. Player Tian Jahan is attempting to drill a well at Rising Cloud Town coordinates Do you agree? Player Zhang Heng is attempting to drill a well at Rising Cloud Town coordinates Do you agree? Clearly residents were worried about the shortage of water and were planning to drill wells themselves. It was hot now, and it was good for people to help drill wells. Yun Ling did not even demand a land tax from them and pressed yes. After doing this, she slowly walked towards the seashore. Near the sea, many players were helpless facing the vast sea. At this time, one person set up a metal pot, piled up a fire, and put seawater in the pot to boil. The water quickly boiled. The seawater kept on bubbling and steam rose. That person put the lid on the top. When the lid was covered in small beads of water, they poured the water beads into a wood bucket and then put the lid back on the pot. After doing this many times, other people understood. Isn't this the way to get fresh water out of seawater? The other looked to be at ease, and this looked very easy. If they set up a pot as well and boiled seawater, the residents were moved and copied this. But when it came to their turn, they discovered that getting fresh water was not so easy. First, they had to go to the blacksmith shop to buy a metal pot. It was expensive and the number of goods were limited. Second, firewood was needed to boil seawater. For ordinary players, this was a heavy burden. Even more importantly, after working for half a day, they could only get a small amount of fresh water. There was a faint layer on the bottom of the wood bucket, not even a third of the way. At this time, they had used up a lot of the firewood, and they were sweating as well. "Just a bit of water? Is it just enough for daily use?" one person muttered. "You are able to drink fresh water? What are you discontent about?" One person next to him was speechless. That person changed his way of thinking. That's true. As long as they were alive, there was hope. Coincidentally, Lu Chuan also thought about getting fresh water out of seawater. But when he got to the seashore, the residents had already started to act. People were picking firewood and making fires. Others were focused on the metal pots, ready to gather water beads at any moment. Seeing this, Lu Chuan understood. It seemed that she had thought of this beforehand and arranged this well. Realizing this, Lu Chuan gave a helpless smile. Why so capable? The players of Rising Cloud City had hard days, but the players of other territories were almost driven crazy. Basswood Town, Zhou Xinen's throat was burning. He had never thought. He had hoarded enough food and materials, but he was facing a problem of lacking water. In a situation where pure drinking water was absent, no matter how strong, how great the districting attributes and the equipment, it was useless. In the town, one water mage was at a stall on the street. "I will use a C-rank water ball skill for 5 pieces of sweet potato. You need to pay me 3 days of food to use a B-rank waterfall and 2 blue equipment that are practical. My MP is limited. First come, first served, pre-order as soon as possible." This was robbery. Zhou Xinen pressed his lips together and had an ugly expression. But while he was not willing to be cheated, there were many people who wanted to buy pure water. After a while, a crowd surrounded the water mage and were fighting to be the first customer. "Damn!" one person cursed. "Now that summer has come, the water mages are now popular, and they are all so proud. Usually they are so weak during hunts, and they always have their tails between their legs." While he complained, his actions were very honest. Before he finished talking, he strode towards the water mage without thinking and joined the fight. Zhou Xinen thought, these are not the only water mages in the game. If he could not buy here, could he not go to the market? But when he went on the market, he saw that the number of territories to trade with had dropped significantly. Zhou Xinen dazedly recalled, when waking up in the mornings, he would occasionally receive the news that NN Town has been breached. Back then, he had just closed it with a move of the hand and not thought about it at all. He had never thought that the safety areas who had unlocked the market were also being breached. Do I have the effort to care about others now? It is good if I can live. Thinking like this, Zhou Xinen read through the market posts. Maybe because the game difficulty had suddenly increased, the players were not willing to sell the practical items they had. They were more willing to hoard to prepare for a rainy day. Due to this, Zhou Xinen looked for a while, going through all the posts in the market, and did not see anyone who was selling water. In this summer, would many people die of thirst? Accidentally, this thought appeared in his mind. In the next second, the system notification came. Because of the heat, you are slightly dehydrated. 5 strength, 5 agility, 5 stamina, 5 intelligence, 5 spirit. The moment Zhou Xinen saw the negative state, he heard an alarm. He could no longer consider the problem of whether or not the water was expensive, charging out of the market and running at the water mage. Day 287. Rising Cloud City has 10 wells. The temperature of the city has decreased significantly. The number of wells in the territory has reached its maximum limit. No more drilling can be done. The limit is 10? Yun Ling felt very regretful. If it was 20, how good would it have been? If there were 20 water wells, the residents could resume their normal life. Now it was a bit tight, but the days were manageable. Zhao Shintong had a different view on this. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. After entering summer, Rising Cloud City has decreased by more than 300 people. This was controlled very well. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Shintong Town had 1,500 people. This time, 400 died. I felt that the death rate was not high. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. It is drought. If half or more of the residents died, it would be normal. Yun Ling said, "This is just the summer, and if the people all die, what to do for the autumn and winter?" F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Nothing. If unable to survive the summer, where is there the energy to consider the autumn and winter? F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. The game is too difficult, the players are dying involuntarily. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong, Rising Cloud. City is full of talent and has many high-level players. This is an exception. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. If you look at the ranking, you can see from the start of the game to now, only Rising Cloud City has reached city level. The others are all towns. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. But the trash game does not allow people to move cities. Otherwise, I would throw away the territory, take the NPCs, and all I have to do is go to Rising Cloud City and you. Yun Ling. You are a territory lord player. You can give up your territory? Under the tree shade, Shiqing was in a daze. She had a feeling that she had reached the end. Making fresh water was not as easy as she imagined. There were many difficulties that she only detected when they encountered them. For example, gathering firewood and tending the fire all needed energy. There was only so much time during the day. When making fresh water took up a lot of time, foraging and hunting time decreased. Adding on that she was alone, and she had not had much savings in the first and second years. She was occasionally unlucky and had to eat her saved-up food when she did not get so much. After a while, she had used up her savings, and there was nothing else. "Almost done? Just a few more days?" Shiqing murmured. Before she finished, a demon boss, a fire elemental boss, and a gargoyle boss surrounded her and completed the attack. "So tired, I can finally rest." Shiqing felt a touch of relief before she lost consciousness. On the territory window, the number of the existing residents was decreasing slowly, but still steadily going down. 26, 37, 11 to 19. When the summer season ended, the stats had refreshed too. Population capacity 3,000. Existing residents 4821. The summer days had been scorching and too long. Many people had fallen in the last few days and were not able to welcome the autumn. There are the autumn and winter seasons left. Yun Ling's right hand unconsciously fisted up. Day 311. Waking up in the morning, several lines of characters entered the site. Congratulations, player, for successfully passing the third summer. You have received a hint to passing. With the city as the limit, the players are automatically divided in different service areas. The conditions for clearance: at the end of the third year, if any server has one remaining territory, and 100 surviving players. If the conditions are met, time will reverse, and everything will restore to the start of the game. If the conditions are not met, the game will end, and the humans will be destroyed. This means, Yun Ling thought, if victory is achieved, everything is a poor April Fool's joke. But if victory is not achieved, the humans will be destroyed without a word? This is worse than back then when the dinosaurs went extinct. But thinking about it, she felt it made sense. There is nothing that is eternal and immortal, including the rules of the planet. The humans are the rulers of the planet, and have been so for a long time. Maybe there is a mysterious force in the world that has decided to replace humans with a new species to that position. Yun Ling's mind went far away and could not come back. At this time, numerous messages jumped out. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. Boss, did you see the new clearance notification? F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. If the clearance conditions are reached, time would go back, and everything would be restored to the start of the game? F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Ah, I miss lobster, BBQ, milk tea, iced Coke, Beijing roasted duck, buffet, teppanyaki, meat buns, cold noodles, hot pot, double skim milk, spicy hot pot, snail noodles. Yun Ling. You are so kind to list so many dishes early in the morning. She was starving just looking at this. Translator ramblings. Getting close to the end now. Did you hear? If we fulfill the clearance conditions, time will go back and everything will be restored to the start of the game. Doesn't this mean that our dead relatives will come back to life? Damn! They should have told me long ago. I was so worried thinking about how the game survivors would live after this. I worried for nothing. At the end of the third year, any server has one remaining territory, and 100 players to pass? Then it will work. Just Rising Cloud City will be enough to finish the mission and exceed it. There are still 60 days? After the game ends, I can buy clothes, go to the restaurants, and go see movies. The players ran around and spread the good news. The territory was instantly full of a lively and defensive air. Everyone was in high spirits as they talked with their friends. Someone rejoiced inside. So this is a cooperative game. Lucky that the players in the territory did not kill each other. Yun Ling walked out of the stone house, originally wanting to meet up with the NPCs, but message kept on coming. She had to stop walking and looked through them. Yu Ching Wen. If we pass, we can return to just a year ago. Basswood Town. Hirui. I had wanted to move to Rising Cloud City. Now that I have received the system notification, I have decided to not move. Basswood Town. Hirui. It is just a game and everything will restart after the end. It does not matter if I die. Basswood Town. Hirui. Sorry, I asked about Rising Cloud City and promised to move, but now I am not doing so. Basswood Town. Hirui. The reason I had decided this before was not because I feared trouble, but that I did not know what trouble autumn would bring. I always feel that having more safe areas remain unbreached is better. Osmanthus Town. Ding Wen Shushuan. We are players on the same side, we should not divide ourselves. Simple bandages, high-quality bandages, recovery items. Do you have extra resources you can use to help? The friendly forces cannot hold. Locust Tree Town. Guosong Lin. The game is coming to an end. It is better for the high-level players to gather together. You said that Rising Cloud City has more than 4,000 players. I am going to meet up with the big army. From the same notification, different players read different meanings. They acted based on their own understanding. After reading, Yun Ling gave simple replies and then closed the messages, looking at the rankings. She found that after the drought of the summer, there were only 4 safe areas left in S City. They were Rising Cloud City, Basswood Town, Osmanthus Town, and Locust Tree Town. 4 out of 200 this elimination rate. Yun Ling was speechless for a while. After hearing the good news, the players were mad with happiness. They wanted to have a celebration right away. However, Yun Ling thought that life had to continue. The game had not yet ended and nothing was settled. Day 311, Autumn, Calamity Day, she thought. In the past, the autumn was Harvest Day and Peace Days. I wonder what this year will be like. Her thoughts turned, and she left with the team. The summer season was hot, and Yun Ling split the NPCs into 2 teams. One went far to go exploring with her, and another took the foraging team to move close by. After 30 days of sweeping, all the materials around the territory were gone. They walked more than 40 minutes and did not see any useful plants. It was so clean. Yun Ling was convinced. She looked into the distance and picked a direction to move in. Step, step, step. Yun Ling sensed that something was wrong. They had come out for such a long time, but why had no bosses attacked? Even if all the crops had been harvested, on the way here, they should have encountered at least one refreshed resource point. Unless... Thinking of a certain possibility, Yun Ling's heart sank. Unless the calamity of the autumn was a famine, the monsters disappearing, and the resource points not refreshing. There were more than 4,000 people in the territory, and the amount of food used up each day was sky high. If there was nothing coming in, how long could they last? Thinking of this, Yun Ling's expression turned cold and she was deep in thought. Look! There are wheat fields there! One player shouted in excitement. Looking over, there were golden ears sways in the wind like they were nodding at them. Yun Ling said, "Harvest first." Hearing this, the players excitedly charged at the wheat fields and got to work. Yun Ling stood at the side on guard as she examined the surroundings. The trees were green and very lush. There were weeds on the ground that could be cut and used as poor firewood. Everything looked northerly, but there were no edible plants to be seen. Is it because the residents had overharvested? Yun Ling thought. If we walk far, maybe there are rich resource points. Just as the thought formed, she heard a cha-cha sound in the air. What sound was this? How come she had never heard of this before? Yun Ling looked up in confusion. In the next second, she saw a swarm of locusts charging down at the players. Some landed on the golden wheat and wantonly feed, others jumped onto the players, biting and attacking. What are these? The players of the foraging team were in a panic. There were too many enemies. Looking over, there was a black swarm, about 400 to 500. Save them! Yun Ling had no time to speak and raised her shield, charging into the locust swarm to protect. Fire and light flashed. The fire feather cloak automatically created magic damage to the enemy. After a few short moments, a dozen locusts powerlessly fell down and were still on the ground. Burning heavens! Great fireball! Meteor shower! The mages all attacked. Charge! Block! Shield attack! The warriors protected the players and helped block the attacks. Chaos stick! Arrow rain! Volley! All the NPCs attacked, wanting to immediately kill the enemy, but there were too many of the enemy. Even though they had destroyed more than 200, there were still 200 left. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded, and then suddenly stopped. One player who had bad equipment and low stamina was targeted by dozens of locusts. One bite would be 3 to 5 points of damage. After 2 rounds of attacks, they were dead. Foraging team members retreat, Yun Ling said as she charged into the swarm. Fire lashed and created considerable damage to the enemy troops. Some locusts leapt on Yun Ling, wanting to surround her, but after taking a few bites, they were dead. Meteor fall. Ice needle. Waterfall. The NPCs took the opportunity to attack. The locusts fell to the ground in a thick black layer. There were only 30 who were left. The archers aimed, the assassins made ambushes, and after a while the remaining monsters were killed. The battle finished. Several players dropped to the ground, unable to recover for a long time. I have a fear of crowds. This was so scary. One person was still full of fear. Just 400 have such power. If there are thousands, how will the players live? Some were very worried. Am I the only one who cares about the dropped items? One person said. Copper coins, wood, linen cloth, silk thread, cotton cloth. They are a good thing, but they cannot be eaten. The wheat fields are ruined. How much wheat has been eaten? Yun Ling sighed. This is the calamity of autumn. At noon, many teams hid back in the territory in a panic. The bosses of spring and summer were hard to deal with. The autumn's locusts are also difficult. There are several hundred that come out together and they cover the sky. You need crowd attack skills to kill the locusts, but most members of the team have single target skills. The locusts have low attack, low defense, and low HP. They are not hard to kill, but there are too many of them. After killing one, several dozen will leap. If you have less than 30 people in your team, do not go out. If you do, you are just going to die. You are all worried about safety? Am I the only one worrying about food? The locusts have eaten all the crops, so what will we eat? In less than half a day, the joy brought by the system notification was swept away. The residents were worried, thinking about how to survive. But just as the question was asked, someone answered, "You can open farmland in the territory, sow seed and get the crops. You can go hunt in the sea, going into the water to pick seaweed. You can plant the seeds outside the defensive shield and everyone can take turns standing guard." X. The players were shocked and all turned to look at the speaker. The resident who made the suggestion said, "Since we are working together to clear, then I will not keep this secret. Everyone can work together to live." The air grew very quiet. After a moment, the players all expressed their views. Yes, we need to unite and defeat the trash game. The sacrifices are not important. The most important is clearing. Has someone thought of other methods? Speak so everyone can discuss. At these words, the residents worked together to perfect their plans. Near dusk, the tailor shop. Yun Ling and the NPC workers were quickly sewing with their needles and thread. Name: Fire Feather Cloak. Quality: Rare Durability, 70/70, Equip Effect, plus 10 Stamina. Special Effect: each second will create 3 fire spell damage to surrounding enemies. Fire Crow Feather was needed to make the cloaks. There were not many of them in the warehouse, so the products they could make were limited in quantity. But even though they could not make Fire Feather cloaks, they could make corresponding equipment. Name: Ice Banner, 1 use item. X quality: Rare, use effect. With the spot the banner is planted as the center, will create 12 points of ice magic damage to all enemies within an 8x8 area each second. Lasts 30 minutes. To make this, one needed the ice thread that dropped after ice silkworms were killed. Name: Combat Boots, Equipment. Quality: Rare Durability, 70/70. Equip Effect, plus 10, Agility. Special Effect: each second will create 3 fire spell damage to surrounding enemies. To do this, one needed the leather dropped after a flame lion was killed. Name: Merbelt, Equipment. Quality: Rare Durability, 70/70, Equip Effect, plus 10 Stamina. Special Effect: when attacking, 30% chance of activating the C-rank crowd skill, Tide. To make this, one needed the Mer Silk after killing Mer people. With the Mer Belt, one just had to fight like they usually did. Once it was triggered, the system would automatically use the Tide skill to attack the enemy. The life skills players are very strong, Yun Ling muttered as she sped up. That night, the Fire Feather Cloak, the Ice Banner, the Combat Boots, and the Mer Belt were placed on the system shop shelves. Other than this, they were also being sold on the market, but only in trade, not direct selling. Looking at the attributes of the equipment and items, the players were so happy. They were even in the mood to shout. With the cloak in hand, I have the world. Once the flag is planted, the locusts will die. Wearing combat boots, if I control the distance as I keep on running, the enemy will die. With the Mer Belt, I will be the most beautiful on the street. Others were crying. It is autumn. Why is the equipment from the system shop still so expensive? Is this worthy of the brothers who had fought and guarded the territory together? His friend urged him. Never mind. It is good to be able to buy rare equipment, no matter how expensive. Day 3/12. Yu Ching-won bought equipment for her team members and took them out to level up. Someone said, "Didn't our team open 100 pieces of farmland? Why are we still going out risking our lives? Isn't it good to stay in the territory and just retire?" Yu Ching-won asked in response, "With the game's previous conduct, will it let you pass so easily?" That person stilled and was speechless. I keep on feeling that the game will not finish so easily. Yu Ching-won had a serious expression. While there is still time, level up, increase stamina, and do not act in order to deal with all changes. Jung Ming-yue nodded. I think the same. Since the leader and deputy said this, the members did not object. One warrior was wearing a fire feather cloak and a mirror belt with combat boots. They were very full of energy and alert. As long as we can pass, this will just be a game. Everyone, relax and play. No need to restrain yourself. A female mage murmured to herself, I have never played a game until I wanted to vomit. Apocalypse Calamity has managed it. Her words were tinged with helplessness and despair. Yu Ching-won coughed softly. There are still the autumn and winter seasons, everyone. Hold on. Think of the cold Coke, the hot pot, the happy life in your home. The members became refreshed and felt very motivated. Seeing them get energized, Jung Ming-yue chose a direction, and they walked off. It was silent on the way. For a whole 50 minutes they did not see any crops on the way. Other than trees, there was only grass. Yu Ching-won's heart was heavy. No wonder everyone is saying that the autumn of the 3rd year is lacking in food. Before I came out, I thought they were exaggerating. After coming out, she found that this was true, and the situation was more grave than they had described. There are no resource points and no shadow of the locusts. Where should we go next? Yu Qingwen thought. Quick, look over there. A shout came from the team. Yu Qingwen stilled slightly. She looked and saw a dense patch of locusts surrounding the bushes. In a blink of the eye, they ate all the berries. No wonder we cannot find any food. The locusts ate them all, a member complained. Be on guard, prepare to fight, Zheng Mingyue said gravely. The locusts quickly noticed the players. After eating the bushes clean, they surged at the players. They have come at a good time. Yu Qingwen raised her staff. Poison fog. A large patch of inky green poison appeared on the way. The poison fog was an A-rank skill. Adding on that Yu Qingwen had top-class equipment, her attack power was super strong. The locusts flapped a while inside before falling to the ground dead. 5 seconds later, the poison fog disappeared and the locusts kept on charging. Yu Qingwen looked around quickly and knew that there were at least 200 to 300 left. Meteor shower. 10,000 arrows. Arctic ice field. The crowd skills were constantly being thrown out. The warrior found their chance, snickered, and raised a shield, charging into the swarm. Firelight flashed. The locusts received fire damage and then died. The warrior waved the shield and smashed away all the monsters leaping in. After many attacks, the special effect of the merbelt was triggered. The tide appeared, attacking the monsters and creating water magic damage to the locusts. Several minutes later, the battle ended. The warrior was flushed and felt very good. Cool. Yu Qingwen looked up and asked, How much has the durability of the equipment decreased? The warrior stilled and went to look. Looking at the numbers, they paled. The fire feather cloak durability is 3670, the mirror belt durability 6670, the combat boots 6870. The equipment had been bought yesterday. They were brand new. But after a fight, the durability dropped down. As expected, the locusts are difficult to deal with and wear down the equipment greatly. Zheng Mingyue had guessed this long ago. He walked next to the drop items, picking and sorting them. Copper coins, sweet potato seeds, rice seeds, white equipment, berries, sorghum flour. How come food materials drop from killing locusts? Zheng Mingyue was very shocked. Thinking about the scene before the battle, Yu Qingwen guessed, could this be the crops they had previously eaten? So there is a chance of them dropping after being killed? Maybe. Zheng Mingyue picked up all the items. He found there were 8x berries, 5x sorghum flour, and 3x rice. While this was not much, it was something. Let's go. Keep on fighting monsters and level up. Zheng Mingyue waved his hand. The team set off into the distance. Other than the fire feather cloak, the mer belt, the combat boots, and the ice banner, other equipment and items also had similar effects. For example, name, cold iron armor, equipment, quality, rare, durability, 70/70, equip effect, plus 10 stamina. Special effect, each second it will create 3 points of ice magic damage to the surrounding enemies. The equipment was made from cold iron ore and there was not a lot. There was also name, black iron stick equipment, quality, rare durability, 70/70 equip effect, plus 12 strength. Special effect. When attacking, 30% chance of triggering the C-rank crowd attack skill, sweep. The iron stick was made from black iron ore and the production was even lower. The equipment was rare, the materials were rare, and so the products were also rare. But when many recipes and blueprints were used, there was a lot of equipment and items. Now, the problem of the locust calamity was solved. Yun Ling looked at the different kinds of products on the system shop shelves and felt pride. At this time, multiple messages jumped out. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong, Boss, help. F City, Shintong Town, Zhao Shintong. I lack life skill talents here. I have materials but no equipment, save me. Yun Ling calmly responded, Same rules. You contribute materials, me skill, We split the products in half. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong, no problem. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Boss, what materials do you need? Just give me a list. Yun Ling said, wait a moment. She got all the materials she needed and sent it to the other. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong, received. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong, I will immediately check the inventory. Yun Ling wanted to close the window, but the other unexpectedly sent a message. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Right. Does Rising Cloud City have water mages? The kind that has C-rank skill water ball? Yun Ling said in confusion. What do you mean? Jiao Shintong showed the equipment attributes without a word. Name, sapphire ring, equipment, quality, rare, durability, 70/70, equip effect, +10 intelligence, special effect, when attacking, 40% chance of turning the C-rank single-target skill, water ball, to the C-rank crowd attack skill, tide. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. When fishing, I got the sapphire and the blueprint. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. But Shintong Town does not have so many water mages and the equipment is not used even when made. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Boss, if you have need, we can trade. Yun Ling said, let's trade. 1 for 1, any kind of equipment? Rising Cloud City has water mage NPCs and water players, it will be used. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. That is great. I will arrange for people to make them immediately. Yun Ling then said, I have also found sapphire stones here when fishing, but I did not get blueprints. Later I will give the sapphires to you. I provide materials, you provide skills. We will split in half. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Boss, did you not get blueprints? F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. No problem. With me, it is akin to having got a blueprint. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. What a good day it is. I finally have a chance to patronize the boss. Seeing the messages, Yun Ling unconsciously gave a small smile. In the wilderness, Lu Chuan was walking slowly through the forest. Crack, crack. Strange sounds came from afar. Lu Chuan turned around and found a large swarm of locusts charging at him. He was not in a panic. He took out 3 ice banners from his brown leather backpack and then planted them in the shape of a triangle. Because they were planted so close, the attack area overlapped. Lu Chuan stood in the overlapped area and took out an exploding arrow from his orange quiver, steadily shooting. Bam! More than 20 locusts fell down. He took an arrow and shot again. Another sound. Another 20 locusts fell down. The third time he took out the exploding arrow, the locust swarm had reached him and surrounded him. Then a white light flashed across the ice banners. In the next second, there was a layer of frost over the locusts. They had clearly received ice magic damage. Some of the monsters received more than one attack. Before they got near the player, their HP was used up and they fell to the ground. Lu Chuan held the exploding arrow quiver and waited patiently for a while. When his HP was visibly sliding down, he shot a special effect arrow where there were the most locusts. In a flash, more than 30 locusts fell down, and his HP rose back up. At the same time, many locusts were wounded by the ice magic and soundlessly fell to the ground. The battle finished quickly. After a minute, from 500 to 600 locusts were killed. Congratulations, player, for leveling up. You have received 3 free attribute points to be allocated at will. The system jumped out in due course. Pity that the ice banner cannot be taken back out after being planted. Otherwise, if I walk around fighting monsters with the ice banner, I will level up quickly. Lu Chuan sighed inwardly in regret. As he was thinking, he heard a strange crack-crack sound. He looked into the distance and found another wave of locusts were coming. The battle had just finished, and he was being attacked again. For normal players, this was trouble and great danger, but Lu Chuan was happy instead. They have come at such a good time. He fought 2 waves and had not wasted his items. Day 3 and 13. Early in the morning, Yun Ling received messages from players in other territories of S City. Basswood Town, He Rui. Look at the materials on the list. Basswood Town. He Rui, 32 box fire crow feather, 26 box ice silk, 6x flame lion fur, 14x mirror yarn, 24 bucks cold iron ore, 18x black iron ore. Yun Ling looked and found that the amounts were right, so she agreed to the transaction. The transaction was completed. Basswood Town. He Rui, you have such high prices. Basswood Town. He Rui. You demand 2 portions of materials and only give 1 piece of equipment. Your profit is 100%. Yun Ling said, a tech monopoly is so great. Yun Ling said, this is free trade, I do not force you. Yun Ling said, if you find this expensive, you can find someone else. Basswood Town. He Rui. Other than you, which other high-level life skills player do I know? Basswood Town. Hey Rui. Use the materials well and we must pass. Basswood Town. Hey Rui. I will think of this as a contribution for all of mankind. Yun Ling laughed. Okay? As they finished talking, someone else had contacted her. Osmanthus Town. Dingwen Xuan, your allies of Osmanthus Town are not able to hold on. Please help, please help. Yun Ling just told him directly. No help, just calmly go to death. Osmanthus Town. Dingwen Xuan. Yun Ling said, if the game is past, time will go back, and then you will be a man again. Yun Ling said, since you cannot hold on, then do not. Osmanthus Town. Dingwen Xuan. You are ruthless, you are heartless, you are unreasonable. Yun Ling said, I need to prepare strategic resources for the team, as much as possible. I do not have items to help save other players, not at all. You want simple bandages, high-quality bandages, recovery items, and rare purple equipment? Okay, trade with materials. There is no free lunch in the world. If they achieved the conditions, time would go back, and everything would return to the start. So what was there to hesitate about? Of course it was to centralize strength and increase Rising Cloud City's defenses. She would let the other players do as they wanted. She did not care about their life or death. In any case, after the game finished, it would be fine. So Yun Ling refused so crisply, without feeling any guilt. Osmanthus Town. Dingwen Xuan. In reality, I'm just shouting about. If I can con some resources, I will, but it is fine if I do not get any. Osmanthus Town. Dingwen Xuan. You are so hard-hearted, it seems there is no hope. Osmanthus Town. Dingwen Xuan. Never mind. I'm sending the list to you. Let's trade normally. Yun Ling. The players lucky enough to have survived to now all had some special skill. For example, the one in front of her, he was very shameless. The teams of high level and strength with resources went out as usual. The players who were lower level and weaker stayed in the territory. They had sowed seed around Rising Cloud City, and then sent people to stand guard, hoping to have a good harvest and resolve the problem of food. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days passed. The seeds had sprouted and had not encountered danger. The members took turns to rest and stand guard, going to the sea to catch fish and barely made a living. On day 316, the 5th day after the seeds had been sown, a swarm of locusts came close to the territory. "Enemy attack!" the players shouted. Then they started throwing skills and shooting arrows. The system guards quickly found the enemy and quickly walked to the site of the fight to help. Some of the life skills players were average in combat, but they had long-distance skills, so they also helped. In a blink, the locusts suffered a calamity and all died. The planting team was overjoyed and could not help but say, Thank you everyone for helping." One passerby mage picked up the drops and had a thoughtful look. "Lure the locusts near Rising Cloud City. We will hide in the city and attack. It will be very convenient to attack monsters like this. We will be safe and we can pick up the drops and take the chance to harvest game materials." Hide in the territory and release skills? They were familiar with doing this. The eyes of the residents lit up and they had thoughts. In a corner of the territory, a team of 20 people were hard at work digging. "You are trying to create farmland at Rising Cloud City coordinates. Are you willing to pay 300 copper coins to buy the ownership of the land?" Note: after the farmland is opened, the players can start planting and have no need to pay tax. The team leader did not hesitate to press yes. Then he turned around and promised solemnly, "Everyone purchased the farmland together, so this is the joint property of the team. Right now, it is under my name. When the crops are grown, I will have Aunt Zhao prepare 3 meals a day for everyone to eat together." Hearing this, the members were not concerned. "We already know how you usually are. Leader, everyone has seen this. We know that you are trustworthy. There is nothing to worry about." "Hey, it is just a game. If the high-level players survive, it is all right if little people like us die. We are brothers who were tested in death. We would doubt everyone over our brothers. We will enjoy good fortune together and take the troubles as well. We will either live together to the end of the game or starve together. The person who flees will be a dog." The members laughed and did not care. The leader's heart felt warm. "Then let's continue digging. I heard that in the past, during the autumn harvest days, the crops will mature in 5 days. This year there are calamity days. We need 10 days to get a crop. Since we did not start at a good time, then we can only buy more fields. We need at least 30 pieces to support the entire team." The members all responded. "Okay, we were starting to work. Day 317. Rising Cloud City has 1,000 farmland. The territory farmland has reached a limit and no more can be opened. Another type of building has reached a limit." Yun Ling was happy as she closed the notification. Ever since they learned the apocalypse calamity was just a game, the residents were in a much better state of mind than before. They did not keep on hoarding equipment, items, and materials. They would sell some of the extra they had. Also, as the summer season ended, the streams appeared back outside the territory. Drinking water was no longer a problem. Adding on that everyone had brainstormed, they sowed outside the territory, attracting the locusts, and then attacked them. Now the residents were living well. They did not worry for water or food, and had new equipment to put on. Autumn is finished. Now, only the winter season is left. The residents looked forward day by day for the day that winter was going to come. Day 341. Last night, Yun Ling found it hard to sleep, full of anticipation. In the morning, just after 8, she slowly woke up, and then eagerly checked the new notification. "Congratulations, player, for successfully passing the 3rd autumn. You have received a hint to passing. Guard the safety area, kill all the mutant ants in the city, the game will finish early. Current kills, 1000. Yun Ling." Yun Ling. She was stunned and unable to recover for a long time. In the next second, round dots appeared on the map in the lower right corner. These represented the tracks of the enemy. At this time, the red dots covered S City and were evenly distributed. As she was in her daze, the red dots slowly moved. Seeing them advance, they were clearly moving towards the 4 surviving safety areas of S City. So the last season is a battle between species? The humans must kill the mutant ants in order to survive? Yun Ling quickly calmed down and started to analyze, but before she could think deeply, she was bombarded with messages. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. In F City, Shintong Town is the only safety area left. All the red dots on the map are heading to the territory. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Damn, what does the game want to do? Basswood Town. Hey Rui, are you awake? Have you seen the system notifications? Basswood Town. Rui, the nearest mutant ants have reached Basswood Town. Right now they are fighting the system guards. Basswood Town. Hey Rui. From my observations, the mutant ants move quickly, have high attack power, and are like the top assassin-type bosses. Basswood Town. Rui. However, it has high defense, high HP, and is very difficult to deal with. With the system guards and the players together, there are more than 30 people and we are barely holding on. Basswood Town. Rui. The mutant ants react too quickly. Many attacks are dodged and only a few hit. Then the messages stopped, and Rui seemed to have joined in the fighting, so busy he did not have time. After about 5 minutes, the messages came from Basswood Town again. Basswood Town. Rui. The mutant ants have been killed. There are no drops. None of the territory members died. 700 damage was done to the defensive shield. Basswood Town. Rui. Just one is so hard to deal with. What if they attack together? Basswood Town. He, Rui. Right. How is Rising Cloud City? Are you able to hold on? The conditions for passing were that at the end of the third year, any server would have 1 or more territories and 100 or more players. If the conditions are met, time will reverse and everything will restore to the start of the game. So Rui did not care whether the players of Basswood Town lived or died, or whether the territory was breached. He only cared about Rising Cloud City. If Rising Cloud City was there was hope, and everyone would be fine. If Rising Cloud City was breached, there was no hope, and all of humankind would die. During the time the messages had stopped, Yun Ling had quickly got out of bed and walked to the side of the territory to look at the situation. In the bottom right map, there were red dots getting close to Rising Cloud City. Outside the territory, the mutant ants were attacking the defensive shield. When Yun Ling saw them with her own eyes, she finally understood what moved quickly meant. The mutant ants created afterimages as they moved around the shield. The archers aimed, but when they released their arrows, their target was not at the spot. In the end, they could only close their eyes and shoot aimlessly. At this time, automatic tracking showed its power. When the others were bitterly aiming, Archer G just had to shoot. After shooting, the system would track and almost hit 100% of the time. Yun Ling looked and immediately said, "Use crowd attack skills." It was easy to dodge single target attacks, but not so easy to avoid crowd ones. When the words were said, all of the NPCs acted. The players hesitated and saw the mutant ants hit by countless skills and die immediately. The NPCs who Yun Ling had hired had high attributes, skills, and good equipment. These people were very strong, better than the remaining players. Once they let go and attacked, the mutant ants could not run away. The battle finished. The window showed, guard the safety area, kill all the mutant ants in the city, the game will finish early. Current kills to 1,000. Just like Rui had said, nothing dropped after the mutant ants had died. The messages kept on popping out, almost covering the scene. Basswood Town. Hey Rui, how is Rising Cloud City? If you have the time, respond. F City. Shintong Town. Zhao Shintong. Damn, 1,000 bosses coming after another attacking Shintong Town. Now I am done for. Osmanthus Town. Ding Wen Xuan. Curses. Osmanthus Town. Ding Wen Xuan. I thought the winter season would be eternal night plus a sage. I did not expect it to be a warm winter plus mutant ant attack. Osmanthus Town. Ding Wen Shu Xuan. If we are a bit weak and there are not enough players, we are not able to hold on. Osmanthus Town. Ding Wen Xuan. Damn, damn, damn. The trash game wants to kill the players. Osmanthus Town. Ding Wen Xuan. I won't waste words. We will do our best to delay and do our best to kill all the ants. Rising Cloud City, hold on. Yun Ling responded to Rui. Fighting. If the other territories can hold on longer, there will be less pressure on Rising Cloud City. She responded to Zhao Shintong. The 4 safety areas of S City are having trouble. She responded to Ding Wen Xuan. Delay, the longer the better. Before she finished responding to messages, the new mutant ants arrived and started to attack the territory's defensive shield. Translator ramblings. This story is reaching its end so fast now. Should the winter not be hoarding food in order to survive? How come it became the mutant ants laying siege to the city? Damn, I had prepared so much wood, wanting to not freeze to death in the last winter. This is the army coming, wanting to decide life and death. In the past, I felt something was wrong. If it was an ice age, why would 100 or more players survive be one of the conditions to pass? Would it not have been so easy? So they were waiting for us here. Stop talking! Come to help! These mutant ants are so quick I cannot hit them. There was a ruckus inside the territory. At the same time, mutant ants appeared on the east, southwest, and northwest sides. The players had to support them separately. Damn! The territory is too large, I cannot set up the magic traps, one player complained. The archer was going to cry. They can basically dodge the attacks, they are too nimble. The mage. What are you all in a hurry for? Wait for me to control the ants and then attack? If you miss all your attacks, aren't you just wasting your energy? Before he finished, one arrow hit the ant. In the next moment, the enemy was frozen into ice. The players were overjoyed. Great! Quick, attack! Arrows, lightning, water balls, wood thorns, wind blades, and fireballs shot out. The mutant ants died immediately. In the distance, another mutant ant flew over, getting close to the territory. Lu Chuan took out an ice arrow as he said, "Do not be in a hurry to attack. Pay attention to working together." Yes, Rising Cloud City had experts. They could win. Thinking this, the resident calmed down and did not rashly attack. The players who had survived until now mostly had rich combat experience. First, they had been caught off guard and had been slightly panicked. After a while, they reacted. Who has control skills? Come over here, make a team, go out in shifts. 20 people to a team. If you are not fighting, come back, pay attention to rest. Where are the life skill players? Make rice porridge. The frontline MP urgently needs to be replenished. With the hard work of all residents, the situation was temporarily under control, and the number of killed mutant ants rose quickly. Realizing that the battle was about to start, Yun Ling quickly walked to the system shop. The tailor shop. Yun Ling said, "Focus on making purple quivers, simple bandages, high-quality bandages. Stop making other things." Restaurant. Yun Ling said, "All workers make food to restore MP, the more the better." In the blacksmith shop. Yun Ling said, "Steel knives, machetes, bronze swords, broadswords, 7-star swords, chainmail, bronze helmet, bronze shield, metal shield, iron shield. After the battle starts, the equipment will be used up and new equipment is needed to fight the enemy." After the order was sent, the NPC workers quickly started to move. Yun Ling had a gloom over her expression. Most of what was stored in the warehouse was raw materials. Time was needed to create equipment. Could they delay so long? The reason that she had not prepared so much in the past was out of habit. She hoarded raw materials because they could make what they wanted. If she had judged beforehand and hoarded a lot of items. If she guessed wrong, the items and materials would have been useless. Due to this, after preparing some strategic materials, she had stopped. Who would have thought that the third winter would be a war, and the resources were short? It would have been good if Shintong Town and Rising Cloud City were in the same city. Yun Ling sighed. With Shintong Town here, the difficulty will be much lower. Pity, they were in different servers, and the number of mutant ants killed were counted separately. Suddenly she received 2 messages. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. There are too many damn mutant ants. I announce I have given up. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. I have ordered all my life profession NPCs to urgently produce strategic resources and will supply Rising Cloud City as much as possible. Yun Ling stilled. You. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. I am not helping you, I am helping myself. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. The defensive shield can last a while. Before Shintong Town is breached, I will send all the resources, items, and equipment in the territory to you. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. If Rising Cloud City has any items and equipment you urgently need and that I can produce, tell me. I am willing to make them for you. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Do not thank me. Boss, you have to win. Yun Ling had a determined gaze. I will. I promise. Osmanthus Town. After the cleansing of many seasons, there were only 200 elite players left in the town. Once these people thought they were invincible. No matter what challenge they would encounter, they could get through safely. But today, their belief was broken. Before this, they never thought that they would not be able to even survive the first day of the winter. What are the mages doing? Release control skills, a warrior shouted. The skill is on cooldown, a mage shouted. No more MP, one person sobbed. At this time, the archer aimed and shot. The arrows were quick, and when close to the mutant ants, it suddenly turned into tree branches and restrained the target. The warrior had no time to be happy when he heard the archer say in sorrow, I do not have any more MP. The warrior. No matter how elite they were, there were only 200 of them. Some of them were even high-level life skills players that the team had trained up, and they had no ability to fight at all. The mutant ants were very fast. In order to kill them, they had to first lock down the ants. At the start, it was not hard to do. But after killing 20, 40, 60 ants, it was harder and harder to control and kill. If we cannot hold on and allow the mutant ants to attack the territory's defensive shield... Thinking of this, the warrior felt cold. The first time, he was upset that they had used an elite strategy. If there were 2,000 players in the safety area right now, even if 1,800 of them were not good at fighting, they could still stand there and throw skills. "You think that I do not know the importance of control skills," the mage said quietly. "I have no MP." The warrior. He had heard it, thank you. No need to repeat it. His chest would hurt. There are 180 system NPCs in the territory, over 200 players, and a level 2 defensive shield. "How long do you think we can hold on?" the mage asked. The warrior had a dark expression and said roughly, "I cannot guess. I will not guess." The mutant ants came after another, more appearing after the first ones were killed. All of Rising Cloud City was in a nervous atmosphere. "Time to eat!" a chef shouted and delivered the rice porridge, rice soup, mixed grain, steamed buns, and stewed beef. One small team was resting. Hearing this, they went forward, pulling the steamed buns apart, and then filling it with the beef. They took big bites. "So good!" The chef turned and saw the warriors outside the territory fighting with the mutant ants. He could not help but say, "Lucky that Rising Cloud City has many people." Yes. The warrior player was still full of fear. "Lucky that we have the advantage of numbers, we can take turns and rest. Otherwise, who can endure this?" People were not machines. They would get tired and their attention lost. After fighting for a long time, the number of mistakes would increase. Also, even if the players gritted their teeth to hold on, would the system spare them? If the negative states appeared, they would be drastically weakened. He opened the window and looked at the stats. He just saw the notification: guard the safety area, kill all the mutant ants in the city, the game will finish early. Current kills 347 1000. The chef encouraged, "Work hard, kill the ants and everything will end." The warrior player had a grimace. This is easy to say, not that easy to do. When she had full HP, she would go out of the territory and use her damage reflection to kill the mutant ants. When her HP was low, she would enter the back kitchen of the restaurant and make recovery items. Yun Ling was very busy, and occasionally she had to make time to exchange news with the players of the other territories. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Based on my observations, the red dots representing the mutant ants keep on moving to the safety area. Some are close and come quickly. Others are far away and come slowly. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. Like this, the territory does not have to face 1,000 mutant ants at the same time. F City, Shintong Town, Jiao Shintong. If the rhythm is controlled, it is possible to pass. Yun Ling said, "Understood." Just after talking with Jiao Shintong, a new message jumped out. Basswood Town, He Rui, important discovery. Basswood Town, He Rui. When there are different safety area in the same city, the mutant ants will go to the nearest one. Basswood Town, He Rui. I have observed the movement of the red dots and analyzed for a long time to learn this. Yun Ling said, "I know." Basswood Town, He Rui. You knew and you did not tell? Yun Ling said, "No time, busy." Basswood Town, He Rui. You just play with me as you want because you are in Rising Cloud City. Basswood Town, He Rui. Seriously, Rising Cloud City and Basswood Town are in different directions. If we hold on, the mutant ants will first go to Basswood Town. When the safety area is breached, they will then move to Rising Cloud City. Basswood Town, He Rui. In that case, Rising Cloud City will get more preparation time and will not be surrounded immediately. Yun Ling said, "I am not joking, I am busy. I am preparing for Rising Cloud City fighting 1,000 mutant ants." Basswood Town, He Rui. Basswood Town, He Rui, lunatic. Yun Ling smiled, unconcerned. She closed the window and kept on working. The battle continued for an entire day. When the characters on the top right corner became Winter Calamity Day 1800, all the red dots on the map disappeared instantly. The mutant ants who had reached Rising Cloud City were still there. They kept on walking, their forelimbs turning to sharp blades, their eyes flashing with cold light. They looked very fierce. "No more MP," a mage shouted anxiously. "How about using a mob tactic? Just use our numbers," someone suggested. "The ants are so fast, can the slowing warriors stop them?" An archer raised doubts. Before they could discuss a result, Lu Chuan took out a penetrating arrow from his quiver and casually shot it. The arrow flew out quickly. X. The mutant ants wanted to dodge, but the arrow changed direction as well. After being unable to dodge twice, before it would turn a third time, the arrow hit the target. The ant's HP immediately dropped. Lu Chuan was not in a hurry and took out a penetrating arrow again. The mutant ant could not dodge it, was hit by the special effect arrow, and powerlessly fell to the ground. "Done," Lu Chuan announced. The other players, as expected of the standing post Demon King, being in the same camp as him, they really felt safe. Night was a time for relaxing and entertainment. The pork belly was being grilled on the stone and hissed. The sesame cakes were sprinkled on the outside with sesame, fragrant and crisp, soft and delicious. X. The meatloaf was chewy on the outside, and the filling was full of meat. With a bite, one would feel very satisfied. There were also the scallion pancakes, the two sides fried yellow and crisp. Mochi had a meatloaf in one hard, a scallion cake in the other, and was very lively. X Lang Bai picked up a piece of pork belly and put it in his bowl, not in the mood to eat. "The red dots have suddenly disappeared. I wonder what is going on." Mochi closed her eyes in pain. She had been pretty happy before. Why talk about all this? It affected her appetite and also others. The members looked at Lung Bai at a loss, not knowing if they should take their sesame cakes. As the deputy, Mochi had to come out. "I asked around. The first mutant ant attacked the territory at 08:05:23 in the morning. Yes, the ants should only be active during the day. X. When it is night, they will disappear and give the players time to rest. This makes sense." Lung Bai was still worried. Putting aside the red dots, there are still many problems waiting to be solved. The defensive shield dropped 15,000 HP. There is 1,000 HP in total. How long will it last? X. Food. If we are hungry, we need to eat. If we use up our MP, we need to eat. If we lose HP, we need to eat. How long can our food last? After killing the mutant ants, nothing dropped. In other words, we have to pass the winter season relying on what we have stored up. At this, Lung Bai had a serious expression. Once something goes wrong with one part, all of Rising Cloud City will immediately fall. The saying of a military defeat is like a mountain falling is like this. Ex Mochi, when eating, could he not speak? After hearing his analysis, how could the other people eat? The members looked at their half-eaten food and were crying inside. The situation is serious, so everyone should be worried and not eat? Lung Bai looked around and was speechless. X. He was suddenly disappointed. Never mind, you guys eat. I do not have an appetite. Then he stood up and quickly walked away. Mochi had food in both hands and her mouth covered in oil. Ignore him. Let's continue. In the same environment, some were heartless and ate well. Others were twisting and turning, not able to eat or sleep well. Lung Bai was not the only one worried, as there was also Herui. At nighttime, he sent many messages to Yun Ling, asking about the situation of Rising Cloud City. Basswood Town. Hey Rui, how is Rising Cloud City? Basswood Town. Hey Rui, is there enough food? Is there enough equipment? Basswood Town. Hey Rui, is there enough equipment to use? Basswood Town. Hey Rui. Even more importantly, how is the situation of the defensive shield? Yun Ling said, there is enough stock. The defensive shield has dropped by 15,000. It is pretty good. Yun Ling said, there was a bit of panic at the start and then it stabilized. Basswood Town. Hey Rui, Do not be so optimistic. The situation is more troublesome than predicted. Basswood Town. He Rui. Right now, Basswood Town's defensive shield is level 3, and the upper limit is 1000. The base recovery speed 5 HP per second. Basswood Town. He Rui. After the first day, we had HP reduced by 24,000. Based on this, after most, we will last for 6 days. Basswood Town. He Rui. Once the territory is breached, the other safety areas will have more pressure, and the HP of the defensive shield will drop even more quickly. Yun Ling said, "No matter, I am prepared." Yun Ling said, "A team finished a special mission. I can spend copper coins to increase the defensive shield's HP." She had not lied. Name, defensive shield, Sheng Ming Z, 1000, 1000 HP, 1000, 1000 use effect, block incoming enemies, base recovery speed, 5 HP, minute. Note, recover can be sped up by spending copper coins. The territory window had written this clearly a long time ago. Basswood Town. He Rui. Basswood Town. He Rui. How did you get the mission? Basswood Town. He Rui. If all 4 safety areas of S City can repair their defensive shields, then what is there to panic about? Yun Ling said, "Special mission, other territories cannot do it. Only Rising Cloud City." Basswood Town. He Rui. I was happy for nothing. Then the two chatted more about their experiences in fighting the enemy, and tried to summarize a simple and effective method of dealing with the enemy. Halfway, Yu Ching-won sent a message. "Just now, a player from Osmanthus Town told me that the safety area cannot last beyond afternoon tomorrow." Yun Ling frowned unconsciously. What happened? Yu Ching-won said, "Osmanthus Town only has a level 2 shield, and with the players and system guards added together, only for 100 people. So few people they cannot hold on at all. Even today they just managed to get through." Supposedly, when the fighting stopped, the defensive shield was 19,235, and there were only 765 left, not far from breaking. Once the defensive shield disappears, the safety of the players cannot be guaranteed. They will just flee and not work together. The player of Osmanthus Town said they are planning to donate most of their property and will fight as long as possible tomorrow. Yun Ling was silent. The first day of winter, just after killing 813 mutant ants, a safety area could not hold on. This was just... Never mind, she thought inside. In any case, I did not put my hopes on others. After a moment, Yu Ching-wen sent a message. "Have you thought of a strategy against the enemy?" Yu Ching-wen was in the know, and there was no need to keep this a secret. Yun Ling confessed. "The Lord can spend copper coins to repair the defensive shield. 1 copper coin, 1 HP. I have tens of thousands right now. I had wanted to unlock new buildings and level them to the maximum. Now, it is perfect to use this to repair the defensive shield." Yu Ching-wen. Yu Ching-wen said, "As expected of the Lord, you have the ability of money." Yu Ching-wen said, "If you do not have enough capital, tell me. I am willing to donate all of my money." Yun Ling laughed. "Okay." F City, Shintong Town. Zhao Shintong did not sleep at night and had made hundreds of pieces of grilled meat. The sky grew bright. The characters in the top right corner showed Day 342, Winter, Calamity Day, 08 o'clock. Instantly, the red dots appeared again and started moving to Shintong Town. "Damn it! There is only Shintong Town in F City. All of the ants are moving in this direction. Can they be reasonable?" Zhao Shintong muttered. Yesterday, more than 1,000 mutant ants had attacked Shintong Town. The level 3 defensive shield with a full 1,000 HP had dropped more than 9,000 HP. More than 100 NPCs had died and over 200 players. This looks like the end. I am too lazy to even struggle. Saying this, Zhao Shintong walked into the warehouse and gave all the equipment, items, copper coins, and materials to Yun Ling for free. "Warning! Warning! The defensive shield has no more HP and has shattered. Players, please act and kill the enemies as soon as possible." The warning was in red font and flashed 3 times. Zhao Xintong snorted in discontent. If able to wipe out the enemy, would the defensive shield have been broken? Just saying nonsense. She sat in a corner of the warehouse and waited for death to come. Rising Cloud City. Yun Ling just received the supplies and put them away when she saw F City, Xintong Town, disappear from the market window. Now, I am the only person left on the World Channel. She made herself more alert and rose to meet the challenge of a new day. Osmanthus Town, 9:40, the defensive shield shattered. Brothers, kill! One player shouted in grief. Kill one to make up the cost. Kill two to profit. Before he finished speaking, one mutant ant made an ambush, and the sharp blade sliced the player's neck. That person fell to the ground. One player. Gather your attacks. Each kill counts, someone else shouted. Everyone worked hard to fight back. 9:56. The survivors of S City received a system notification. Osmanthus Town has been breached. Day 342. The current kill was 1715-1000. Day 343, the current kill was 2680-1000. Day 344, the current kill was 3557-1000. Day 348, the current kill was 7119-1000. Locust Tree Town was breached. Day 349, the current kill was 8014-1000. Basswood Town was breached. Seeing victory in sight, Rising Cloud City was full of gloom. If we can hold on 2-3 more days, the game will finish. Leng Bai gritted his teeth, veins popping out at his temples. But we have eaten all our food. The weapon durability has dropped 78% and are almost scrap. Mochi was very irritated. The system shops are still normal and selling goods, but the players do not have enough copper coins to buy. What is this? The members were in despair. If we were more hardworking in the past, ate less, would we have a different outcome? Some else asked anxiously. If we do not meet the conditions, the game will finish and the humans will die. Was this a joke? Maybe even if we do not pass, everyone will be fine. He did not even believe what he was saying, so he trailed off. Mochi gritted her teeth. Let's find a large team to borrow food. Leng Bai frowned. Mochi said shamelessly, This is a game where people work together. We are not the only ones who will benefit in passing. I think the others will agree. You think? Leng Bai looked up and said slowly, that we can win just based on us people? Mochi was stunned. The reason that Rising Cloud City is able to stand today is because there is a level 3 defensive shield outside, and also because there are more than 4,000 players working together. Leng Bai's voice was difficult. No matter how rich the large teams are, they cannot change the fact that the defensive shield is about to shatter. Also, they cannot support 4,000 people, even for the last 2 days. You mean... Mochi suddenly felt a great panic, like she could guess what the leader was going to say next. We have lost. Leng Bai was unwilling, his eyes blood red, but he had to face the reality. Hearing this, everyone present felt they were in ice. Lost? Not able to go back? Everyone would die? Thinking about this, 2 members were almost unable to stand up, their legs giving out. They had to lean against the wall. There really is no way? Mochi looked at Leng Bai, her gaze earnest and full of anticipation. I cannot think of one. Leng Bai smiled in mockery. Reverse the situation? Ha! How easy is that? Unless there is a miracle. Just as he finished speaking, multiple system notifications appeared. Player Yun Ling chooses to disclose the identity of Lord of Rising Cloud City. Player Yun Ling uses 95,000 copper coins to increase the defensive shield repair. Right now, the defensive shield has full HP. During wartime, the Lord has announced special rules. The official residents of Rising Cloud City can get free bandages from the tailor shop, can get 3 meals for free from the restaurant, and can get free weapons from the blacksmith shop. I hope that everyone will work together against the enemy. Leng Bai? What was this? Mochi was stunned for a long time. Then she said with a complicated expression, a miracle really appeared. At the same time, the surviving players of Rising Cloud City exploded. Lord? Who said that the game only had system territories? Yun Ling? Rising Cloud? Ha, people said it was a coincidence, liar. No wonder residents of bad conduct will be kicked out of the territory, so someone was in the background controlling this. Did she sneak gold behind us? A player shouted. Where is the channel to pay for recharge? I also want to pay and receive VIP treatment. Someone suddenly realized. I was wondering why the names of the system guards were so strange. Before, I was busy making a living and did not think about it. Now, looking back, it is so strange. Yun Ling? I know her. One player complained. Her features are clear and I thought she was an honest person. I did not know she was a liar. Ah, come out to die. Let me punch you. The players shouted, saying everything. As they criticized, everyone's lips were curved upwards. Rising Cloud City was a player territory. They could get bandages, food, and weapons for free. This was great. They could pass. The game is about to finish, and I just learned that Rising Cloud City is a player territory. So laughable. In a stone house, Ji Ling Feng snorted, speechless. Brother, Ji Ling Yun timidly called. I thought the name was just similar. I did not think of this. Ji Ling Feng could not help but sigh. That woman is so good at hiding. Seeing the system notification, Zheng Ming Yue was stunned. After a moment, he recovered. The first thing he did was turn to ask Yu Qingwen, how did you sell the salt? Where did you get the ice? Did you not say you got a special mission? Yu Qingwen was confident. Yes. I luckily finished the epic mission of being friends with the Lord, so I got special rewards. Zheng Ming Yue. The territory lord was a player. Screw your being friends with the Lord epic mission. Before the system notification appeared, Rising Cloud City was in a heavy mood. Some even thought maybe they should just give up and face death. They could not be blamed for this. The situation was just too difficult. If there was not enough food to eat, and one starved for a while, the system would give a notification after a while. Because of excessive hunger, you are exhausted. 5 strength, 5 agility, 5 stamina, 5 system intelligence, 5 spirit. Durability, 80%, equip effect, 50%. When durability was 100%, the equipment would turn to scrap and automatically be destroyed. When the equipment was very worn down, their attributes would decrease greatly. If they did not even have a good weapon, how could they fight? How to fight? What was more worrying was the territory's defensive shield. Once it was destroyed, the mutant ants could enter directly. The residents could be killed without even realizing what had happened. With many reasons overlapping, the players lost their fighting spirit and were in despair. At this time, the system notification appeared. The residents were shocked and joyful. On one hand, they disliked Yun Ling for hiding and making this a surprise. On the other side, they excitedly went to the system shops to get supplies. The tailor shop. There were hundreds of simple bandages on the shelves and hundreds of purple quivers. Name: simple bandages. Quality: normal use. Effect: restore 20 HP every 5 seconds. Note: warriors and assassins can take for free, 3 per person per day. Name: Crimson Flame. Quiver. Quality: rare durability, 70/70. Equip effect: each minute it automatically refills an arrow. At most, holds 35 arrows. Special effect: after the arrow forms, 20% chance of special effect, burning. Once successful, plus 12 arrow attack fire. Creates extra fire spell attack. Note: archers can take for free. Each per is limited to 2. Blacksmith shop. Name: Black Gold Blade. Quality: rare durability, 70/70. Equip effect: plus on 12 strength. Special effect: plus 20% attack power. Note: warriors can take for free. Each person limited to 1. Name: Black Iron Dagger. Quality: rare durability, 70/70. Equip effect: plus 12 strength. Special effect: 20% chance of triggering the C rank skill, Poison Attack. Note: assassins can take for free. Each person is limited to 1. Name: Black Iron Bow. Quality: rare durability, 70/70. Equip effect: plus 12 strength. Special effect: 20% chance of triggering the C rank skill, Splash Shot. Note: archers can take for free. Each person limited to 1. The best was the restaurant. Name: Spicy Grilled Fish. Quality: premium use effect. Base recovery speed. 2 HP min, 1 MP min, lasts 3 hours. Note: each person is limited to 1 portion per meal. Name: fragrant chicken. Drumstick: quality, premium, use effect. Restore 20 HP per 5 seconds. Temporary +3 strength attribute, lasts 3 hours. Note: each person is limited to 1 portion per meal. Name: pork bone soup. Quality: premium. Use effect: base recovery. Speed: 2 HP/min, 1 MP/min, lasts 3 hours. Note: each person is limited to 1 portion per meal. Other than this, there was the mixed grain steamed buns, the rice porridge, the rice cakes, the rice soup, the black rice cake, the sugarcane juice, mushrooms and eggs, vegetable salad, sandwich, clear soup, spring rolls, zongzi, corn porridge, watermelon juice, mung bean soup, milk tea, black bread, white bread, honey cake, mapo tofu, pickled duck blood, spicy rabbit heads, spicy boiled fish, chili sauce, fish ball soup, spicy crab, boiled shrimp, seaweed and egg soup, salted fish with tofu, green pepper and salted meat, steamed salted meat. All kinds of food filled shelves. There was no problem lasting for 20 days, much less 2. After going through the system shops, the surviving players were grinning, so happy they were almost mad. Purple bow, the one that I usually use. I can finally throw away my blue bow. A dagger made from black iron ore. I suddenly feel that my game life is so good. Crimson flame quiver, ice quiver, gale quiver. All for me to choose. Good fortune has come so suddenly. I can pick purple weapons, and the blue equipment is like vegetables at the market, on the shelves to take as I please. The Lord is, too, rich. We are all players, but why is the difference so great? Let me kneel down. At the border of Rising Cloud City. One person was wearing a face mask, head down, as they moved hurriedly. While half of the face was covered and only the eyes were exposed, people who knew this person would recognize them. Lu Chuan saw and greeted. Yun Ling? Such a coincidence to meet you here. Why are you wearing an assassin mask? Yun Ling. She was slightly nervous at her identity being called out. She made a hand motion, telling the other to be quiet. What is it? Lu Chuan was confused. Yun Ling lowered her voice and said righteously, Us Lord players have to cover our faces after our identities are disclosed, to avoid being harassed. Lu Chuan. He laughed. No need to be afraid. I will be your bodyguard and be responsible for driving away flies. Yun Ling said, Really? Yes. Lu Chuan responded softly. Yun Ling thought, why was she suddenly so moved? The territory's defensive shield came back to life with money. The players were full, put on new equipment, had buffs, and were eager for the challenge of a new day. Brothers, kill! The warriors and assassins charged out of the territory and faced the enemy. The mage wildly threw skills, and the archers drew their bows. Everybody was in the middle of bloodlust, and grew more brave as they fought. Day 350, the current kill was 8777-1000. Day 351, the current kill was 9798-1000. Day 352. The last 202 mutant ants reached their destination and attacked Rising Cloud City. When I was a player, I liked to drink potions and fight monsters. When I became a lord, I wanted to take along all my residents to drink potions and fight monsters together. Yun Ling had a bright smile. Beside her, Lu Chuan sighed. Thanks to you, the humans have won. Just as he finished speaking, the last mutant ant was killed, and the system notification appeared. The mutant ants have been destroyed. The winter season of the 3rd year has ended early. City Rising Cloud City has not been breached. 100 residents. The conditions have been fulfilled. In 30 seconds, time will go back, and everything will be restored to the start of the game. All players will lose their memories. The system will calculate the contribution of those who have passed and rank everyone. The top 3 will receive different good luck halos of different levels. Then the countdown started. The game is ending and we cannot keep our memories. Lu Chuan frowned and had a discontent expression. As the Lord of Rising Cloud City, my contribution will not be low. I should be in the top 3. Yun Ling looked at the good fortune halo and said jokingly, What is the use in the halo? To have players get the first prize in the lottery? Give a boyfriend? Lu Chuan was silent. 10 seconds left. 9 seconds left. 8 seconds left. Yun Ling was bored and asked casually, "If you have the good fortune halo, what do you want to do?" 4 seconds left. 3 seconds left. Lu Chuan looked deeply at Yun Ling. 2 seconds left. 1 second left. Before losing consciousness, Yun Ling could barely make out him saying, "I want to meet you again." The beta finished, and Yun Ling waited eagerly for the official opening of Apocalypse Calamity. On year 3000, April 1st, she ate breakfast early. Just after 11:30, she sat on the chair and waited for the game to open. But just after logging onto the game, the screen showed, "Because of bad management, the company has closed. Apocalypse Calamity will be shut down. Yun Ling." Such a good game was gone like this. She had waited for so long. Yun Ling helplessly left and went on to another virtual game. 3 months later, in the Apocalypse survival game, The Demon Bog. Yun Ling was crouched down, harvesting herbs. The bog was everywhere. If she accidentally stepped in, she would sink down. If she was trapped, she had to spend a lot of energy to get out, and during the time trapped, it would be easy to be ambushed. Again. Yun Ling had a wood shovel and finally dug away the soil. She got the herb. The system notified, "Forage success, you have received 3x fritillary bulb." Fritillary bulb. Herb. Can stop coughs. Can be used for medicine. If I dig up a few more, I can make a fritillary bulb gel. Yun Ling stood up as she planned. In the distance, a female and 5 male players were coming close. Yun Ling put the shovel and the herb into the backpack, preparing to leave. But the other took a step and blocked her path. "Whore!" The female player stared at Yun Ling and gritted out, "Yun Ling." She was very puzzled. She did not know when she had offended the other. The female player said hatefully, "You have the daring to ruin other people's relationship, but you could not dare to admit to it?" Yun Ling was even more confused. "I do not know you. How did I ruin your relationship?" "Do you know Mo Xiaoxie?" the female player asked. Yun Ling said, "No memory." "Pretend. Just keep pretending." The female player, Bai Xiaoran, was furious. "You two were in the same team yesterday and were in a dungeon." Yun Ling was speechless. "I am always in temporary teams. I never remember the names of my teammates." "But he wants you, and broke up with me after returning." Bai Xiaoran became more angry. "It is all because of you, Yun Ling." This was the bad thing about an online game. Even if she did not want to be part of the love and hate of other players, she would be pulled in. Yun Ling looked at the 4 male players. "You guys manage her," one of the youths sneered. "This started because of you. We have to kill you a few times to vent anger." Yun Ling. She was wrong. Similar things got together. Bai Xiaoran was unreasonable, and so were her teammates. Yun Ling did not want to argue. She took out a crossbow from her backpack and attacked without a word. "Damn! This woman is so strong!" The 4 male players hurriedly dodged. Yun Ling took a few steps back, distancing herself. She then filled up the crossbow and kept on shooting. She was very fast and did not give her enemies time to breathe. 3 arrows hit the same person in the chest. The other only had time to curse before going back to the revival point. "Shoot from a long distance!" the youth shouted. My aim is not good." Bai Xiaoran had an embarrassed expression. Of the 5, 3 were close combat, and the 2 were long distance. Other than Bai Xiaoran, the other long distance had just died and left. Now, Bai Xiaoran did not have good aim, so the long distance was for nothing. The 3 close combat players were limited by range and could not attack effectively. They could only be attacked. "Charge! Kill! I will cover!" The youth gritted his teeth and changed tactics. The 3 charged. Yun Ling stopped shooting and quickly retreated. The close combat players gave chase for a few steps and accidentally stepped into the bog. "Damn, this is a trap!" "This woman is too cunning. She is purposefully using the land to lure us in." 5 people cannot kill a female player. Damn this! Yun Ling aimed, shot, and reloaded. Her movements were steady and not panicked at all. The 3 close combat players were trapped in the bog and could not dodge. They could not help but shout furiously. Strange, how come her attack power is so high? Her movement speed is frighteningly fast. Where did she get the equipment? Yun Ling thought inside. She had had very good luck recently, like she was the daughter of the game. She had drawn practical skills, the best blueprint, and countless rare materials. She used the materials to make good equipment, so of course her attack power was extraordinary. Not long after, one person died. After a while, another person died. Yun Ling looked at Bai Xiaoran and gave a friendly smile. Do not worry. After taking care of them, it will be your turn. Bai Xiaoran. She felt cold up her back, her legs almost giving out. Seeing that with one more attack the close combat player would be killed, Yun Ling reloaded the crossbow when there was a roar behind her. She unconsciously dodged, but was a beat slow. Hold on! I have called people to help! Bai Xiaoran had a happy expression and said to her companion. Yun Ling looked around and found there were 2 long-distance players far away aiming with crossbows. Ahead, the youth finally managed to struggle out of the bog. He was staring hatefully at her right now, wanting to cut her into pieces. There were people on 2 sides. Not good. Thoughts flashed through Yun Ling's head. She prepared for a strategic retreat. But 2 arrows shot. One blocked her retreat path, the other her shoulder. The reinforcements clearly were pretty good, much better than someone like Bai Xiaoran. Yun Ling's eyes darkened, and cold light flashes. If one died in apocalypse survival, they would lose a lot of experience, and the equipment would wear down and the items lost. Today, if she died here, she would not rest. Just as the thought formed, a scream came behind her. She looked and found that one of the reinforcements was struck with several arrows and had fallen to the ground. She looked behind. Someone had run out, holding an arrow and attacking the enemy long-distance players. The enemy of my enemy was my friend. Yun Ling did not hesitate in aiming at the close combat player. The arrow hit. The youth died. It was 2 vs 2. But of the 2 enemies, one was under attack, and the other was not good. Victory was determined. Seeing the situation turn for the worse, Bai Xiaoran turned, wanting to flee. Yun Ling shot 3 times and killed her. At the same time, victory was determined on the other side. Thank you for saving me. Yun Ling greeted this male player with the game ID of Lu Chuan. Is there something you want? If I have it, I can give it to you as a gift. No need for such trouble. I have enmity with them. I did not attack them to help you, but for me, Lu Chuan said coolly. But I do not like to owe people, Yun Ling said seriously. Recovery bandage, iron arrows, rare herbs, secret medicine, as long as you tell me I can get them. No need. Lu Chuan refused. Yun Ling did not give up. How about adding me as a friend? When you think of it, can you tell me? Lu Chuan had no way but to agree. The friend request went through. Yun Ling said happily, In the future, I will ask each day, until you think of what you want. Lu Chuan looked down, the corners of his lips turning up. He would never make a request. This way, Yun Ling had to think of other ways to repay a favor. This time it is your turn to run after me.